Chapter 361, Life Force Malicious Aura. After hearing the news, Lin Jiufeng quickly made a decision. He didn't stay any longer and chased after the team from Giant City. It would save him a lot of trouble by letting them scout the path for him, bringing with him Black Skeleton, White Skeleton, the Crystal Skull, the Bronze Tablet, and the Coffin. Lin Jiufeng executed the primordial concealment technique and chased after them frantically. He chased in the direction pointed out by the people of the black market. The group of skeletons of the Giant City had just left not long ago. Although they were all five-colored skeletons, their speeds would definitely be slowed by moving as a group. Moreover, as they continued to go deep into the Death Realm, they would be very careful of potential dangers and wouldn't be traveling at full speed. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Lin Jiufeng to catch up. Lin Jiufeng chased after them at his fastest speed. It only took less than half a day to see the group from Giant City. Lin Jiufeng was certain of who they were at first glance, because it was too easy to recognize. This group of skeletons was the only one of their kind in the Death Realm. They were very unique. Their huge bodies that were 8 to 10 meters tall were like pillars that could support the sky. Their five-colored soul flames also emitted a terrifying pressure. These skeletons were gathered together. No one in the surroundings dared to approach at all. Ordinary skeletons couldn't withstand the pressure of a group of five-colored skeletons at all. They would be crushed by the pressure. When Lin Jiufeng saw them, he slowed down his pace and said softly, "The people in the black market aren't lying. The skeletons of the Giant City have really traveled deep into the Death Realm. Moreover, they have mobilized so many five-colored skeletons. Their intention is definitely not simple. Therefore, as long as we follow them, we will be able to obtain information about the Well of Heaven Ascension." The Crystal Skull and the two skeletons were stored into the Sword of the Ancient Battlefield by Lin Jiufeng and were communicating with him. Why did the Well of Heaven Ascension suddenly appear? The Crystal Skull asked, how exactly did the King of the Netherworld discover the Well of Heaven Ascension back then? Lin Jiufeng asked the Crystal Skull, I don't know about that. She only brought me there after discovering the Well of Heaven Ascension. She didn't show me the outside world along the way and only let me out when we arrived. The Well of Heaven Ascension is really huge and shocking. It's worthy of being the Well of Heaven Ascension, the Crystal Skull recalled. Then, these five-colored skeletons have discovered the news of the Well of Heaven Ascension. I wonder if they discovered the same clue found by the King of the Netherworld back then. Lin Jiufeng guessed, I don't know, but back then, beside the Well of Heaven Ascension, there was a sea of blood. That sea of blood was very huge. I remember this characteristic because I could also see the sea of blood through the Well of Heaven Ascension. I asked the King of the Netherworld if she came through the sea of blood. She didn't admit it, but she didn't deny it either. The Crystal Skull revealed something that only it knew. Even though it was killed back then and its head was cut off, it also didn't reveal this information to those skeletons that captured it. Saying it out now was also because it felt that its only support now was Lin Jiufeng. It also wanted to take a look at the path that the King of the Netherworld had walked to find the Well of Heaven Ascension. Sea of Blood, Lin Jiufeng pondered. Speaking about the Sea of Blood, he thought of Bai Mauer. The extremely strange bloodline in her body had always puzzled Lin Jiufeng. Even though she had broken through to the mystic immortal realm, her bloodline wasn't completely exposed. It was just that there was a sea of blood in her body, and at the edge of the sea of blood, there were various statues. When Lin Jiufeng was killed, the sea of blood in Bai Mauer's body rushed out and surged into his body, allowing his corpse to maintain its vigor. The former Lin Jiufeng had signed a contract with Bai Mauer. A contract of life and death. Lin Jiufeng and the little white cat were bonded together originally. When Lin Jiufeng was killed, Bai Mauer would have died too, but at that critical moment, the sea of blood in her body rushed out and wrapped around Lin Jiufeng's corpse. It surged into his body and maintained the last bit of vitality that could be used as the array core of the primal chaos array formation. It even preserved a wisp of Lin Jiufeng's remnant soul, allowing him to be able to carry out the marriage ceremony with Bai Mauer. This ensured that Bai Mauer didn't die with Lin Jiufeng. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng suspected that the reason why he could come to the Death Realm and bring his memories with him was because of that Sea of Blood. Now that the Crystal Skull mentioned the Sea of Blood, it instantly hooked up Lin Jiufeng's memories. No matter what, we should be able to find the answer by following this team from Giant City. They are making such a fanfare, they must have discovered something, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. He executed the primordial concealment technique and followed this team from afar. Because he had also entered the Immortal King realm, these people couldn't discover him at all. The team of the Giant City continued to advance. They seemed to know the path deep in the Death Realm very well. They advanced rapidly and occasionally avoided some dangerous places. In just one day, they advanced thousands of miles. In the outside world, this speed was nothing, but this was the depths of the Death Realm. It was already not bad. Because of their familiarity, it saved Lin Jiufeng the trouble of taking detours too. He stayed far away from them and wasn't discovered, and on this day, the skeleton team of the giant city encountered another team. Both sides stopped at skeletons of the Beast King city. You guys also received the news? A skeleton in the lead of the giant city looked at the bones of various ferocious beasts and animals in front of it and sneered, "Since your giant city can receive the news, we will naturally receive the news." A white tiger skeleton from the Beast King city walked out. The five-colored soul flame between its brows flickered. Its aura was extraordinary, suppressing the skeletons from giant city. "It seems that you guys aren't the only ones. The Azura city and the 100 Battles city have also received the news." The five-colored skeleton from the giant city said in an unfriendly tone, "Since the Well of Heaven Ascension has appeared, we will all depend on our own capabilities to enter it. I've stayed in this death realm enough. I want to return to the mortal realm and have my flesh and blood reborn. Whoever dares to stop me will die." The white tiger skeleton shouted and made its attitude clear. "Humph, I also want to enter the mortal realm. Who would be willing to stay in this damned death realm? If the Well of Heaven Ascension has really appeared, we can cooperate. In any case, everyone's target is the same." The five-colored skeleton from the giant city sent an invitation. "Although you skeletons are tall, you guys are also the most cunning. Your words cannot be trusted. It's better for everyone to rely on their own capabilities. If we really cooperate with you, the first to be deceived to death will definitely be us." The white tiger skeleton rejected flatly. It didn't believe in the skeletons of the giant city at all. "Then we shall each rely on our own capabilities." The five-colored skeleton of the giant city was in a very bad mood. It sneered and turned to leave. The white tiger skeleton of the Beast King city also turned around and continued forward with its team. The two sides were at odds. Following behind them, Lin Jiufeng was like a shadow. His spiritual fluctuations communicated with the crystal skull and the others. "Is the Beast King city as powerful as the giant city?" The crystal skull replied, "Yes, they are just as powerful. It's not just the two of them. There's also the Azura city and the 100 Battles city. They haven't been wiped out for 20,000 years. These top factions haven't discovered the Well of Heaven Ascension in 20,000 years?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "The Well of Heaven Ascension isn't that easy to find. Moreover, most of the skeletons in the depths of the Death Realm are at the Immortal King realm. A few have even reached the level of the crystal skeleton, but they are also unable to explore the secrets in the depths of the Death Realm." The crystal skull revealed a secret. "There aren't many crystal skeletons in the depths of the Death Realm?" Lin Jiufeng was dazed. He thought that there were a lot of them. The five-colored skeletons didn't seem to be worth much at all, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. In the Death Realm, there aren't many crystal skeletons at all. Because the energy in the Death Realm can't support too many crystal skeletons. Back then, if it weren't for the King of the Netherworld giving me so many resources at the last moment, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the crystal skeleton realm. Therefore, the five-colored skeletons are already very powerful. When they break through to the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, they can basically do whatever they want in the Death Realm, as long as they don't encounter any special trouble. The crystal skull said. "Then, if I break through to the five-colored skeleton realm, I will have a stable foothold in the depths of the Death Realm." Black Skeleton said longingly. "Yes, but the prerequisite is that you don't court death and offend those major factions that we mentioned just now. If you provoke them, unless you are at the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, you will also be in great danger." The crystal skull said. "Wait, I remember something. The five-colored skeletons will remember what happened when they were alive. Then, you are already a crystal skeleton. What was your identity when you were alive?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The crystal skeleton also appeared in the Death Realm 20,000 years ago. Then, when it was alive, it was also during the period when the Immortal Court and the God race fought. "When I was alive," the crystal skull fell silent. "I won't tell you guys right now. Let's follow the giant city first. I'll tell you guys when I feel like talking about it." The crystal skull sighed, unwilling to continue this topic. Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to ask. In any case, The crystal skull was now in the same boat as him. It would tell him sooner or later. After the teams from Giant City and the Beast King City met, they maintained a distance and continued to travel deep into the Death Realm. The deeper they went, the richer the death energy became. Moreover, there was terrifying baleful energy that seeped into their souls. Even if it was a 5-colored skeleton, it would still suffer a calamity if it wasn't careful. Be careful. This is the threat in the depths of the Death Realm. Baleful life energy. Something that has been accumulated for countless years and will invade your soul and change your soul source energy, causing your soul to be returned to the world. Your soul energy will be directly devoured by the depths of the Death Realm. The crystal skull warned Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was very careful, ensuring that he wouldn't be invaded by this baleful energy, but the other 5-colored skeletons weren't so lucky. The threat of truly entering the depths of the Death Realm had just begun to appear. But even so, Lin Jiufeng already saw an immortal king from the Giant City and the Beast King City, each having their souls being invaded and self-immolated on the spot. This was a terrifying scene. The 5-colored skeleton realm was equivalent to the immortal king realm. No matter where they were all extremely powerful existences, but now, when they were invaded by the baleful aura, their souls self-immolated and spread to their skeleton bodies. Then, the great Tao flowers rained from these two 5-colored skeletons. It was extremely dazzling. A fire, flower rain, great Tao, immortal king. At this moment, they seemed to have disintegrated into the Tao. There were no traces of their existence at all. Instead, the baleful aura that devoured them surged and stirred up violent winds as if it was about to rain. The leaders of the Giant City and the Beast King City were in a heavy mood. At the same time, they shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. If you guys are invaded by the baleful aura, no one can save you guys. Don't let your guard down." But with this previous example, everyone was obviously much more careful. They didn't dare to show any flaws at all and covered themselves up tightly. Then, they continued forward. Lin Jiufeng maintained his state and followed behind. No one discovered him. Everyone was very vigilant, but this vigilance was for the front. They absolutely didn't expect that someone would follow behind them. These were all 5-colored skeletons. If someone really followed them, they were confident that they would discover the follower, especially the leaders of the two cities. They were both at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm and were extremely confident of themselves. Just like that, Lin Jiufeng followed them. Then, he triggered the sign-in. "Do you want to sign in the baleful life energy?" These words appeared before his eyes. "Sign in." Lin Jiufeng agreed. "Sign in successful. Received the baleful energy treasure box." Lin Jiufeng didn't know what use this treasure box had. He checked the information. It can absorb a huge amount of baleful energy and store it. At the critical moment, it can erupt this stored energy. This information made Lin Jiufeng's eyes light up. If he absorbed and stored the baleful life energy, it would definitely become a trump card. After all, it could let a 5-colored skeleton burn itself and disintegrate into the Tao in a short period of time. This was a terrifying item. To Lin Jiufeng, this was a great help. Lin Jiufeng walked behind the two teams of skeletons. He quietly held the baleful energy treasure box and frantically absorbed the baleful life energy into it. For this reason, he even deliberately distanced himself from them to prevent them from discovering him. "If we really start fighting, I will directly spread out the baleful energy stored inside. Then, there will definitely be no one who dares to make a move." Lin Jiufeng was very certain that everyone cherished their lives, especially this group of 5-colored skeletons in the Death Realm. They were all people who had died once. After they became skeletons, they even cultivated with all their might, which was why they became what they were now. Although they were neither human nor ghost, at least there was hope of find the well of heaven ascension, return to the mortal realm, and be reborn from flesh and blood. This was the dream of every 5-colored skeleton in the death world. On Lin Jiufeng's side, he was absorbing the baleful life energy. On the other side, the teams from the Giant City and the Beast King City encountered the teams from the Azura City and the 100 Battles City. They, who had set off from different places, still met for a time. The four factions glared at each other and were in a stalemate. "You guys have formed an alliance?" The 5-colored skeleton of the Azura City asked the skeletons of the Giant City and the Beast King City. "No. Who would dare to ally with the skeletons of the Giant City? Aren't such fools sending themselves to their death?" The white tiger skeleton of the Beast King City mocked. "Humph, we have no interest in forming an alliance with a group of animals." The 5-colored skeleton of the Giant City sneered and said directly. The white tiger skeleton instantly gritted its teeth. Its soul flame jumped. It was really angry. The skeletons of the Azura City and 100 Battles City didn't say a word. It was as if they were watching a good show. They especially hoped that the skeletons of the two factions would fight. Unfortunately, the White Tiger skeleton wasn't mentally disabled. Although it was angry, it wouldn't attack at this moment. What a pity! The five-colored skeleton of the Azura City sighed. This attracted the attention of the Beast King City and the Giant City skeletons. That's enough. Now, we need to agree together that we won't make a move before the Well of Heaven Ascension is discovered. Can you all adhere to this? A five-colored skeleton from the 100 Battles City walked out and asked. The five-colored skeletons of the three major factions nodded in agreement. All right. From now on, let's set off. The Well of Heaven Ascension caused such a large commotion this time. This might be a good opportunity for us to enter the mortal realm. We must seize it, the five-colored skeleton of the 100 Battles City said excitedly. The other skeletons were the same. When it came to the mortal realm, they all yearned for it. They thought about it day and night, wanting to enter the mortal world. Chapter 362, Ancient City, Skeleton 100 Battles City, Beast King City, Giant City, and Azura City. The four ancient city factions in the Death Realm that had been passed down for more than 20,000 years mobilized more than 1,000 five-colored skeletons to seek the Well of Heaven Ascension hidden deep in the Death Realm together. Such a huge force was almost as strong as the 7 races of the ancient age. Right? Lin Jiufeng was quite astonished. Not everyone could enter the Death Realm, yet. So many five-colored skeletons were born, and the five-colored skeleton realm was equivalent to the Immortal King realm. It was quite amazing for there to be so many five-colored skeletons here. If all of them enter the mortal realm, it will have another huge impact on the current stable situation. Lin Jiufeng sighed in his heart. This world was filled with so many threats. If the mortal realm wanted to maintain a stable and peaceful situation where the common people lived and worked in peace, a huge price was required. Lin Jiufeng followed at the back. He hid his aura and held the baleful energy treasure box, frantically absorbing the baleful energy. This baleful energy was very powerful. Once it invaded the soul of a five-colored skeleton, in 3 to 5 seconds, it could make the five-colored skeleton at the Immortal King realm disintegrate on the spot. It was extremely terrifying. Hence, Lin Jiufeng wanted to gather enough of it to use it as a trump card. Without the light of the homes, the general appointing platform, and the sword of the Holy Church, the current Lin Jiufeng needed to prepare some backup plans for emergencies. But when he was collecting the baleful energy, he accidentally discovered some sneaky five-colored skeletons that were rushing into the depths of the Death Realm. These are all rogue cultivators. They don't join the cities and cultivate alone, but they also want to enter the mortal realm, so they also followed along this time. The Crystal Skull explained. These rogue cultivators weren't weak. They followed cautiously behind the 4 top ancient cities. They were even more careful than Lin Jiufeng. They didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, they didn't have the primordial concealment technique. Once they were discovered, they would need to face the fury of the 4 ancient cities. Hence, they were following from very, very far away, not daring to alert the 4 ancient cities. Moreover, there weren't just 1 or 2 rogue cultivators. There were at least 70 to 80 of them. Most of them had discovered each other, but none of them made a public announcement. Everyone knew their own limitations and knew that everyone was in the same situation, so why expose the other party? Of course, it was even more impossible for them to discover Lin Jiufeng, even when he was collecting the baleful life energy. Just like that, the main force of the 4 ancient cities advanced forward. After they passed, the road left behind them was absolutely a safe one. Behind them was Lin Jiufeng. And behind Lin Jiufeng was a group of rogue cultivators. When Black Skeleton, White Skeleton, and the Crystal Skull saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Immortal King Lin, how would I become a part of this? I'm afraid that I don't even dare to enter the depths of the Death Realm now, and I'm still staying at the periphery of the Death Realm. Black Skeleton sighed. That's right. If we didn't encounter Immortal King Lin, we would be 2 salted fish with no dreams. But now, we also have ambitions, White Skeleton said. Your situations are still considered okay even if you 2 didn't follow Immortal King Lin. For me, I really have to thank Immortal King Lin. This time, I can see how the King of the Netherworld found the Well of Heaven Ascension back then, the Crystal Skull said with anticipation. Back then, it didn't have a chance to see the process of the King of the Netherworld finding the Well of Heaven Ascension. It only saw the Well of Heaven Ascension once when the King of the Netherworld had already found it, but it only saw the Well of Heaven Ascension that one time. Now, it could personally see Lin Jiufeng walk the path that the King of the Netherworld had walked back then. The Crystal Skull, this was a surprise. Therefore, it also began to treat Lin Jiufeng with sincerity. It was no longer as fake and perfunctory as before. As they continued to go deeper, there were no longer any traces of skeletons in the depths of the Death Realm. There were many mysterious ruins here, and there were also many prehistoric ancient ruins that no one knew their origins of. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Of course, the danger was greater than the opportunity. It was normal for five-colored skeletons to die here. Deep in the Death Realm was a vast resplendent wasteland. In this vast wasteland, there were many ancient cities scattered. They weren't connected, but they bloomed with the resplendent flames of civilization. They had been prosperous since ancient times, but now, these ancient cities had already collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins that were still recounting their glory. Back then, the five-colored skeletons from the four ancient cities were all observing seriously. This was really the first time they had walked so deep into the Death Realm. They naturally had to observe carefully. Their speed became slower and slower. They no longer traveled 1,000 miles a day like before, and now, every time they walked a distance, they had to carefully check their surroundings to ensure that there was no danger. In the depths of the Death Realm, so many five-colored skeletons died every year. They all knew how dangerous this place was. Although there were more than 1,000 five-colored skeletons now, they weren't on good terms to begin with. They were on guard against each other, so how could they cooperate wholeheartedly? When Lin Jiufeng saw the broken walls and ruins that existed deep in the Death Realm, he asked, "Someone once built an ancient city here. Although it's dilapidated now, looking at the shape of the broken walls and walls, it was also a very huge faction back then. Why did it fall? Moreover, even if that faction declined, why didn't any five-colored skeletons establish another faction here? Instead, they distanced themselves from the core area and hid at the edge of the depths of the Death Realm?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "This. I don't know," the Crystal Skull said. "I'm just a skeleton that was born in the Death Realm 20,000 years ago. No one can clearly explain some of the original matters. Moreover, after I was born, there was the appearance of the King of the Netherworld. The Death Realm was overturned and started a huge reshuffle. The matters of the past became even more unclear. But I seem to have remembered something. It's related to the King of the Netherworld." As the Crystal Skull spoke, it remembered something from back then. "What is it?" Lin Jiufeng was very curious. In fact, he was very curious about everything that happened to the King of the Netherworld in the Death Realm back then. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton also listened seriously. Like good students, they listened seriously without commenting. The Crystal Skull recalled and said, "Back then, the King of the Netherworld entered the depths of the Death Realm and defeated a group of five-colored skeletons. She destroyed a few ancient cities and confirmed her reputation of being invincible. Then, she disappeared for 3 months." "Disappeared for 3 months?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Yes, she disappeared for 3 months. Moreover, during the time that she disappeared, someone heard the sound of killing coming from the depths of the Death Realm. Someone also sneaked into the depths of the Death Realm and obtained some first-hand information," the Crystal Skull said. "What information?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "They said that the King of the Netherworld killed a lot of skeletons in the depths of the Death Realm. She killed many five-colored skeletons and even destroyed several ancient cities deep in the Death Realm," the Crystal Skull said. "In the depths of the Death Realm, there's a huge golden desert. According to the description of the skeletons that entered, the desert was dyed in a tragic blood-red color. The smell of blood was pungent, the rising blood mist, the shattered bones on the ground, the soul flames, and the endless blood mud formed a hellish azure painting. It was very brutal. At least hundreds of five-colored skeletons died. Some skeletons even discovered that a crystal skeleton was killed in one strike and was nailed to the desert. This is also the only time that the King of the Netherworld went on a killing spree in the depths of the Death Realm. She fought hundreds of enemies alone and displayed her terrifying strength. From then on, there was no more ancient city in the depths of the Death Realm. It was also difficult for the five-colored skeletons to enter as the danger factor increased." The Crystal Skull explained tirelessly. "Doesn't that mean that it was the King of the Netherworld who destroyed the last few ancient cities deep in the Death Realm? Didn't she just come to the depths of the Death Realm at that time? Why is there such a huge hatred?" Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. "I don't know about this. This is an unsolved mystery. The King of the Netherworld didn't say anything. After destroying those ancient cities, she began the process of searching for the Well of Heaven Ascension. Then, she left the Death Realm," the Crystal Skull said. You personally witnessed the king of the netherworld leave the depths of the death realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. She entered the well of heaven ascension and never appeared again. At that time, I was too weak and didn't dare to approach the well of heaven ascension at all. I just watched from afar and waited for 3 years before leaving. From then on, I spent 1,000 years cultivating to the crystal skeleton realm with the huge resources that she left for me. You guys know the rest of the story. I was chased by a few crystal skeletons that came out of nowhere. In the end, my head was separated and my body was taken away by them, the crystal skull said through gritted teeth. Aren't the crystal skeletons that are pursuing you from the ancient cities like the giant city? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. He had always thought that the enemies of the crystal skull were from these ancient cities, but from the looks of it, it wasn't the case. Of course not. Although they also want to catch me and interrogate me about the location of the Well of Heaven Ascension and the news of the King of the Netherworld, these idiots don't dare to enter the core of the depths of the Death Realm. I've been hiding there all this time, so they weren't the ones chasing after me, the crystal skull explained. Lin Jiufeng thought about it and agreed that this was indeed the case. If it were these ancient cities, then the crystal skull would definitely ask Lin Jiufeng to help it find its body in those cities. Right now, the 4 ancient cities weren't on guard at all. Everyone wanted to discover the Well of Heaven Ascension and then enter the mortal world through it. If Lin Jiufeng changed path and went to seek its body, they could obtain the skeleton body of the crystal skull without any effort. In other words, you also don't know who took your body and where your body is now? Black Skeleton asked curiously. You can say that. The crystal skull nodded. That's not right. Didn't you previously say that a portion of your bones was hung in a city? White Skeleton asked. Since you don't know where it is now, how do you know that it's in an ancient city? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Although I don't know where it is, I can sense it. My body and head are separated, but I'm still a crystal skeleton after all. I have a powerful sense of my body. Even if the connection is cut and the connection is blocked, there will still be a weak signal. Over the years, my sense of the signal has confirmed that my body is trapped in a large city, the crystal skull said. Where's that large city? Lin Jiufeng asked. Since the crystal skull could sense its body, then there wasn't any problem. It's in the depths of the death realm. The crystal skull said solemnly. You're saying that there's a city deep in the death realm, and your body is inside? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. Yes, there are really too many secrets in the depths of the death realm. We have to explore them properly this time, the crystal skull admitted. In that case, we shall follow behind the 5 colored skeletons of these 4 ancient cities and continue forward. Lin Jiufeng looked at the abandoned ancient cities around him. He didn't stay any longer and advanced with the main group behind him. Far away, a group of rogue cultivators was advancing cautiously. As they walked, the sky darkened. The 5-colored skeleton of the 4 ancient cities arrived in front of a huge mountain range. This was a place where few had stepped foot, the true definition of a vast wasteland. The vast wasteland was boundless for millions of miles. In the vast wasteland, there was a mountain range that was majestic and had a lofty aura. It was tens of thousands of feet tall. Looking from afar, it was a vast expanse of darkness with no end. The 5-colored skeletons of the 4 ancient cities were on guard for a while. After carefully observing, they divided into 4 directions and entered this mountain range. Lin Jiufeng also followed in. He followed behind the 5-colored skeletons from the giant city. He should stick to his target. Since he was following the giant city from the beginning, he should continue to follow the giant city now. Moreover, the skeletons in the giant city were really too big. The path they had walked should be much safer. Lin Jiufeng would be more at ease following them. Warily entering this magnificent mountain range, Lin Jiufeng released his spiritual perception and paid attention to the commotion in all directions. If there was any movement, he had to prepare to hide and let the 5-colored skeletons of the giant city take the lead in dealing with whatever trouble that might appear. After Lin Jiufeng entered the mountain range, he looked up. Every mountain here was exceptionally huge, towering into the clouds. The most strange thing was that some of the mountain peaks had been flattened, like huge platforms inserted into the clouds. When the crystal skull saw this scene, it said in a low voice, "A faint sense tells me that this place is called the Heaven-Broken Mountain Range. It's a very terrifying place. It said that a portion of it was cut off by the heavens, that's why it has this name. Can you even sense such a thing?" Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. "I can sense it because after crossing the mountain range here, we will see the ancient city that imprisoned my body," the crystal skull said solemnly. "What? We are already so close to that city?" Lin Jiufeng was very surprised. Doesn't that mean that there are several crystal skeletons in that city? Black Skeleton asked worriedly. That's right. How many crystal skeletons chased after you back then? White Skeleton asked. Lin Jiufeng also became serious. This wasn't a joke. If it was a 5-colored skeleton, he could still give it a try. If he couldn't defeat it, he could still escape, but if the opponent was a crystal skeleton, then he wouldn't be able to escape. There's no need to worry. Back then, when they captured me, there were 4 crystal skeletons, but I killed 1 and injured 3. This is also the reason why I'm in such a miserable state now. Do they really think that they won't need to pay a price for capturing me? The crystal skull sneered. Now that 20,000 years have passed, wouldn't they have recovered? Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. I don't think so. Their source energies were injured. Recovering after just 20,000 years? Not possible. The crystal skull shook its head. If they really recovered, they should have already found my head through my body. They haven't found me after so many years. That means that they have been recuperating all this time. The crystal skull said affirmatively. That's better, but let the 5-colored skeletons of the giant city take the lead. We will follow behind, Lin Jiufeng said. He should let them fight first and then come out to reap the benefits. As long as you obtain my body and give me some time, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak, or even surpass it. After all, I once stepped onto the mountain peak and also fell to the bottom of the valley. Both benefited me greatly. Those sufferings that can't kill me will definitely make me stronger, the crystal skull said firmly. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He also believed in this sentence, so he continued to follow the team from Giant City. Right at this moment, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Do you want to sign in at the Heaven Broken Mountain Range? Lin Jiufeng didn't stop. He continued forward, but he agreed without hesitation in his heart. Sign in. Sign in successful. Received the Heaven Broken Forbidden Technique. A new and extremely powerful forbidden technique appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Energy surged in his body, and the great Tao scattered. Countless Tao runes, incantations, and forbidden techniques burst out. Heaven Broken Forbidden Technique. What terrifying offensive technique is this? Lin Jiufeng decisively checked the information. Heaven Broken Forbidden Technique. An ancient forbidden spell. It was passed down from the path of array formations. It's an extremely terrifying spell from the previous eras. There was only so much information, but it was enough for Lin Jiufeng to figure it out. From the previous eras, in other words, before the human race, before the myriad races, and before the immortal court. Then, before the immortal court, there was also an era of spells? Lin Jiufeng immediately guessed this from the revealed information. Was the era of spells wiped out by the 7 races of the ancient age just like those civilizations? Lin Jiufeng guessed in his heart. No matter what, signing in for a powerful forbidden technique from an era that has already disappeared is also rare. Moreover, after I cultivate this forbidden technique, my own strength will also skyrocket. Lin Jiufeng felt the energy fluctuations in his body and was very happy. The improvement brought by a forbidden technique couldn't be underestimated, especially now. To Lin Jiufeng, he used the Heaven Broken Forbidden Technique to directly cross the first heaven of the Immortal King realm and reach the second heaven. For many immortal kings, this improvement was the result of the hard work of thousands of years. The great Tao was singing and energy was surging. The 9 heavens of the Immortal King realm had also opened its door for Lin Jiufeng. Now, I'm much more confident. Lin Jiufeng's gaze was firm as he looked into the depths of the Heaven Broken Mountain Range. The skeletons of the 4 major factions were still clearing the obstacles and advancing continuously. This Heaven Broken Mountain Range has the same name as the Forbidden Technique. Does it mean that this mountain range is actually from the era of the spells? Lin Jiufeng was in a good mood and thought of this point. Does that mean that we can still see people from the era of spells in the Heaven Broken Mountain Range? Lin Jiufeng was looking forward to this. After learning the Heaven Broken Forbidden Technique, he was very interested in the era of spells. In the era of spells, this mountain range should have towered into the clouds. There should have been magnificent palaces on the mountains, and mortals don't dare to step foot in them easily, Lin Jiufeng said. When the crystal skull heard Lin Jiufeng's words, it said, the Heaven Broken Mountain Range has been in the Death Realm for a very, very long time. It's older than any skeleton or faction. What do you mean by the era of spells? Lin Jiufeng waved his hand and said, nothing much, just talking nonsense. Let's continue forward and look for your body. Lin Jiufeng didn't explain to them about the epics, the spell realm, the immortal court, the god race, and even the 7 races of the ancient age. It was meaningless now that he couldn't even leave the death realm. It was unrealistic for him to discuss those things here. The most important thing now was to find the well of heaven ascension and leave the death realm to enter the mortal realm. Everything else was just empty talk. Lin Jiufeng continued to follow behind the 5 colored skeletons of the giant city. 3 days passed. In 3 days, the 5 colored skeletons of the giant city overcame the obstacles and worked together to cross many dangerous areas and arrived at the center of the heaven-broken mountain range. Lin Jiufeng enjoyed the fruits of their labor and followed behind. He didn't encounter much trouble. Standing in the center of the heaven-broken mountain range, he looked at the mountain range here. It was especially majestic and thick. Some of the mountains were carved with various runes that ordinary people couldn't understand. These runes were like they were carved by ancient people making sacrifices to gods. The 5 colored skeletons of the giant city didn't care because they couldn't understand it, but Lin Jiufeng could understand these runes, because he had learned the heaven-broken forbidden technique. He didn't feel any pressure looking at these forbidden spells that looked like random drawings. This used to be a place close to God, but it was destroyed in the primordial age. Moreover, this is the divine mountain of the spell realm, filled with all sorts of forbidden spells. Lin Jiufeng analyzed according to these forbidden spells and was shocked. This heaven-broken mountain range was like the strongest weapon in the era of spells. Once the mountain range that was filled with forbidden spells was activated, it would be easy to crush an immortal king. Such a terrifying treasure was now lying alone in the depths of the death realm, dim and lifeless. What exactly happened back then? Or could it be that the 7 races of the ancient age wiped out the era of spells too? But why do I feel that the era of spells is far stronger than the immortal court and the god race? Can they still be wiped out by the 7 races of the ancient age with their strength? Lin Jiufeng's heart was very heavy. History was a thick door. After pushing open this door, many buried truths would appear. Strong winds blew. Lin Jiufeng saw the 5 colored skeletons of the giant city fly up a broken mountain that was like a rooftop and land above. There were huge, turbulent, and endless great divine winds blowing in the surroundings. Cultivators who weren't powerful enough would be turned to dust. Only immortal kings could reach the top, but once they reached the top, they would be able to see how small the world was. Moreover, when the 5 colored skeletons of the giant city ascended to this rooftop, they cried out in surprise one after another. What's that? There's actually an ancient city in this dangerous heaven-broken mountain range? An ancient city filled with thorny vines? That city is huge. There's also a crystal skeleton in the city. This crystal skeleton has no head. Isn't this the skeleton that followed beside the king of the netherworld? The 5 colored skeletons of the giant city said in shock. Each of them was shocked by the scene before their eyes. Looking into the distance, there was an ancient city surrounded by mountains and filled with a baleful aura. Moreover, one could clearly see a crystal skeleton floating inside the ancient city. It had no head. Besides this, nothing else was discovered. Let's go and take a look. The 5 colored skeletons of the giant city immediately flew over to investigate. As for Lin Jiufeng, who was following after them, his expression changed as he boarded the platform. Then, he saw this ancient city. He saw it, and so did the crystal skull and the 2 skeletons. Among the mountains and ravines was an ancient city. In this ancient city, there was a crystal skeleton. That's my body. The crystal skull said excitedly. Chapter 363, Bone Dragon, Part 1. Among the mountains and ravines was an ancient city that was covered in vines. It was very ancient. In the ancient city, a crystal skeleton that was restricted by the energy of an array formation floated in the air. Under the surging energy, it floated and sank. The crystal skull immediately recognized that this was its body. What about the crystal skeletons that defeated you? Black Skeleton looked carefully and didn't discover any other skeletons in the ancient city. In the abandoned ancient city, only this array formation was still activated, and emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation didn't let the vines spread to the interior of the ancient city. I don't know, but I can feel that the energy in my body is still there, still very perfect. Once I become one with my body, I can recover most of my strength in a short period of time, the crystal skull said excitedly. Don't be too excited. This isn't the time for you to be excited yet. The 5 colored skeletons of the giant city have already gone down. The 5 colored skeletons of the other 3 ancient cities have also come. More than 1,000 5 colored skeletons are gathered below. We can't do anything now. We can't court death, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. He saw that around this ancient city, the 5 colored skeletons of the 4 ancient cities had gathered together. Then let's continue to observe. It's useless even if they obtain my body, it's not like they can absorb it. The crystal skull calmed down and said. Lin Jiufeng concealed his aura and slowly descended, approaching the ancient city. In front of him were more than 1,000 5-colored skeletons. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. As they stared at the ancient city and began to discuss, the 5-colored skeleton leader of the giant city said, 20,000 years ago, that skeleton beside the king of the netherworld cultivated to the crystal skeleton realm, but he was chased by several other crystal skeletons and started an earth-shattering battle. The aftershocks of the battle spread very widely. You guys sensed it too, right? The leaders of the Beast King City, Azura City, and 100 Battle City looked at the ancient city and nodded silently. Back then, I was just a small red soul flame. When I felt the battle of the crystal skeletons, I was so scared that I trembled and didn't dare to look at the sky, the skeleton leader of Azura City said. Back then, it was also the first time I saw such terrifying power. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. It's just that I remember that the crystal skeleton beside the king of the netherworld was defeated in that battle. I thought that it had long been burned to ashes, but I didn't expect its body to actually be here, the white tiger skeleton of the Beast King City said in a low voice. I didn't expect to see it here after 20,000 years. It's just that only half of its body is left now. Its soul isn't here anymore, and it has been imprisoned here all this time, the skeleton leader of the 100 Battles City lamented. Say, why is it here and why is its corpse still imprisoned? The 5-colored skeleton of the giant city asked. No one can answer this question, White Tiger Skeleton said. No. I actually feel that there are many secrets in this city, the skeleton of Azura City said. Indeed. That battle back then was world-shaking. The crystal skeleton by the king of the netherworld side did die, but in front of countless skeletons, it killed 1 crystal skeleton and severely injured 3 crystal skeletons. Are the heavily injured crystal skeletons still here till now? The skeleton of the 100 Battles City sneered. Its words were filled with temptation. Its soul flame burned intensely and didn't hide its intention at all. It wanted to enter this ancient city. You're saying that there are 3 half-crippled crystal skeletons in this ancient city? The soul fire of the 5-colored skeleton from the giant city suddenly skyrocketed. It was tempted. The 4 of us are all level 9 skeletons. To enter the crystal skeleton realm, we need a huge amount of energy. Now, there's a high chance that there are 3 crystal skeletons here now. Don't you guys want their soul flames? The skeleton of the 100 Battles City tempted the other level 9 skeletons. Level 9 skeleton refers to the 9th level among the 5-colored skeletons. It was equivalent to the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. A skeleton of this level was just 1 step away from breaking through to become a crystal skeleton, but this step was extremely difficult. Some would never be able to cross it in their entire lives. Hence, if there were any opportunities along the way, they had to grab them. They couldn't miss such opportunities, but those are 3 crystal skeletons. The white tiger skeleton hesitated and said, they're 3 crystal skeletons that are on the verge of death. The 5-colored skeleton of the giant city corrected it. 20,000 years ago, they were beaten into a very tragic state by the king of the netherworld's crystal skeleton. Although they killed the king of the netherworld's crystal skeleton and separated its head from its body, they also paid a huge price. This price is that till now, they are still in a deep sleep, the skeleton of the 100 Battles City said quickly. Let's do it. The level 9 skeleton of Azura City clapped its hands and made a decision. A horse cannot grow fat without eating grass at night. A man cannot become rich without a windfall. I will participate too. The level 9 skeleton of Giant City agreed. What about you? The level 9 skeleton of the 100 Battles City looked at the white tiger skeleton and asked. The white tiger skeleton was silent for a moment. It remained calm and collected as if it was waiting for something. After a few seconds, it said, all right, I agree. Alright, then let's kill the crystal skeletons in this ancient city before we find the Well of Heaven Ascension, the level 9 skeleton of the giant city said loudly. It looked at the ancient city aggressively. The other 5-colored skeletons, retreat. I'll go in and explore. The level 9 skeleton of the 100 Battles City ordered its subordinates. The skeleton leaders of the other factions did the same. After settling everything, they stood together and looked at the ancient city. The 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons walked towards the ancient city in an aggressive manner. Lin Jiufeng, who was watching from afar, frowned deeply. Have they always been so brave? Lin Jiufeng really suspected that the brains of these 5-colored skeletons were damaged. There was a high chance that there were 3 crystal skeletons in the ancient city, even though they were seriously injured and their source energies were damaged when they fought with the crystal skull back then, and they had been recuperating since then. 20,000 years had passed, time would heal all injuries. Even if they hadn't recovered yet, they weren't people that the 5-colored skeleton could provoke, right? Black Skeleton asked in surprise, isn't this seeking death? Even if I'm injured, I still have the strength to deal with some low-level skeletons, not to mention that those 3 have recuperated for 20,000 years. White Skeleton also spoke in shock, thinking that this was purely seeking death. The crystal skull watched in confusion. It agreed with the words of the black and white skeleton. Chasing forward like this was seeking death. Even if they were level 9 5-colored skeletons, it wouldn't be enough, although from the surface, they were only one step away from becoming crystal skeletons, but that gap was even larger than the gap between mortals and immortals. I understand now, the crystal skull thought carefully and suddenly exclaimed, what is it? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. They aren't going to die. They are just going to wake up the crystal skeletons in the ancient city and then lure them out. The crystal skull said in shock, isn't that still seeking death? Black Skeleton felt that there was no difference. That's right. They are still seeking death because awakening the crystal skeleton is equivalent to suicide. Who will save them? White Skeleton asked. Someone will come to save them, the crystal skull said with certainty. Who? Lin Jiufeng asked. The crystal skeletons from the 4 ancient cities. The crystal skull said decisively, you're saying that their current actions are because they also have crystal skeletons backing them up, that's why they are so reckless? Lin Jiufeng immediately guessed that the crystal skeleton of the 4 ancient cities had secretly come with the main group. Yes, this can explain their current actions. They are bait to fish out the crystal skeletons inside. Then, the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities will attack at once, the crystal skull said solemnly. Then, can we take advantage of the situation? Lin Jiufeng's thoughts spread. He immediately thought of obtaining the crystal skull's body in the chaos. Chapter 364, Bone Dragon, Part 2. After receiving the guidance of the crystal skull, Lin Jiufeng immediately thought of using the chaos to obtain its body. I've long felt that it's strange. Since we've already discovered the news of the Well of Heaven ascension and the main force has been mobilized, why is there no movement from the crystal skeletons at all? The 5-colored skeleton wants to enter and return to the mortal realm. The crystal skeletons definitely want to return to the mortal realm even more. But now, there are only 5-colored skeletons here and not a single crystal skeleton. This is abnormal. Just now, when I saw the actions of the level 9 skeletons from the 4 ancient cities seeking death, I immediately guessed it. The crystal skeletons behind the 4 ancient cities must have come along too. That's why the 5-colored skeletons have the confidence to explore this ancient city and to provoke the sleeping crystal skeletons inside. The crystal skull continued. It analyzed the matter and came to a conclusion that was simply too correct. Therefore, when the battle begins, we will take advantage of the chaos and enter the ancient city to obtain your body, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. If it's too dangerous, just forget about it. After all, it's useless to others. They can't absorb the energy in my body, the crystal skull said. Let's see how the situation is. If it's really dangerous, I'll seek another opportunity. But we still have to obtain your body and then find the Well of Heaven ascension regardless of the situation, Lin Jiufeng said. His motive for entering the death realm was very clear. He wanted to revive and enter the mortal realm again. What was he going to do after entering the mortal realm? To resist the 7 races of the ancient age. The 7 races of the ancient age were very powerful. Lin Jiufeng needed to rope in all the forces that he could rope in among them. The crystal skull was a powerful force. Find its body and help it recover. Give it some time and it would be able to return to its peak. The crystal skeleton was a powerhouse that far exceeded the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. This would be a great help when dealing with the 7 races of the ancient age. At its peak, it was definitely stronger than the current Lin Jiufeng. Hence, Lin Jiufeng was determined to help the crystal skull obtain its body. On this side, Lin Jiufeng was hiding behind, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, but the 4 level 9 skeletons in front pushed open the door of the ancient city together. Rumble. The door that hadn't been opened for 20,000 years was pushed open at this moment. It was huge and filled with dust and rust, emitting an ancient and simple aura. In the empty ancient city, it was silent. The 4 skeletons walked in. The division of labor was clear. Each of them was in charge of guarding one direction. Although they were confident in bragging before entering, it seemed that they were still vigilant. After all, their opponents were crystal skeletons. And they were even crystal skeletons from 20,000 years ago, although they were quite badly injured back then. From the looks of it now, no one could tell what their exact situation was. It was better to be on guard, but at this moment, there was a movement in the ancient city. Right at this moment, the 1,000 plus 5 colored skeletons outside the ancient city all sensed a shocking might. They all trembled in fear. Boom, in the ancient city, an ancient mirror rose and bloomed with auspicious lights. This light protected the entire ancient city as if it had melted into the void. Under the auspicious lights, the ancient city looked dreamlike, as if it didn't belong to this world. The 4 skeletons that entered the ancient city were shocked. They hurriedly gathered together, not caring about the grudges from before. The important thing now was to save themselves. Damn it, have the crystal skeletons recovered? The white tiger skeleton asked worriedly. I don't know, but something must have changed. We have to wait and see. All other matters can wait for now. The 5-colored skeleton from the giant city calmed down and observed carefully. It didn't see much danger. Then, it spoke, but at the same time, outside the ancient city, a dragon's roar came from the distance. It was very huge, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. Dong dong dong, the ground was trembling. The scene was very terrifying. The mountains were surging like there was a magnificent army charging here. The wind swept the clouds as a huge creature arrived. Everyone looked over together and saw a bone dragon roaring on a distant mountain range. Then, it stepped on the ground and ran over, making loud bangs as its feet stepped on the ground. Then, it swam into the air and rushed over. The bone dragon had an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, dragon patterns drooped down from the bone skeleton. They flickered with a dazzling light as if a real true dragon had been resurrected. Dragon? Is it really a dragon or a bone dragon? There's actually a dragon in the death realm, and it seems to be very powerful. It's at level 9 of the 5-colored skeleton realm, right? No, it's more powerful than that. Its aura is terrifying, far exceeding the level 9 skeletons that I know of. Then, is it a crystal skeleton? We can't rule out that it is. Are you lying? If it's a crystal skeleton, why didn't it change at all? Its soul flame is still 5-colored. Look carefully. In the depths of its soul flame, there's a crystal color reflecting. It's very terrifying, which means that it has already stepped into the threshold of the crystal skeleton realm. More than 1,000 5-colored skeletons of the 4 ancient cities were discussing. They observed in detail, analyzing the bone dragon very clearly. Although the bone dragon wasn't fully at the crystal skeleton realm yet, it was still far superior to the level 9 5-colored skeletons. According to this division, it should be at the half-step crystal skeleton realm. Roar. At this moment, the bone dragon came close. In the air, a loud roar sounded. In an instant, the mountains and rivers trembled. The sun and moon lost their luster. A violet wave swept through the entire land. This was a kind of roar of the great Tao. It directly sent the 5-colored skeletons outside the ancient city flying. It directly rushed into the ancient city and flicked its tail, shattering the ancient mirror and the 1,000 auspicious lights covering the ancient city. This change caught many people off guard. It was the same for Lin Jiufeng. He retreated a distance and avoided being affected by the bone dragon. He said in a low voice, "This bone dragon is too powerful. Previously, I personally witnessed it charging into the depths of the death realm from the Yin River. It's interfering at such a moment. There's going to be a good show," the crystal skull said with anticipation. "This situation is quite good. Only by muddling the waters will we have a chance to fish in troubled waters." Lin Jiufeng stared at the ancient city in front of him, waiting for the situation to change. At this moment, in the distant mountains, a crystal skeleton executed an aspect body ancient technique. It directly expanded, and a terrifying aura spread out without hiding. At this moment, its body pressed against the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 netherworlds. Its entire body erupted with boundless divine light. A real crystal skeleton appeared. It wasn't incomplete like the crystal skull, nor was it a half-step crystal skeleton like the bone dragon. It was a true crystal skeleton. That terrifying aura erupted and instantly shrouded the world. Everything began to wither. The aura was dark like a lead cloud that shrouded this area. This crystal skeleton towered into the clouds at this moment, revealing its true body. The aura exuded from its body wasn't the kind of aura of the recent era but was similar to that of the ancient era. The people of every era had the characteristics of that specific era. These characteristics couldn't be hidden. When the crystal skeleton appeared, such characteristics were extremely conspicuous, and at this moment, this crystal skeleton displayed its terrifying aura that hadn't weakened in the past. An aura of looking down on the world, it was majestic and terrifying. It let out a thunderous voice. Bone Dragon, you have crossed the line. You shouldn't have come here. The bone dragon that had entered the ancient city let out a roar that shook the sky. Its dragon aura exploded, directly shattering the lead-like dark clouds and letting the sunlight refract down. The owner of this ancient city is someone that I must kill. Even if they become skeletons, they still deserve to die. The bone dragon said coldly. It floated in the ancient city. Underneath it were 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons. The 5-colored skeletons were originally very powerful, especially when they were at the 9th level, which was equivalent to the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm, but now, under the pressure of the bone dragon, they were trembling and resisting with difficulty. They wanted to escape, but they were unable to break free. The bone dragon pressed down with one claw and crushed them until their bones cracked. The gap between a level 9 5-colored skeleton and this bone dragon was really too big. If you have a grudge with the owner of the ancient city, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with us. We only want their soul flames. There's no conflict between us, don't stir up trouble. The huge crystal skeleton was also aggressive and didn't retreat, but who knew that the bone dragon wouldn't listen at all? It suddenly reached out and grabbed the 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons with its dragon claws. It said coldly, "Didn't you guys want to kill the crystal skeletons in this city? I'll fulfill your wish. Come out now." The bone dragon suddenly smashed the 4 level 9 skeletons towards a certain part of the ancient city. Boom, in an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground of the ancient city directly split open, and a large area of houses collapsed. Terrifying energy rushed out from the underground, conflicting with the huge energy of the bone dragon. These two energies fought against each other, squeezing the 4 skeletons until they screamed endlessly, "How dare you! Insolent! You actually dare to use our people to seduce the crystal skeletons of this city out! You're seeking death!" At this moment, the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities all shouted angrily. They no longer hid. They rushed into the ancient city together, wanting to save the 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons. Chapter 365, Elder Universe. Although the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities sent their subordinates to lure the crystal skeletons in the ancient city, they didn't want the 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons to die. After all, the level 9 5-colored skeletons were the most powerful skeletons under their command. If they could find the Well of Heaven Ascension and enter the mortal realm in the future, the level 9 5-colored skeletons would be of great help to them. If it was an ordinary 5-colored skeleton that was about to die, these crystal skeletons wouldn't care, but they had to save their level 9 5-colored skeleton subordinates. In an instant, the 4 crystal skeletons were all exposed. Without hiding anything, they directly rushed into the ancient city. Under their surging auras, energy exploded. The crystal skeleton from the giant city was huge and aggressive. It let out a huge roar. In the ancient city, a crystal skeleton that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 netherworlds appeared. It was extremely huge, and its body was radiant. Accompanied by a powerful energy, it gave a roar of the great Tao that seemed to be able to shatter everything. From its soul flame, a stream of innate spiritual energy flew out and transformed into a huge and terrifying great Tao painting that flew deep into the ancient city. Over there, the 3 sleeping crystal skeletons had truly awakened. Who's causing trouble in the death realm? After the immortals died, carrying the will of the immortals, I descended into the death realm. Who dares to look down on the dignity of an immortal? Insolent cultivators, you actually dare to make trouble in the city of the immortal court. You deserve to be killed. Each of them was more terrifying than the other. The awakened crystal skeletons said shocking words. The crystal skeletons in the ancient city were actually from the immortal court. Countless 5-colored skeletons were shocked. This was too incredible. Even Lin Jiufeng, who was standing in the distance, also watched in surprise. They are actually from the immortal court. After they died, they came to the death realm and even became crystal skeletons. Lin Jiufeng's expression was solemn. He clenched his fists and stared at the ancient city. His mood instantly became cold. The immortal court followed the 7 races of the ancient age. They were created together with the god race, but the god race awakened and began to resist, but the immortal court was willing to be their lackey. They launched a massacre on countless races. They were very despicable. In the end, it was the god race who wiped out the immortal court. Or rather, it was the god race who fought 1 against 2, dealing with the immortal court and the 7 races of the ancient age. In the end, they brought the immortal court down with them, but if the king of gods can be resurrected in the death realm and can become the king of gods, it's normal for a few people of the immortal court to be revived here. Thinking of this, Lin Jiufeng also understood. The immortal court and the god race, this pair of enemies that were born at the same time, were still continuing to entangle. It's these 3. Their injuries have more or less recovered, the crystal skull said solemnly. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Right now, it wanted nothing more than to chop these crystal skeletons into pieces with a blade. Boom, just as Lin Jiufeng was being surprised that the people of the immortal court appeared in the death realm. In the ancient city, the crystal skeletons of the immortal court appeared, bringing with them terrifying energy that made the vast wasteland tremble. There was a torrential black fog that surged and drowned the ancient city. Even the energy of the divine souls also couldn't see through it. Now, the ancient city was densely covered with traces of the great Tao. Nothing was able to penetrate into it. The leader skeletons from the 4 ancient cities were directly swallowed by the crystal skeletons of the immortal court. They let out a tragic cry, but it was useless. They couldn't break free from the crystal skeletons' capture. The crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities roared in unison and released their full strength. The boiling energy fluctuations spread in all directions, forming an extremely intense scene that collided with the 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court. Boom! 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 The 3 crystal skeletons stood in place. Their bodies were faintly discernible, illusory, and real at the same time, filled with mystery. Suddenly, a crystal skeleton attacked. A divine soul that had been nurtured for a long time appeared between its brows. It opened its mouth and spat out a blazing light that appeared in the entire ancient city. In the very next moment, it transformed into a world grinding wheel that was resplendent and dazzling. It became the vessel of the Tao and crushed down. Ka! An extremely terrifying scene appeared. The 4 leader skeletons were crushed to death by the grinding wheel. Their huge soul flames were directly absorbed by the 3 crystal skeletons. It just so happens to make up for the last bit of energy that we lack, a crystal skeleton said coldly. Damn it! The crystal skeleton of the giant city was immediately enraged. Its entire skeleton body was emitting a sense of anger that spread in all directions. It was extremely terrifying, and the energy fluctuations it brought crushed everything in the surroundings. It ignored everything and directly attacked, brilliant like the Tao. The crystal skeleton of the giant cities pushed with its palm, creating a huge amount of energy. The energy transformed into a brilliant light that flickered between heaven and earth. Each wisp of light could shatter a being that had just entered the immortal king realm. It could be said that this attack was world-shaking. If it struck the land of the vast wasteland, the wasteland would definitely sink and cease to exist. Boom! 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 It wasn't just the crystal skeleton in the giant city that was angry. The crystal skeleton in the Beast King city was the same. It had a deep relationship with the white tiger skeleton. They were uncle and nephew, so when it saw the white tiger skeleton being directly ground to death, it was furious. It immediately pointed its finger, which was like a blade, and slashed forward. Clang! The huge black wheel was directly cut in half, turning into a resplendent light of the great Tao that shattered in all directions, completely shattering the world above the ancient city. Pooh! The crystal skeletons of the giant city and the Beast King city had already attacked. The crystal skeletons of the Azura city and the 100 Battles city weren't idle either. Originally, the 4 crystal skeletons had never got along with each other. None of them were willing to submit to the other, and they didn't interact much with each other, let alone fighting together. But now, because of the immortal court's crystal skeleton's decisiveness, they joined forces, and with this alliance, the crystal skeleton of the 100 Battles city directly took out its broadsword. With one stroke, it slashed towards a crystal skeleton of the immortal court with an aura of killing apart the 9 heavens. The crystal skeleton of Azura city didn't hesitate either. It opened its hand and a death banner trembled. The angry roars of millions of vengeful spirits came from it. These were all enemies that had died in the hands of this crystal skeleton, and they had now become its help. The 4 crystal skeletons attacked together. They were decisive and terrifying, shocking everyone outside. The 5 colored skeletons of the 4 ancient cities were all looking forward to their city lord killing the 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court now. even the bone dragon was placed aside and ignored. The crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities wanted to kill the crystal skeletons of the immortal court to vent their anger. However, facing this shocking strike, the three crystal skeletons of the immortal court instantly worked together and flipped their hands together. They executed a terrifying immortal technique of the immortal court, Great Obliteration Immortal Technique. At this moment, the energy of the three crystal skeletons gathered together. Even all the light gathered together and executed this terrifying technique together. The powerful energy pierced through space, creating a black hole. The attacks from the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities rushed into the unknown dimensional space and were all extinguished. This method shocked all the five-colored skeletons. They were dumbfounded and in disbelief. The crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities attacked together, but they were actually unable to deal with the three crystal skeletons of the immortal court. This made the five-colored skeletons, who had been cheering loudly just now, shut their mouths. They're too powerful. Lin Jiufeng watched and expressed. He was still a little far off and needed to work harder. These three damn crystal skeletons have already recovered at least 90% of their strength. This was also the move they used to deceive and defeat me back then. I remember it very clearly. The crystal skull gritted its teeth and said, "They are indeed very powerful. They can even fight 3 against 4, Black Skeleton said in surprise, but there's still the bone dragon at the side. Once it makes a move and participates in the battle, no matter which side it helps, it will break the current balance." White Skeleton noticed the bone dragon that had been watching from the side. It should be known that the beginning of this battle was caused by the bone dragon. It was impossible for it to remain indifferent and not participate. Lin Jiufeng was also watching. The ancient city was huge, but more than half of it had been destroyed. The array formation that imprisoned the crystal skull was already on the verge of collapse, about to shatter. The crystal skull's body was about to fall, but no one noticed this matter. Everyone's attention was on the 7 crystal skeletons and the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon wasn't a crystal skeleton and was only a half-step crystal skeleton, because of its identity as a member of the dragon race, its powerful race talent, and the innate might of the dragon race, it was really difficult to say who would win or lose if it fought against a crystal skeleton. At this moment, in the ancient city, the 7 crystal skeletons were facing each other. No one dared to make a move first. The bone dragon watched covetously from the side, waiting to strike. Outside the ancient city, the 5-colored skeletons were all watching the show, not daring to enter. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, his mind moved. He said, "This is a chance. Let's take the opportunity to enter and fuse the crystal skull with its body." The crystal skull was tempted, but it still asked worriedly, "Won't we be discovered if we go in like this? The only problem now is that when your body is combined into one, you will definitely erupt with a powerful aura. You will be discovered by the other crystal skeletons. Can you resist their attacks?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Other than this problem, nothing else was a problem. I can recover temporarily and possess a portion of the crystal skeleton's energy. This way, I can withstand the impact." The crystal skull calculated carefully and then said firmly, "All right, then let's go over now. Let's find your body while no one is paying attention." Lin Jiufeng began to move stealthily. He activated the primordial concealment technique to its limits and moved at his maximum speed. Just as the attention of the group of 5-colored skeletons was attracted by the crystal skeletons, he silently arrived in front of the ancient city gate. At this moment, in the ancient city, the 7 crystal skeletons and the bone dragon were facing each other. Thick white killing intent surged. Pillars of auras penetrated the sky and earth, turning into a sea of chaos and killing. It was very dangerous. No one dared to approach. Everyone watched from afar. Between heaven and earth, the most attractive things now were the 7 terrifying crystal skeletons and the huge bone dragon. No one would have thought that in such a conflict, a person who had just entered the Immortal King realm would also dare to approach. After all, even if it was a level 9 5-colored skeleton, a powerhouse equivalent to the 9th heaven of the Immortal King realm, it would still be unable to withstand a single blow from these crystal skeletons. An ordinary Immortal King or a 5-colored skeleton would be seeking death if they approached at this moment, but Lin Jiufeng made use of this point. He did the opposite. Instead of thinking that it wouldn't work and not daring to try, he tried it. Lin Jiufeng crossed the layers of killing intent and concealed his aura. He hid under the broken walls and quietly advanced. He entered the ancient city. He approached the crystal skull's body. Without anyone noticing, he placed the crystal skull on the ground. "Can you become one now?" Lin Jiufeng asked softly. "No problem, you can retreat and hide now. The once invincible crystal skeleton is about to return. The crystal skull was excited. Its soul flame kept trembling, emitting a faint power that made it fly. Lin Jiufeng immediately retreated. Once the skull and body fused, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. He couldn't stay here any longer. Moreover, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to sign in at the Immortal Court Ancient City? Time passed very quickly. Lin Jiufeng no longer delayed. He immediately went out in the opposite direction, but he couldn't leave the Immortal Court Ancient City, because he wanted to sign in. Lin Jiufeng immediately agreed. After signing in, he had to hurry out. Otherwise, when the crystal skeletons fought, he would be implicated. Sign in successful. Received Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword. Lin Jiufeng's eyes immediately lit up. This was a very powerful sword in the legends. Moreover, there were 4 of them, plus a formation blueprint. Together, they were the famous Immortal Slaying Sword array. Although there was only one Immortal Slaying Sword this time, it was still a rare treasure. Lin Jiufeng immediately left the ancient city and also checked the information of the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword is a part of the Immortal Slaying Sword array. It has a powerful edge. This was the only message, but one could see how terrifyingly powerful the Immortal Slaying Sword was. Lin Jiufeng immediately put away the Immortal Slaying Sword and didn't stay any longer. He quickly rushed out of the ancient city to in the ancient city. The crystal skull had already flown to its body. It could see everything from its current position. A crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court immediately saw it. It turned pale with fright, and its soul flame expanded in shock. You're actually still alive? A crystal skeleton said angrily. Even if you die and rot, your grandfather, will still be alive and well. What's the use of trapping my body for 20,000 years? I can still find it. You guys can't stop me now, the crystal skull said excitedly. After it approached its body, nothing could stop it anymore. Damn it, hurry up and stop it. We can't let its body become one. A crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court hurriedly shouted. It instantly attacked, wanting to flick the crystal skull away, but at this moment, the bone dragon that had been silent all this time flicked its tail and directly shattered the attack of the crystal skeleton. I quite want to see if, after 20,000 years, it will be able to have powerful capabilities. The bone dragon snorted coldly. Seeing that the crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court was anxious, it wouldn't let them have their wishes. It wasn't just the bone dragon. There were also the crystal skeletons from the 4 ancient cities. They immediately acted to stop the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. Each of them seemed to be watching a good show. You guys get lost. The crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court were unable to restrain their anger, but now, they were helpless. Moreover, the crystal skull and body had already begun to fuse a rumble. Powerful energy fluctuations spread in all directions, forming a storm. A crystal skeleton that was invincible 20,000 years ago descended into this world again. After the crystal skull integrated with its body, it laughed out loud and let out a deafening sound. It's been 20,000 years, Elder Universe, have finally recovered my body. Hearing the crystal skull's words, Lin Jiufeng stopped in his tracks. He turned his head in surprise and looked at it. It was Elder Universe. It was actually Elder Universe. Lin Jiufeng really didn't expect this, because Lin Jiufeng knew about Elder Universe. Elder Universe lived in the era of 20,000 years ago. He was a senior of the Heavenly Dao sect. He was Miss Hong's ancestor. The records that Miss Hong had once found were written very clearly that he killed his way into the Immortal Court and buried the immortal spirits, gods, and the Immortal Court of the old era. Lin Jiufeng thought that he was long dead, but who would have thought that he would actually appear again? Moreover, it was Lin Jiufeng who saved him. Fate was indescribable. Chapter 366, Life Force Great Dao Array Formation. Under the gaze of all the 5-colored skeletons, the legendary Elder Universe appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. This feeling was very strange. Although the current Elder Universe was still a skeleton, Lin Jiufeng had already confirmed its origins. This crystal skeleton was the Elder Universe who buried the Immortal Court and the God Race, Miss Hong's ancestor. Lin Jiufeng just didn't expect that he didn't die. Instead, he had lived in the Death Realm for more than 20,000 years. Moreover, he had stayed with the King of Gods, who was also the King of the Netherworld in the Death Realm, for a period of time and quite admired her. The current Elder Universe stood in the sky above the ancient city of the Immortal Court. Death energy filled his body, and his crystal skeleton body flickered with light. He spread his arms, his aura surging like waves, announcing his return, a few old farts from the immortal court. You didn't expect this, did you? You worked so hard to kill me, but I still survived. It's been 20,000 years, do you know how I've lived for the past 20,000 years? Elder Universe suddenly shouted. His soul flame erupted, and he was ferocious. His previous calmness was swept away. The three crystal skeletons of the immortal court looked at Elder Universe. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They were full of hate. If it weren't for the bone dragon and the crystal skeletons of the four cities stopping them just now, Elder Universe wouldn't have been resurrected so easily. We could kill you once back then, we can still kill you one more time now, a crystal skeleton of the immortal court said coldly to I in its soul flame. A cold light suddenly flashed. With a tap of its hand, a killing intent flew out and shattered all the obstacles in front of it with a puff. This strike was unexpected and powerful. It headed straight for Elder Universe. The other crystal skeletons watched coldly without stopping it. They also wanted to see how powerful Elder Universe would be after he became one with his head. Would he be able to influence the outcome of the battle this time? This killing intent soared into the sky and crossed the ancient city of the immortal court. It represented the will of the world. Surging killing intent surged like a tsunami, causing the heavens to tremble. The soul flames of the five-colored skeletons outside the city were trembling. They could sense the terrifying might of this attack. Even Lin Jiufeng felt his skin crawl. This killing intent was too intense. The killing intent pounced towards Elder Universe. Elder Universe didn't dodge. He didn't move and just stood there. Killing intent surged, dang. But it didn't touch Elder Universe and just smashed 3 meters in front of him. The attack stopped. This killing intent was so dense that after it smashed down, a huge, deafening sound erupted. That boiling energy erupted and shrouded a radius of thousands of miles. No place in this area was safe. Everything was turned into ashes, but Elder Universe was unscathed. His skeleton body was protected by a huge clock. The bell rotated slowly, emitting a resplendent starry light that blocked all damage. What's this? All the surrounding five-colored skeletons were dumbfounded. They looked at the huge clock and felt that it was unfathomable, as if a universe was printed on it. In the depths of the dark and cold starry sky, there was a resplendent light that represented the hope of life. The crystal skeletons of the immortal court gritted their teeth and said angrily, "Universe clock, you're still such an iron turtle." As soon as these words came out, everyone knew what this huge clock was, especially Lin Jiufeng. He immediately remembered what Miss Hong had once told him. Elder Universe imparted all of his ultimate techniques to her. Among them, the most powerful was the Universe Clock. At that time, Lin Jiufeng had no idea how powerful the Universe Clock was, nor could he imagine it now. Elder Universe had personally executed the Universe Clock. The Universe Clock that represented coldness and aloofness directly protected his body, easily blocking the strike of the crystal skeleton of the immortal court. Wasn't this too terrifying? After 20,000 years, I executed the Universe Clock once more. Even if you guys trap my body, my spiritual consciousness will still exist forever. I'm the undying true Lord. I am the synonym for eternity. I am the symbol of invincibility. Back then, the king of the netherworld suppressed the death realm. I, Elder Universe, wouldn't do too poorly either. Today, the well of heaven ascension has appeared. Let's put aside our grudges for the time being. If you dare to attack me again, the world will definitely be overturned. Another invincible crystal skeleton will die in the death realm. Elder Universe stood proudly in the sky above the ancient city of the immortal court. He stared at the Universe Clock and said these words coldly. The three crystal skeletons of the immortal court were quite angry. They really wanted to stuff Elder Universe's mouth and shut it, but the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities were watching covetously. Also, beside them was a bone dragon that wasn't inferior to them in battle. The three crystal skeletons of the immortal court thought about it again and again, and decided to endure their anger and didn't attack anymore. They chose to let Elder Universe be impudent for a while longer. After all, the most important thing now was still the well of heaven. Ascension. At this moment, the crystal skeletons of the immortal court also knew why so many five-colored skeletons and crystal skeletons had come to the depths of the vast wasteland. The original depths of the vast wasteland were very dangerous. The five-colored skeletons wouldn't come in easily, hence, they were still puzzled at the beginning, but now, they understood that the most important thing now was the well of heaven ascension. Find the well of heaven ascension and enter the mortal realm. Their flesh and blood would be reborn, and they would rebuild the immortal court. Hence, looking at the impudent elder universe, the crystal skeletons of the immortal court ultimately didn't make a move. The crystal skeletons of the immortal court stopped, and so the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities naturally stopped too. Although they felt heartache for the death of their level 9 5-colored skeleton subordinates and wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with the crystal skeletons of the immortal court, but it was still the same logic. The most important thing now was still the Well of Heaven ascension. They could let go of everything else to achieve this goal, including the Bone Dragon. It thought the same way too. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Elder Universe heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He left the ancient city in satisfaction. Lin Jiufeng, who had been watching all this time, smacked his lips and said enviously, "This fellow, it really managed to pull off its act. A skeleton that has just recovered and doesn't have much strength rebuking a few other crystal skeletons. How majestic." The key is that these few people really stopped, mainly for the sake of the Well of Heaven ascension. Have they sensed that Elder Universe is currently still quite weak? Black Skeleton asked curiously. I don't think so, because once they sense it, they won't let Elder Universe stand in the limelight so easily. White Skeleton analyzed. Of course not. Right at this moment, a crystal skeleton that had shrunk to a small size directly jumped into Lin Jiufeng's palm and said proudly, "What kind of person do you think I, Elder Universe, am? I gathered all my strength together just now to execute that universe clock. There are no flaws at all. They are also in doubt now. They're wondering if I have really recovered all of a sudden or if I'm just bluffing," Elder Universe said in detail. His tone was proud, and he was also satisfied with his acting skills just now. The key was that all sorts of vicious words were thrown out and really intimidated the other party. This was the most satisfying thing. Now, he quietly shrank and ran to Lin Jiufeng's side because he didn't want to expose himself. He let Lin Jiufeng continue to hide and bring him forward while he began to silently recover his strength. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to put Elder Universe into the sword of the ancient battlefield. Instead, he looked at Elder Universe and asked, "Since you are called Elder Universe, do you know about the Heavenly Tao sect?" Elder Universe originally planned to wholeheartedly recover his cultivation base. Who knew that Lin Jiufeng would say these words? He asked in surprise, "How do you know about the Heavenly Tao sect?" To Elder Universe, the Heavenly Tao sect was already a very, very distant matter. At that time, he was young. He entered the sect and learned from his master, becoming the first-generation disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. At that time, the Heavenly Tao sect was just established and he was the only disciple. Then, he cultivated diligently and watched as the Heavenly Tao sect gradually expanded and slowly developed. The Heavenly Tao sect followed the cycle of the Heavenly Tao. They believed that humans couldn't go against the Heavenly Tao and should follow the rules of the era, letting the common people eat their fill, letting cultivators cultivate in peace, letting the old and young have support. Letting these words become reality and not just empty words. For this dream, Elder Universe gave his all. In the end, the Immortal Court fought with the God Race. The war wasn't just in the 9 heavens of the Immortal Court, nor was it in the 3rd world of the God Race. It also affected the mortal realm. The battle affected everyone. Under the endless battles, no one was spared. When Elder Universe saw all of this, he made up his mind to bury the God Race and the Immortal Court and stop this battle. But when he entered the 9 heavens of the Immortal Court, what he saw were some remnants of the Immortal Court. In addition, the power of the 7 races of the ancient age. Elder Universe directly executed the universe clock. His powerful strength penetrated the sky and earth, killing everyone from the 7 races of the ancient age. But he himself also didn't have long to live. In the end, he sat on the ruins of the Immortal Court and said that he buried the God Race and the Immortal Court. He also buried an old era. These were all matters that happened when Elder Universe was in the mortal realm. That he had almost forgotten about it. During the 20,000 years in the death realm, he constantly thought of returning to the mortal realm, but he failed every time. This gradually disheartened him and he stopped thinking about it. The closest he had been to returning to the mortal realm was when he was still an ignorant skeleton and had yet to awaken the memories of his previous life, because the king of the netherworld had brought him to the Well of Heaven Ascension. He was nearby the Well of Heaven Ascension at that time. He was very, very close to the Well of Heaven Ascension. This was also the closest he had ever been to the mortal realm, and now, the matters of the mortal realm had already been sealed for 20,000 years. It was only when Lin Jiufeng mentioned it that these matters were unsealed. Elder Universe looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. When I was in the mortal realm, I knew a friend of the Heavenly Tao sect. Her name was Miss Hong, and she was the sect leader of this generation's Heavenly Tao sect. She told me that there was a senior called Elder Universe who existed in the records of the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Jiufeng said Elder Universe fell silent. He fell into his memories surged like a tide. I haven't remembered anything about the mortal realm for a long time. After all these years, I'm also unwilling to think back to the glorious deeds of the past. I'm indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. Elder Universe sighed and said, by the way, you entered the vicinity of the Well of Heaven Ascension back then. Although you were brought in by the King of the Netherworld and don't know the way in, you also don't remember the way out? Lin Jiufeng asked. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were also very curious. I didn't leave the vicinity of the Well of Heaven Ascension, Elder Universe said. Then, how did you come out? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. There's a huge array formation near the Well of Heaven Ascension. This array formation is called the Life Force Great Tao Array Formation. It can teleport people out. I was teleported out, so I don't know anything about the path to enter and leave the Well of Heaven Ascension, Elder Universe said honestly. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Life Force Great Tao Array Formation, this sounded very familiar. It was only a word away from the life-reversing Great Tao Array Formation that he had obtained in the mortal realm. What shape is that Life Force Great Tao Array Formation? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. It seems that the entire mountain range is filled with that Life Force Great Tao Array Formation. It's very magnificent and huge. It's unbelievable. Elder Universe recalled. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. The entire mountain range was filled with Great Tao Array formations, similar to the life-reversing Great Tao Array formation back then. Perhaps I can witness another miracle. Lin Jiufeng was excited. He said to Elder Universe, I will focus on traveling now. You can recover slowly. If there's anything you need, let me know. Okay. Elder Universe agreed immediately. Lin Jiufeng put Elder Universe into the immortal slaying sword instead of putting him together with Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. When Elder Universe was recovering his strength, he would definitely exude a huge aura. If he was placed together with Black Skeleton and White Skeleton, it would definitely create a huge pressure on them. Hence, Lin Jiufeng separated them. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton worked hard in their cultivation, striving to enter the five-colored skeleton realm. Elder Universe also worked hard to recover and strive to reach his peak strength as soon as possible. As for Lin Jiufeng, he followed the main group deeper into the vast wasteland. Because of the discovery of the Well of Heaven Ascension, these crystal skeletons could temporarily put aside their grudges. The three crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court, the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities, and the bone dragon simultaneously entered the depths of the vast wasteland. Instead of continuing to fight, the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities led their subordinates to overcome the obstacles deep in the vast wasteland and advance non-stop, because there were 7 crystal skeletons holding the line, plus a bone dragon and more than 1,000 five-colored skeletons. With this huge strength, even in the dangerous wasteland, they could still proceed domineeringly. Hence, the speed this time really became very fast. They directly crushed over all obstacles. When they encountered a tricky situation, the crystal skeletons would come out to solve it. If one couldn't make it, then 2. If 2 couldn't, then 4. Now, everyone had infinite curiosity and desire for the Well of Heaven Ascension. They had stayed in the cold, lonely, and lifeless death realm for too long. All of the five-colored skeletons missed the colorful mortal realm. Hence, no one was willing to be a burden. They all advanced rapidly, but this benefited Lin Jiufeng. He followed behind happily and didn't encounter any danger. If there were any danger, the crystal skeletons would help solve it. Finally, after walking for 3 days and 3 nights, they arrived at the core area of the vast wasteland which spanned for millions of miles, which was the location near the Well of Heaven Ascension. A huge and majestic mountain exuded an exuberant life force. On the mountain, the trees were lush and colorful. Compared to the lifelessness of the death realm, the difference was completely like heaven and earth. Moreover, this mountain range had surrounded the Well of Heaven Ascension. The mountain range was in front, and the Well of Heaven Ascension was in the center. Surrounded by the mountain range, the Well of Heaven Ascension was incomparably huge and unfathomable. It was as black as a black hole in the universe. Every five-colored skeleton or crystal skeleton that saw the Well of Heaven Ascension couldn't help but want to approach and take a look. They looked around excitedly. The Well of Heaven Ascension was their hope of returning to the mortal realm, but Lin Jiufeng was different. Before he stepped into this mountain range, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Do you want to sign in before the Life Force Great Tao Array Formation? Chapter 367, Pagoda and Scepter. Do you want to sign in before the Life Force Great Tao Array Formation? Lin Jiufeng signed in without hesitation. He had followed the main group and had been hiding all this time. Wasn't this because he wanted to come here and take a look at the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation? Lin Jiufeng felt that the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation and the Life Reversing Great Dao Array Formation were the same existence. But one was positive and the other was negative. Or rather, the Life Reversing Great Dao Array Formation and the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation both had opposite meanings. The Life Reversing Great Array Formation could reverse life, turn living people into undead creatures, and turn a stone statue into a living person. The Life Reversing Great Dao Array Formation had infinite possibilities. When used, it could devour the enemy and change their life forms. Then, what about the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation? Lin Jiufeng was looking forward to it. He said solemnly, "Sign in." Sign in successful. Received the activation method of the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation. This notification delighted Lin Jiufeng. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. He controlled the activation method of the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation now. The Well of Heaven Ascension is too terrifying. It's like a black hole that can pierce through the world, making one tremble. Even though I've broken through to the Immortal King realm, my entire body still chills. Let these skeletons explore it. I'll go and explore the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation instead. Lin Jiufeng calculated carefully in his heart. He was currently hiding in the dark and had always been careful not to be discovered. Then, he could take the opportunity to understand the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation. No one would know anyway. Moreover, everyone's attention was now on the Well of Heaven Ascension. Not many people would pay attention to the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation buried in the surrounding mountains. Even if they paid attention, they didn't have a way to activate it, so this was a blessed period for Lin Jiufeng. I'm going to explore the surrounding mountains. Are you guys going to stay here or follow me? Lin Jiufeng asked Black Skeleton, White Skeleton, and Elder Universe. If they were concerned about the Well of Heaven Ascension, then they should stay here. Lin Jiufeng was very open-minded and wouldn't force them. I'll follow you, Black Skeleton said without hesitation. I'll follow you too, White Skeleton said immediately. They weren't stupid. They knew that they hadn't broken through to the five-colored skeleton realm yet. They were useless here. Among the 1,000+ skeletons here, there wasn't a single golden soul flame skeleton except for the two of them. The rest were all five-colored skeletons at least. Moreover, these skeletons didn't just newly enter the five-colored skeleton realm. There were even 7 crystal skeletons, a bone dragon, and an elder universe. Surrounded by these powerhouses, Black Skeleton and White Skeleton were both very smart. They chose to follow the immortal King Lin, who had always created miracles. Elder Universe said softly, I'll follow you too. The Well of Heaven Ascension has been discovered, but it's not that easy to enter. Back then, I personally witnessed the scene of the King of the Netherworld killing countless enemies in front of the Well of Heaven Ascension. If they rashly enter, they will suffer a huge loss. When Lin Jiufeng heard this, he didn't hesitate. He no longer followed the large group of skeletons. He concealed his aura and body and entered the large circle of mountains surrounding the Well of Heaven Ascension. The Well of Heaven Ascension was very majestic, very broad, and also very domineering. It was as if a hole had opened in the depths of the earth, leading to the ground. A terrifying aura rolled in the Well of Heaven Ascension. This aura didn't come out, but the surrounding huge stones seemed to be stained with blood, emitting an evil aura. But the skeletons of the Death Realm no longer cared about these things. They were so excited that they forgot everything. The mortal realm, that long-lost mortal realm, my hometown. I've been trapped in the Death Realm for 20,000 years. After I died back then, I thought that my soul would disintegrate and be returned to the world. Who would have thought that I would come to the Death Realm and become like this? I've lived for 20,000 years, living a life worse than death. The mortal realm must have changed drastically. My family, my lover, my children, I finally have a chance to return to the mortal realm that I love deeply. When I was alive, I thought that the mortal realm was a purgatory, but after I died, I felt that the mortal realm was a sanctuary. All of you just ignore me. I want to return to the mortal realm. My lover is still waiting for me. No matter who it was, as long as they were five-colored skeletons, they were all from the mortal realm. They could also reproduce skeletons in the death realm, but as long as they were skeletons from the mortal realm, they were more against this kind of thing. Especially the five-colored skeletons that had awakened their memories. They didn't leave behind any so-called descendants in the death realm. Their hearts still yearned for the mortal realm. Hence, when the news of the Well of Heaven ascension came, all the five-colored skeletons became excited. No matter what they were doing or who they were, they would put down everything and follow the main group into the depths of the vast wasteland. They would overcome all obstacles and shatter everything in their way to find the Well of Heaven ascension. Now, the Well of Heaven ascension was right in front of them. Countless skeletons were so excited that they were incoherent. Their soul flames danced to express their excitement. If they were made of flesh and blood, a large group of people would be covered in tears and unable to control themselves. There were even five-colored skeletons that rushed straight for the Well of Heaven ascension. They couldn't suppress their longing for home. The urge to return to the mortal realm suppressed their rationality. Boom! But in the very next moment, a huge golden crocodile crawled out of the Well of Heaven ascension. It looked coldly at the five-colored skeleton that was charging over. Roar! The golden crocodile stabilized its body and spat out. In an instant, the world shook like thunder. The mountains and ravines were trembling, and some tall mountains directly collapsed. With the Well of Heaven ascension as the center, only the mountain range surrounding it was unscathed. The surrounding mountains in the outer areas were all shattered. At this moment, tens of thousands of small crocodiles flew over densely in the sky. They transformed into a rain of black light swords that pierced the void and directly stabbed this five-colored skeleton to death. It was nailed to the front of the Well of Heaven ascension. It looked at the path in front that led to the mortal world with extreme unwillingness. Finally, its soul flame was extinguished. This change dampened the mood of the five-colored skeletons, instantly calming them down. As for the 7 crystal skeletons, including the bone dragon, they stood still and watched carefully. The crystal skeleton of the giant city said, according to the old legends, there's a golden crocodile living in the Well of Heaven ascension. It's the crocodile ancestor of the ancient era. Everyone has always treated it as a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. The legend might be fake and exaggerated, but it's not baseless. This crocodile ancestor is very powerful, the crystal skeleton of the Azura city said. What do we do now? The crystal skeleton of the Beast King city asked. We are now in the same boat. Once we are separated, those few pieces of trash from the immortal court will definitely make a move on us. Moreover, the Well of Heaven ascension is in front. Everyone wants to leave the death realm and return to the mortal realm. Then, let's make an agreement now and establish an alliance. How about it? The crystal skeleton of the 100 Battles City sent a voice transmission. Sure, I agree to establish an alliance agreement. Although everyone has grudges against each other because of the Bone Pagoda, we have no life and death grudges after all. Moreover, we have known each other for so many years. In addition, the Immortal Court has killed the most powerful five-colored skeletons under us. All of these things added up are enough for us to join forces. The crystal skeleton of the giant city immediately agreed. Once we join forces and summon the Bone Pagoda, we will use the power of the pagoda to suppress the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court and crush them. The crystal skeleton of the giant city added. Actually, the crystal skeleton of these 4 ancient cities discovered a pagoda in the early years. It was very powerful. The 4 crystal skeletons tried to gain control of it frantically, but in the end, each of them gained control of a portion of it. No one monopolized it. For this reason, the ownership of the pagoda became a problem between them. Until now, after the crystal skeleton from Giant City proposed it, the other 3 immediately agreed. That's indeed the case. I have no objections either. Let's join forces and form a powerful force. Activate the Bone Pagoda and kill the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. Then, we will enter the mortal realm. That will be our success. Now that we have found the Well of Heaven ascension, we can't miss this opportunity. The crystal skeleton of the Beast King's city also agreed. Then, should we deal with the bone dragon? It has an undeniable responsibility for the death of the 4 level 9 5-colored skeletons. The crystal skeleton of Azura City asked. Not for now. Once we force the bone dragon and the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court to join forces, we won't be a match for them. Then, we will be at a disadvantage and will be very passive. Now, we have to rope in the bone dragon. The crystal skeleton of the giant city rejected and advised. The crystal skeletons of the Beast King City and 100 Battles City also thought so. After all, they had already fought intensely with the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. There was no possibility of reconciliation, so it was natural to deal with them. At this moment, they shouldn't provoke the bone dragon. The bone dragon was too powerful. To them, it was also a tough nut to crack. After all, it was from the dragon race and a half-step crystal skeleton. It wasn't easy to deal with it either. Then I'll contact the bone dragon and rope it in. If possible, we can join forces with it to kill the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court to prevent future troubles, the crystal skeleton of the Beast King City said coldly. They truly wanted to kill the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. The other 3 crystal skeletons agreed and let the crystal skeleton of the Beast King City contact the bone dragon to see its attitude. Over here, the crystal skeleton of the Beast King City contacted the bone dragon. Do you want to kill the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court? The crystal skeleton of the Beast King City was very direct. It asked the question simply. A simple sentence made the soul flame of the bone dragon change. The bone dragon pondered for a moment and replied, "When do we make our move?" It was also very direct. It directly asked when they would make a move. The crystal skeleton of the Beast King City was overjoyed. Any time. They were all direct people. Without discussing anything else, they settled the matter with a few words. Then let's do it. The bone dragon was very crazy. As it spoke, it flicked its tail and smashed towards the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. The bone dragon's huge body was like a thick mountain ridge. It immediately brandished its tail and rushed into the sky before crashing down ruthlessly. This was something unexpected and out of the blue. The Well of Heaven Ascension was right in front of their eyes, especially when a huge golden crocodile ancestor that resembled a mountain had just appeared. Everyone's attention was on it. No one expected that the bone dragon would actually make trouble at this moment. Even the 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court who were attacked were shocked. They hurriedly retreated, shocked and angry. Boom! The bone dragon smashed down with its tail, causing the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court to avoid it. It smashed onto the mountain range, and the mountain range instantly trembled. Large amounts of rubble collapsed down the mountain, and even the mountain range trembled. Bone dragon, are you crazy? The Well of Heaven Ascension is right in front of you. Instead of thinking about how to enter the mortal realm, you attacked us. Are you crazy? Bone dragon, you haven't even completely broken through to the crystal skeleton realm, yet you still dare to be so impudent? The 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court shouted in surprise and anger. Their auras instantly erupted as they stared at the bone dragon, killing intent spreading. The surrounding 5-colored skeletons watched in surprise. They were all thinking about how to return to the mortal realm. They didn't expect the bone dragon to actually start a fight. But the bone dragon didn't answer. The raging flames in its eyes were cold and terrifying. Although it didn't say anything, everyone could see that the bone dragon had an inextinguishable hatred for the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. But before the bone dragon could continue its attack, the 4 crystal skeletons that had just formed an alliance also attacked. Kill! 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 For deafening shouts smashed down like the sound of the great Tao collapsing. Accompanied by 4 powerful shouts, a huge mountain collapsed in the depths of the vast wasteland. Its might was vast and attracted the attention of countless beings. Rumble! After the mountain collapsed, a pagoda flew out and slowly rose. This was a bone pagoda that emitted a terrifying might. It was activated by the joint efforts of the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities. At this moment, the 4 crystal skeletons exerted strength together and activated the 5-layered bone pagoda. They suppressed it forward, wanting to destroy the crystal skeletons of the immortal court in one go. Rumble! The bone pagoda crushed over in the air. Wherever it passed, everything turned into primal chaos. No one could stop it. Everyone watched in surprise. This pagoda was lustrous and pure white. It was made from the bones of a supreme existence. This kind of bone was the most precious and couldn't be sought after, only obtainable through pure luck. After a top powerhouse disintegrated into the Tao, its other bones would all be reduced to ashes. Only the toughest great Tao bone would remain. But it was impossible for a single great Tao bone to be crafted into such a pagoda. Hence, this bone pagoda was made from countless great Tao bones. One could imagine how terrifying it was. This pagoda gathered the essence of the great Tao bones. After countless tempering, it was finally formed after being refined by a mysterious person for countless years. It transformed into the current bone pagoda. It was a rare treasure in the world. It had been more than 10,000 years since it was discovered by the 4 crystal skeletons and finally made its appearance now. At this moment, the pagoda swallowed and spat out the endless killing intent in the death realm. The killing intent descended from the pagoda's body, looking extremely terrifying. It transformed into an immortal god that swooped down. Its destructive power was beyond imagination, covering the crystal skeletons of the immortal court beneath it. Boom! With this huge impact, the bone pagoda condensed killing intent and transformed it into a terrifying killing god that descended. It was simply invincible, shocking all the 5-colored skeletons. At this moment, even a fool knew that the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities and the bone dragon had joined forces. They had discussed together that they would kill the 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court first. That terrifying killing intent. That terrifying pagoda. That terrifying enemy. At this moment, it wanted the lives of the crystal skeletons from the immortal court. Even Lin Jiufeng, who had entered the mountain range, was alarmed. I just left and they started fighting. In the mountain range, Lin Jiufeng saw the crystal bone pagoda through the dense trees. He couldn't help but be surprised by the might and horror of this pagoda. It made him feel that even the general appointing platform or the light of the homes couldn't compare to it for the time being. Perhaps it's because of the strength of the person activating it. These are 4 crystal skeletons activating it together. If I use the 4 crystal skeletons to activate the general appointing platform, it will definitely be very powerful too. It won't be much weaker than this bone pagoda. Lin Jiufeng thought in his heart and wiped out the false feeling from before. They are fighting. I have to go and take a look. If the crystal skeletons of the immortal court are being killed, I have to participate too and add insult to injury. Elder Universe couldn't sit still anymore. He hated these crystal skeletons of the immortal court to death. Now that he had a chance to witness their death, how could he not go? Not to mention the opportunity to add insult to injury. Hence, he didn't care about his strength that had yet to recover. He immediately rushed out of the immortal slaying sword. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop him and let him leave. Instead, he casually threw the immortal slaying sword to Elder Universe. Take it. The immortal slaying sword is infinitely powerful. You can protect yourself with it, Lin Jiufeng said. Elder Universe chuckled and didn't decline. He thanked Lin Jiufeng and then decisively rushed out, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Lin Jiufeng just took another look at the bone pagoda. This was the best treasure he had seen in the death realm. After he was done with looking at it, he wholeheartedly sensed the life force Great Tao Array formation buried deep in the mountain range. Using his feet to measure the earth, mountains, and feeling the pulse of the earth's core, grasping the meaning of life. Then, execute the activation method of the life force Great Tao Array formation and activate this huge life force Great Tao Array formation. Merge it into his body. This was what Lin Jiufeng wanted to do now, the same as integrating the life-reversing Great Tao Array formation into his body in the mortal realm. It was just that Lin Jiufeng was very weak back then and was only at the mystic immortal realm. The current Lin Jiufeng was already at the immortal king realm. Moreover, he was at the second heaven of the immortal king realm. Of course, the life force Great Daorai formation buried deep in the mountain range in front of him was also different from the life-reversing Great Daorai formation that he had obtained in the mortal realm. The life-reversing Great Daorai formation obtained in the mortal realm wasn't authentic. It was copied by someone else. Moreover, compared to this mountain range in front of him, the broken cliff mountain range in the mortal world was a loach compared to a dragon. This is the true life force Great Daorai formation. It should have been personally carved by the person who invented this array formation. It's definitely authentic. Lin Jiufeng compared it in his heart. It was very difficult to integrate this into a spiritual body. But Lin Jiufeng had to do this. I have the experience of integrating the life-reversing Great Daorai formation into my body. I can stop the damage in time. If there's really a problem, I can cut it off. Even if there's a small loss, it's still okay. Once I integrate with the life force Great Daorai formation, the improvement to my strength will definitely be huge. Then, when I return to the mortal realm, I can also face the 7 races of the ancient age. With this in mind, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the battle that was happening outside. He focused on activating the life force Great Daorai formation. Outside, the battle instantly broke out. The bone pagoda smashed down. Its killing intent transformed into a god of killing that pounced over. It was aggressive looking. But the crystal skeletons of the immortal court weren't someone to be trifled with. They worked together and summoned a golden scepter. Boom! This golden scepter erupted with a huge force, directly dissipating the god of killing. Then, this aura even rushed into the sky, representing the will of the world. It made the surging killing intent in the death realm boil like a tsunami, and the vast wasteland that spanned millions of miles trembled. What? Many skeletons present were alarmed when they saw this scene. This divine scepter had an extremely terrifying killing intent that made many 5-colored skeletons tremble, and they couldn't help but submit. This is the supreme scepter of the heavenly court. It is now emitting a supreme divine might. With the activation of the crystal skeletons, it has completely awakened. The bone dragon let out a long roar. It recognized the origins of this scepter and shouted fiercely. Back then, among the top magic treasures of the immortal court, the eternal dragon boat was one, and this supreme scepter was also one. But now, it was different. Under the full stimulation and operation of the 3 crystal skeletons, the scepter was resplendent. It was as if it brought with it a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and appeared in this world, making all the living beings' souls tremble. How many years has it been? I've finally seen the supreme divine artifact of the heavenly court shine and appear again. A crystal skeleton of the immortal court trembled in excitement. This is the supreme scepter of the ancient heavenly court? The crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities were shocked. But then, they immediately activated the bone pagoda and directly pressed down. No matter what this scepter is, we're going to kill you guys today. The crystal skeleton of the Beast King city roared. Its soul flame surged as it stared at the 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court. Die. Chapter 368, The Aura of Life. The crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities were very domineering and united. Since ancient times, they had never been so united. They themselves found it incredible. But now, they had already decided that they must kill the crystal skeletons of the immortal court. Even if the supreme scepter of the immortal court appeared, they also wouldn't hesitate to do so. Moreover, they firmly believed that the bone pagoda that the 4 of them controlled together wouldn't be weaker than the immortal court's supreme scepter. Retreating without even fighting wasn't their style. At this moment, their auras surged. The 4 old enemies abandoned their previous grudges and worked together. Their auras overlapped and burned like the sun, dispelling the darkness and shattering the death energy. Then, they carried the bone pagoda and directly suppressed it down with a rumbling sound. The invincible force made the world tremble. The mountains and rivers trembled. If it weren't for the fact that there was the well of heaven ascension in the distance and a mountain-like crocodile ancestor suppressing heaven and earth, the world would have long split apart. But now, the world was also trembling. Boom! This terrifying impact suppressed down, making the three crystal skeletons of the immortal court feel extremely aggrieved. They were furious. They were filled with hatred. They were resentful. When they were alive, they were the rulers of the supreme immortal court. They were extremely powerful, represented heaven and earth to execute punishments, and killed all enemies. How glorious was that? How comfortable was that? How high-spirited were they then? But the god race wanted to pull them along to resist the 7 races of the ancient age. The god race was crazy. Were the 7 races of the ancient age that easy to resist? They were all created by the 7 races of the ancient age, yet the god race wanted to resist? Moreover, the immortal court was already in control of the world. How could they give up everything so easily and resist the 7 races of the ancient age with the god race? The immortal court rejected the god race without hesitation and completely cut off all ties with the god race. Then, the god race attacked the immortal court and the 7 races of the ancient age alone. No one expected that in the end, the god race and the immortal court would be destroyed together. The tragedy of that battle could no longer be described with words. Countless people and races perished. Towards the end, many worlds were shattered. Logically speaking, after a person died, everything would cease to exist. But who would have thought that outside the vast mortal realm, there was also a mysterious and unfathomable death realm? The death realm could take in people who died in the mortal realm. Logically speaking, those who reached or surpassed the immortal king realm couldn't enter the death realm. The king of gods was forcefully stuffed in by someone. She used a coffin and brought her remnant soul to the death realm. The crystal skeletons of the immortal court also descended into the death realm for various magical reasons. They subsequently awakened their memories and knew that they weren't dead. They were overjoyed and began to gather some skeletons of the immortal court. In this endless wasteland, they built the immortal court of the death realm. There were dozens of ancient cities. They were very powerful, so much so that the vast wilderness that spanned 1,000,000 miles became theirs. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would suffer a heavy blow. Over time, a legend of a terrifying monster was born in the depths of the vast wasteland. The immortal court's plan was quite good. They occupied the vast wasteland and slowly searched for the Well of Heaven Ascension. Then, they would all enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension and rebuild the immortal court. Especially when they obtained one of the immortal court's supreme treasures, the supreme scepter, in the death realm. This gave them a lot of confidence. They believed that they were the Messiah of the immortal court, the pioneers of rebuilding the immortal court. They were people who were to be revered and respected by future generations, people who would save the immortal court from destruction. But, just as they were preparing to explore the Well of Heaven Ascension deep in the wasteland, the king of the netherworld descended. The king of the netherworld, who was also the king of gods, went deep into the depths of the death realm under the guidance of Elder Universe and then advanced to the crystal skeleton level. Then, she discovered that there were members of the immortal court deep in the vast wasteland. Moreover, these members of the immortal court wanted to rebuild the immortal court and return to the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng had heard from Elder Universe that the king of the netherworld had once entered the vast wasteland alone and started a massacre. She fought until the sun and moon lost their light and the death realm shook, causing countless people to believe that there was a terrifying thing deep in the death realm. The king of the netherworld succeeded. She killed the various members of the immortal court in the depths of the Great Desolate. Countless huge cities were destroyed, and only one was left. In this ancient city, there were 4 crystal skeletons hiding in the dark. They used the supreme scepter of the immortal court to hide and escape this calamity. They had been living a very aggrieved life during this period of time. But they had to endure it. The king of gods was too powerful and domineering. When she saw the people of the immortal court, she didn't waste time saying too much. She just said one word, kill. She killed until the world turned dark and the crystal skeletons of the immortal court trembled in fear. They could only endure. Until the king of gods found the Well of Heaven Ascension and left the death realm. At first, many people didn't believe that the king of gods had left the depths of the death realm. After waiting for 1,000 years, they finally confirmed that the King of Gods, who was also the King of the Netherworld, had left. These 1,000 years gave Elder Universe time to recover his cultivation base. With the huge resources left behind by the King of Gods, he recovered to his peak. Then, a huge battle that shocked the depths of the Death Realm happened. Elder Universe, who had just recovered to his peak, had no idea what happened at all. He was found by the 4 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court who had been angry for more than 1,000 years. The 4 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court thought that Elder Universe knew where the Well of Heaven Ascension was, so they wanted to interrogate him and enter the mortal realm. How could Elder Universe know? The battle erupted. It was unknown how intense this battle was. Elder Universe's strength was at its peak, and the 4 crystal skeletons were the same. They attacked together and didn't use the Supreme Scepter, thinking that they were enough to defeat Elder Universe. But they underestimated Elder Universe's might. After all, he was the person who had buried the Immortal Court and the God race. In a situation where it was 1 against 4, Elder Universe still killed 1 and injured 3. His head was also separated, and he fled in a hurry. The remaining 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court brought Elder Universe's body back to the ancient city. They set up an array formation and imprisoned his body for 20,000 years. Hence, the time came to this point. The 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court had recovered from their injuries. Although they weren't at their peak, they weren't far from it. Who knew that as soon as they re-emerged, they would be attacked by the 4 crystal skeletons and a bone dragon? This was simply extremely infuriating to them. Did they provoke anyone? Hence, facing the suppression of the Bone Pagoda, the 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court elevated the strength to their peak. They burned their magic power in true chi and summoned the Supreme Scepter of the Immortal Court. You guys want to kill us? Dream on. The Immortal Court is high and mighty, not something you guys can humiliate. A crystal skeleton from the Immortal Court shouted coldly. Boom! 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 After the Supreme Scepter was activated, it devoured a huge amount of true chi and death energy. It erupted, and its lethality shocked the world. The killing intent was vast and mighty, surging like a sea. Wherever it passed, the void became a black hole, shrouded in strands of chaotic energy. Dang! It collided with the Bone Pagoda. The White Pagoda rumbled like a thunder god roaring and raging. Blood lights spurted out one after another. The nomological powers that the 4 crystal skeletons summoned together appeared. They transformed into 4 divine lights of order that slashed forward together. Their auras were aggressive, wanting to kill the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. Without reasoning. They didn't care about the Well of Heaven Ascension or the Golden Crocodile Ancestor. They were filled with killing intent for the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. We hold the scepter of the heavenly courts in our hands. Today, we will punish you all for offending the dignity of the Immortal Court. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. A crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court shouted. It mobilized its huge nomological true chi and the chains of order. They entangled together and controlled the golden scepter to suppress the ancient pagoda. Mobilized by these energies, the Immortal Court's supreme scepter was invincible. It bloomed with a resplendent light as if it had its own life. The Immortal Court's supreme scepter was devouring the essence of the world. It surged in the primal chaos and delivered a huge and terrifying attack. It struck the Bone Pagoda down a few times. Rumble! In an instant, the world collapsed. The Immortal Court's supreme scepter completely displayed its might, wanting to destroy the Bone Pagoda and the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities together. Ka! 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 The Bone Pagoda was forced to retreat step by step. The pressure was huge. Although they were both powerful magic treasures, the 5-colored skeletons in the surroundings could see that the supreme scepter of the Immortal Court was suppressing the Bone Pagoda. This is a treasure that the Immortal Court has refined for 30,000 years. The Immortal Court has ruled the world for 30,000 years, and the majesty and might that it represents are all gathered on this treasure. The Supreme Scepter is the Immortal Court, and the Immortal Court is the Supreme Scepter. With this treasure, we will definitely be able to restore the former glory of the Immortal Court. The crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court shouted angrily. Their expression was proud as they watched the Supreme Scepter suppress the Bone Pagoda. Their soul flames soared to a terrifying extent. They were full of confidence. This won't do. This scepter used to be the #1 killing artifact of the Immortal Court. This scepter was born with the divine runes of the Great Tao imprinted on it. It was created by nature. Later on, the Immortal Court used 30,000 years of their might to feed it. After experiencing the refining of the past lords of the Immortal Court, it's too powerful. The crystal skeleton of the giant city roared and resisted with difficulty, supporting the Bone Pagoda. The other 3 crystal skeletons were the same. They resisted with difficulty. They forcefully supported the Bone Pagoda and withstood the pressure of the Supreme Scepter. Although it was very strenuous, none of them talked about giving up. This was very strange. Bone Dragon, are you still not going to make a move? The crystal skeleton from the Beast King city roared and asked the Bone Dragon to help. The Immortal Court's Supreme Scepter was too powerful. Boom! The Bone Dragon moved. It opened its mouth and spat out. An extremely terrifying great Tao flame brewed in its throat before it spat it out. This was a very terrifying great Tao lava. It wanted to burn the 3 crystal skeletons. However, not only were the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court not afraid, they instead roared something. Crocodile Ancestor, make your move. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Including Elder Universe, who had just rushed over. His eyes widened. He held the immortal slaying sword and couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Isn't the Crocodile Ancestor the guardian of the Well of Heaven Ascension? Why would it help the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court? Elder Universe asked in shock. He saw with his own eyes that the Crocodile Ancestor, who was guarding the Well of Heaven Ascension, used its mountain-like body to withstand the breath of the Bone Dragon. Then, it roared at the sky, glaring at the Bone Dragon. Roar! The roar of the Crocodile Ancestor was very shocking. It shattered everything in the surroundings. Be it the death energy, the dark clouds, or the primal chaos, they all disappeared. Only the huge mountain-like Crocodile Ancestor was left staring fixedly at the Bone Dragon. Aren't you the Crocodile Ancestor? Why are you helping the people of the Immortal Court? Elder Universe was shocked and angry as he directly asked. The 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court were controlling the Supreme Scepter to suppress the Bone Pagoda. When they heard Elder Universe's words, they immediately looked at him. As expected, you are very weak. You were just pretending previously. Running out now is just seeking death. A crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court laughed out loud. Why is the Crocodile Ancestor guarding the Well of Heaven Ascension helping you guys? Elder Universe asked in shock. Because of you. The crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court shouted angrily. Because of me? Elder Universe pointed at himself and said in surprise. Of course it's because of you. The Crocodile Ancestor has guarded the Well of Heaven Ascension for countless years. No one has managed to go past it and enter the Well of Heaven Ascension and head to the mortal realm. But 20,000 years ago, the King of Gods did it. Crocodile Ancestor was defeated by the King of Gods. Until now, it still holds a grudge. In the current situation, since you guys joined forces, then we can only join forces with the Crocodile Ancestor. We promise not to enter the Well of Heaven Ascension in exchange for the support of the Crocodile Ancestor. Moreover, we also promise to help Crocodile Ancestor deal with you guys. It will naturally be willing to cooperate with us. Now, we have the Supreme Scepter of the Immortal Court and the support of Crocodile Ancestor. You guys want to kill us, but you guys are thinking too much. Instead, you guys are in danger now. The first being that Crocodile Ancestor wants to kill is you. The 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court laughed out loud to vent the depression and anger in their hearts. They were in a very dangerous situation now, so they abandoned the Well of Heaven Ascension in exchange for the support of the Crocodile Ancestor. Since they had abandoned the Well of Heaven Ascension, they had to kill all these despicable skeletons in front of them. The three crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court continued to control the Supreme Scepter to suppress the Bone Pagoda, wanting to kill the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities. As for the crocodile ancestor, it immediately turned and charged towards Elder Universe. It was aggressive and swung its tail. Its tail was like a wisp of gold on the horizon, directly crushing over, making one tremble in fear. The bone dragon roared angrily. It wanted to save Elder Universe. It wasn't that they knew each other, but that now that they were fighting, they naturally had to rope in all the forces that they could rope in. But the crocodile ancestor bit down from the front. Its huge mouth and terrifying bite force made the bone dragon avoid it, unable to save Elder Universe. Facing this tail, Elder Universe gathered the strength that he had painstakingly recovered. He raised the immortal slaying sword high and slashed down ruthlessly. Clang! The 100,000 feet long golden crocodile was like a thick mountain ridge. Its tail was like a sharp mountain peak. The extreme pressure it carried when it swung over was extremely terrifying. But the immortal slaying sword wasn't to be trifled with either. Black light flickered and shot out a wisp of Emperor's might. In front of the tail of this 100,000 feet long crocodile, killing intent filled the air. The divine radiance that struck over transformed into a stream of light that ruthlessly attacked. Roar! The crocodile ancestor was fighting the bone dragon head-on. It was in the middle of a fight, and it even had the absolute advantage, suppressing the bone dragon. After all, the bone dragon was at the half-step crystal skeleton realm. It could challenge the crystal skeleton of the Immortal Court by relying on its body, bloodline, and terrifying soul power. But now, the golden crocodile ancestor wasn't inferior to it at all in terms of these factors. Moreover, the golden crocodile ancestor was at the crystal skeleton realm. This suppressive power made the bone dragon feel restrained and greatly pressured. Especially when the crocodile ancestor almost bit the bone dragon's tail off just now. This scared the bone dragon, causing it to retreat far away. Then, it heard the crocodile ancestor roar into the sky, letting out an extremely painful wail. This huge roar scared everyone until they stopped their attacks and watched in shock. Elder Universe, who hadn't recovered much, held the immortal slaying sword and actually cut off the tail of the crocodile ancestor with one strike. This was too terrifying. This was the crocodile ancestor. Its body wasn't something that ordinary skeletons could compare to. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the one guarding the most important thing in the death realm, the Well of Heaven Ascension, all these years. That was why everyone stopped fighting and watched in shock. It's that sword. A crystal skeleton from the Immortal Court shouted. They immediately saw the problem. Although Elder Universe had gotten back his body, the time period was too short, he definitely hadn't recovered to his peak. It was already very good that he had the strength of a five-colored skeleton now. Hence, it was absolutely impossible for him to cut off the crocodile ancestor's tail. The only possible reason was the sword. That ordinary-looking gray sword. If we can snatch that sword, we will be invincible. Another crystal skeleton from the Immortal Court shouted and instantly moved. As for the crocodile ancestor, it also turned around angrily and pounced straight at Elder Universe. The bone dragon and the crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities turned pale with fright. Stop them, this is a life and death battle. The bone dragon roared and chased after them. The crystal skeletons of the four ancient cities were the same. Carrying the bone pagoda, they directly attacked and smashed towards the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court. But the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court ignored them. Their target was the immortal slaying sword in Elder Universe's hand. Elder Universe, who was surrounded by so many crystal skeletons, was a little afraid. Damn it, this sword given to me by Immortal King Lin is so powerful. Now, I feel like an ordinary man who's holding something too valuable for his own good. Elder Universe cursed silently. He couldn't escape now. Even with the immortal slaying sword in hand, he could only attack one target. Dong dong dong. The first to attack was still the crocodile ancestor. It charged over and directly slapped over with its claws. It took care to avoid being injured by Elder Universe again. Boom! Then, Elder Universe really couldn't hurt it anymore. The gap in strength between them was still too big. Elder Universe could only use the immortal slaying sword to protect himself. Then, he was sent flying. Halfway while he was sent flying, the crystal skeletons of the immortal court rushed over, wanting to snatch the immortal slaying sword. Elder Universe was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, "Immortal King Lin, save me! No one can save you!" The crystal skeletons of the immortal court shouted coldly. It instantly closed in, scaring Elder Universe into slashing at it, but the attack was easily dodged. "It's too wasteful for you to hold this treasured sword." The crystal skeleton of the immortal court urged the supreme scepter to sweep down, rumbling and trembling slightly. The pressure made Elder Universe's soul flame tremble. "As I said, you will definitely die. I didn't kill you 20,000 years ago and let you escape. But now, you will definitely die. Even a supreme existence from the legends won't be able to save you." The crystal skeleton of the immortal court said coldly. In the very next moment, it was about to extinguish Elder Universe's soul flame. But in the very next moment, the immortal slaying sword moved on its own, accompanied by a voice that reverberated through the world. "Is that so? You said that he can't be saved, but I refuse to believe it. There's no need for a supreme existence to come, I am enough to kill you." This voice, coupled with the immortal slaying sword and the terrifying energy that filled the air, directly slashed out a shocking strike like a vast river. This scene stunned everyone present. The sword danced in the wind, and the sword energy was like snow and frost. That cold light swept out and directly advanced, pressing forward. The crystal skeleton of the immortal court only felt its soul flame tremble and turn cold. It was very terrifying. It immediately let the supreme scepter block in front of it. Clang! The sword energy of the immortal slaying sword collided with the supreme scepter, erupting with a deafening sound. Terrifying energy surged, quickly spreading in all directions, and even reaching 80,000 feet into the clouds. It was shocking. Pooh! Pooh! The crystal skeleton of the immortal court was directly struck to the point that its soul flame even spat out blood. Its body directly flew out, unable to stop at all. Fortunately, it was stopped by the other two crystal skeletons. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone watched in horror. That strike from the immortal slaying sword just now scared them into not daring to act rashly. As for the sword energy of immortal slaying sword, it instantly retracted. It went from extremely gorgeous to ultimately dim. It retracted onto the sword body. The immortal slaying sword left Elder Universe and stood in the air. It was quiet. It was as if that brilliant strike just now wasn't released from it. The transition from resplendent to quiet was completed in an instant. This ease of control was even more terrifying than the power of the strike itself. Who exactly is it that's hiding in the dark and attacking? The crocodile ancestor roared in a low voice. It was furious, but it had no choice but to endure it. The others were the same. The battle had already reached the climax. If another peerless powerhouse joined the battle, that would be a terrifying thing. Especially when this person knew Elder Universe. To the crystal skeletons of the immortal court and the crocodile ancestor, these two factors were both very terrifying things. Ha ha ha, who is it? This is Immortal King Lin. Immortal King Lin is already invincible. Elder Universe roared excitedly. Aren't you guys going to kneel down? 20,000 years ago, the king of the netherworld suppressed the death realm and was invincible. 20,000 years later, Immortal King Lin came here to tell you all that a king cannot be humiliated. Immortal King Lin has already descended to this place. Those who encounter him but don't kneel, your true fate has been lost. Your name is now on the monument of reincarnation. Hurry up and kowtow each step of the way. This way, your sins in the well of heaven ascension will be halved. Immortal King Lin will protect your true spirit. Elder Universe stood under the immortal slaying sword, looking down on the masses and spouting nonsense. His words angered the few crystal skeletons of the immortal court and the crocodile ancestor. In the Life Force Great Dao Array formation, Immortal King Lin was also speechless. I only integrated with the Life Force Great Dao Array formation, that's all. I'm not that powerful. Lin Jiufeng sweated. But killing a few crystal skeletons isn't a problem. Lin Jiufeng stood up and held the sword of the ancient battlefield. Rumble. Everyone could see that the huge mountain range surrounding the Well of Heaven Ascension suddenly separated and integrated into a person's body. Yes, a person. Not a skeleton. This person came to the side of the immortal slaying sword. With a stretch of his hand, the immortal slaying sword obediently fell into his hand. I'm here to kill you. It was unknown how condensed Lin Jiufeng's soul body was, but it was already no different from a body of flesh and blood. He took a step forward, and in an instant, the world changed. The wind and clouds lost their color, and he was like a sovereign touring the world, looking down on the world. An invincible aura spread, suppressing all the skeletons until they couldn't speak. This was the aura of life. This was the aura of the Great Tao. Chapter 369, Suppressing all enemies near the Well of Heaven Ascension, there were conflicts and endless battles. The commotion was huge and attracted everyone's attention. No one cared about the mountain range near the Well of Heaven Ascension. No one cared about the slight tremors in the mountain range. No one cared about the efforts Lin Jiufeng had put in just now to integrate the Life Force Great Dao Array formation into his body. At this moment, stepping on the air, the aura of life and the aura of the Great Tao flowing all over his body, Lin Jiufeng was full of fear about the events just now. The Life Force Great Dao Array formation here was completely different from the life-reversing Great Dao Array formation of the mortal realm. Although it was called the Life Force Great Dao Array formation, life itself was one of the most domineering types of things in the world. The tenacious and terrifying might of life energy were all reflected in the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. Lin Jiufeng and the Life Great Dao Array formation were tugging at each other for a long time. He ignored the fighting in the outside world and focused on devouring these energies into his body. His God's domain spread. The life-reversing Great Dao Array formation that once existed inside had already disappeared, replaced with the current Life Force Great Dao Array formation. It was like a huge azure dragon that entrenched itself in his God's domain. Lin Jiufeng walked in the air. Lotuses bloomed with each step he took. Under his vast aura, huge stars appeared beside him one after another. These stars surged with powerful energy. It was the power of life. He was like a supreme powerhouse from the ancient era. He strode in the air, his entire body covered by a vast and mighty aura. Only his eyes were cold and oppressive. Great Tao patterns filled the sky. A simple step was already terrifying to this extent, making one tremble. He looked at the three crystal skeletons of the immortal court and said with an icy gaze and a cold attitude, "Today, I shall suppress the depths of the death realm. You guys have offended me, but I'm merciful. I will give you guys the right to kill yourselves in atonement for your crimes. This way, you might have a chance to obtain new redemption." The three crystal skeletons of the immortal court were originally terrified by Lin Jiufeng. They didn't want to become enemies with Lin Jiufeng and slowly retreated. But who knew that Lin Jiufeng's first sentence would cut off all their escape routes? A crystal skeleton sneered after a period of silence. Since Lin Jiufeng wanted to kill them, there was no point in worrying about offending him now. A kid at the Immortal King realm who obtains such a powerful aura from someplace also dares to behave atrociously in front of us? A crystal skeleton of the immortal court sneered. Do you really think that you are invincible just by relying on a lousy sword? Another crystal skeleton gritted its teeth and said, "We once ruled the immortal court and were invincible for 30,000 years. At that time, it's unknown if you even existed yet," the last crystal skeleton said coldly. The three crystal skeletons faced the enemy together. Although they were afraid of Lin Jiufeng's terrifying aura, they could clearly see that Lin Jiufeng was only at the Immortal King realm. He wasn't at the crystal skeleton realm yet. What they were truly afraid of was still the immortal slaying sword. Now, Lin Jiufeng directly asked them to commit suicide, forcing them to join forces. When they joined forces, the auras of the three crystal skeletons were vast and mighty. They actually resisted Lin Jiufeng's aura. They were evenly matched. Dong dong dong. Under the collision of auras, neither side retreated. But Lin Jiufeng alone was on par with the aura of 3 crystal skeletons. This was enough to make the surrounding skeleton's soul flames tremble upon seeing this. More than 1,000 5-colored skeletons were discussing. Who exactly was this immortal King Lin? Is this a spiritual body? Yes, he's a rare spiritual body in the death realm. It's too terrifying. The king of the netherworld from 20,000 years ago was a spiritual body. She beat countless living beings in the death realm until they trembled. 20,000 years later, another spiritual body appears and is so powerful. Could this be a reincarnation of the events? The cycle of reincarnation in this world isn't that simple. After a person dies, their only hope is to come to the death realm. But if they die in the death realm, they will really die. But what's the matter with this spiritual body? He has actually managed to resist the 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court alone. He's the same as us, only at the immortal king realm. How can he be so powerful? The 5-colored skeletons were puzzled. They were all at the immortal king realm, but why was this immortal King Lin so powerful? But Lin Jiufeng wouldn't answer them because he was looking indifferently at the crystal skeletons of the immortal court. He said, "From the looks of it, you guys don't want to commit suicide? Then I will let you guys see my invincible technique." There are invincible techniques at the immortal king realm? A crystal skeleton of the immortal court sneered, laughing at Lin Jiufeng's arrogance. "I shall use the invincible technique to come and kill you now." Immortal King Lin didn't waste words anymore. He held the immortal slaying sword and slashed out with his sword. The immortal slaying sword let out a sonorous sound and then attacked with a clang. In the air, it flickered with a string of brilliant sparks and erupted with an invincible sword light. This battle inevitably began. After just a few words, the situation immediately changed. Lin Jiufeng raised the immortal slaying sword. Sword light flickered, and killing intent surged like snowfalls. At this moment, the clouds moved in all directions. Sword energy appeared in thousands, and strands of killing light burst forth. Powerful energy surged, and Dao marks interweaved in a complicated manner. As for Lin Jiufeng, he shuttled through it and activated the Life Force Great Dao Array Formation. Boom! The Life Force Great Dao Array Formation erupted with a terrifying power that directly crushed the void at this moment. An ancient and invincible aura shocked everyone's soul. The 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court were shocked. They suddenly realized that Lin Jiufeng was definitely stronger than they thought. Especially with the immortal slaying sword in hand, his might had increased by several times. But Lin Jiufeng was only at the immortal king realm. The 3 crystal skeletons looked at each other. This was really incredible. But no matter how incredible it was, they had to make a move. The attack of the immortal slaying sword had already arrived. There was no time for them to let their thoughts run wild. Supreme Scepter. The 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court roared and injected their energies into the Supreme Scepter together. Their only hope now was this invincible scepter. If the scepter that represented the immortal court erupted its might, it would definitely be very terrifying. It would definitely be able to withstand the immortal slaying sword. The Supreme Scepter absorbed the energy of the 3 crystal skeletons and emitted a world-shocking light. Inside the scepter, many restrictions began to awaken, flickering with light. From time to time, a mysterious power would appear to protect the 3 crystal skeletons, allowing them to be unscathed under the sword energy of the immortal slaying sword. Rumble. This time, the Supreme Scepter blocked the immortal slaying sword's killing intent. It was struck until the light curtain trembled, but it still blocked it. This result already showed how powerful the scepter was. It should be known that the crocodile ancestor was a huge ferocious beast at the crystal skeleton realm. Its body was extremely powerful, but its tail was still cut off by a single strike. The Supreme Scepter could withstand the killing intent of the immortal slaying sword. It was really powerful. At the very least, the fluctuations created by this collision made even the crystal skeletons watching the battle tremble in fear. Especially the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities. they silently retreated. These two treasures are both slightly stronger than the bone pagoda. The crystal skeleton of the giant city sighed. When the bone pagoda fought with the supreme scepter, we thought that we were inferior to the crystal skeletons of the immortal court, so we weren't able to display the full might of the bone pagoda. But now that we see the supreme scepter fighting against this treasured sword, there's really no need for us to deceive ourselves, the crystal skeleton of the Beast King city said faintly. What exactly is the background of this immortal King Lin who suddenly appeared? The crystal skeleton of Azura City asked curiously. I don't know, but he's ultimately at odds with the immortal court. Killing the crystal skeletons of the immortal court is a good thing for us, the crystal skeleton of the 100 Battles City chuckled and said. Indeed. The other three crystal skeletons nodded together. As long as this immortal King Lin killed the crystal skeletons of the immortal court, he would be their brother of different fathers and mothers. The four crystal skeletons unanimously didn't ask why the other party was so obsessed with killing the people of the immortal court. Perhaps they already had plans and answers in their hearts. And in the center of the battlefield, there was still a fierce battle ongoing. Killing intent, death energy, and baleful energy. Sword energy, holy light, and immortal energy. These things interweaved together and erupted with invincible power, producing an intense collision. The flames of war raged, and outsiders were unable to approach at all. Lin Jiufeng fought the three crystal skeletons alone. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he even gained the upper hand. Lin Jiufeng looked at the sparkling supreme scepter without any fluctuations in his heart. He was very calm. With the immortal slaying sword in hand, he was fearless. The sword in his hand slashed forward. Instantly, the sword energy became vast and covered the sky and the earth. It was like a celestial river descending, majestic and shocking. Everyone held their breaths. This was a confrontation between top powerhouses. 1 against 3, it was a rare evenly matched battle, a world-shocking battle. Clang! Lin Jiufeng pressed the sword against the supreme scepter. With a rumbling sound, sword energy poured down. The might of the two weapons collided. Large amounts of great Tao runes spread out. Each of them flickered with resplendent light and was branded under the sky. Slowly, they gathered into a brilliant rune. Life. The rune of life was in the front and Lin Jiufeng behind. That terrifying might made the 1,000 plus 5 colored skeletons in the surroundings gasp. This was a technique that only peerless powerhouses could use. This was a manifestation of his incredible understanding of the Tao. The word life represented everything. The crystal skeletons of the immortal court also saw this. They were trembling in fear. Their bodies that supported the supreme scepter were also trembling. They finally saw the life force Great Tao Array formation glowing. It was a huge mountain range. It was a mountain range that resembled an ancient azure dragon. The life force Great Tao Array formation was buried in this mountain range. Now, it was unearthed and re-emerged in the world. After countless years, the might of this array formation was still invincible. It's time for everything to end. So what if you're crystal skeletons? Today, the ones I'm killing are crystal skeletons. Lin Jiufeng's cold voice spread throughout the vast wasteland. Under the vastness of his might, an invincible immortal light and terrifying energy were surging. Then, Lin Jiufeng waved his sword and ignored the glowing supreme scepter. He slashed the crystal skeletons with his sword. He cut apart the skeletons. Lin Jiufeng called this strike the sword crossing the dragon's spine. A simple and casual strike that contained the truths of the world. Evolving all things, the great Tao of life was surging. It was the embodiment of the terrifying nomological powers to the extreme. Waving the immortal slaying sword at this moment was like waving the Tao. It took the lives of the three crystal skeletons from the immortal court. Their soul flames were extracted by Lin Jiufeng at this moment. They had no room to fight back at all. They directly died. As for Lin Jiufeng, he dispersed all the light and descended in front of the well of heaven ascension. Without saying a word, he looked around. The tailless crocodile ancestor was noticed by Lin Jiufeng and it turned its head away in horror. When Lin Jiufeng looked at the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities, they obediently invited him to go first. Even the bone dragon lowered its head for Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng suppressed the death realm without saying a word. The boast that he made back then was now realized. Just like the king of the netherworld, Lin Jiufeng suppressed all enemies in the death realm with a flip of his palm. Chapter 370, 3 people looking around. The originally chaotic surroundings of the Well of Heaven Ascension had become quiet. Killing 3 crystal skeletons of the immortal court with one strike really shocked all those present. The corpses of the 3 crystal skeletons were vaporized on the spot, leaving only the supreme scepter. It stood in the air, emitting a light, but it had no target to attack now. Lin Jiufeng reached out and grabbed the supreme scepter. Then, he used his powerful true qi and magic power to suppress it. This is a top magic treasure of the immortal court. It's as precious as the eternal dragon boat. It can still remain unscathed under the attack of the immortal slaying sword. This is enough to see how precious this magic treasure is. Lin Jiufeng naturally didn't refuse to possess such a magic treasure. Moreover, this was a treasure of the immortal court. To Lin Jiufeng, it added to his joy of collecting it. Putting away the supreme scepter and the soul flames of the 3 crystal skeletons for future use, Lin Jiufeng looked at the crocodile ancestor. The crocodile ancestor had a broken tail. Previously, it was filled with an aggressive aura and full of anger, wanting to bite Elder Universe into pieces. But now, it was very quiet and stood there obediently. Crocodile ancestor, is it? Lin Jiufeng asked. Immortal King Lin, you can just call me Big Croc. Crocodile ancestor smiled dumbly, its ferocious and violent appearance from before gone. Facing Lin Jiufeng, especially the immortal slaying sword in his hand, the crocodile ancestor was willing to become Big Croc. It's better to just call you crocodile ancestor, Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. When did you start to guard the Well of Heaven Ascension? Lin Jiufeng asked. 50,000 years ago. Crocodile ancestor replied obediently. 50,000 years ago? Why have you been guarding it for so long? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Because my master ordered it, crocodile ancestor replied. Through Lin Jiufeng and the crocodile ancestor's questions and answers, a lot of information was revealed. The surrounding 5 colored skeletons and crystal skeletons were listening attentively. Now that Lin Jiufeng was suppressing the entire scene, no one dared to offend him. Hence, a rare peace was formed. Elder Universe wasn't worried anymore. He slipped behind Lin Jiufeng and stayed quietly, listening seriously. Especially regarding the origins of the crocodile ancestor. Everyone was very concerned about this. Now that it mentioned its master's orders, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Who's your master? Lin Jiufeng asked the question in everyone's hearts. I don't remember. The crocodile ancestor thought seriously and replied awkwardly. You don't remember? Lin Jiufeng frowned. I really don't remember. When I came to the Death Realm, this place was in ruins. There weren't so many 5-colored skeletons here at all. At that time, it was the wild age of the Death Realm. As for me, I was born in that era. I walked all over the Death Realm and finally discovered the Well of Heaven Ascension here. A voice appeared in my mind, telling me to guard the Well of Heaven Ascension and not let the skeletons of the Death Realm pass through. That's why I've been protecting it all this time. During this period, my strength also became stronger and stronger. The crocodile ancestor shared everything he knew. It was obvious that he was afraid that Lin Jiufeng would give him a strike. It had been 50,000 years. For the sake of a voice in its mind, it had persevered for 50,000 years. This was already not easy. Now, it was unwilling to sacrifice itself for this voice. Moreover, even if it sacrificed itself, it wouldn't be able to stop Lin Jiufeng. Then, why should it sacrifice itself? You protected the Well of Heaven Ascension for 50,000 years for a voice in your mind? Have you never thought of leaving? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. He admired the persistence of the past 50,000 years. Especially when the Well of Heaven Ascension was right in front of it. It could actually leave the death realm and enter the mortal realm to live its own life. But the crocodile ancestor didn't. Instead, it completed it wholeheartedly. I will always be loyal to my master. The crocodile ancestor replied firmly. Although it set out everything he knew now, this was because he was forced by the situation. But its loyalty to its master never changed. Even if it didn't know who its master was, it wouldn't change its mind. 50,000 years ago, that was an era even older than the immortal court Elder Universe expressed. Indeed. At that time, the immortal court still didn't exist. The crystal skeleton of the giant city nodded. All the information regarding that era has been destroyed by the immortal court and no longer exists, so no one knows. The crystal skeleton of the Beast King city sighed and said. This is also something that can't be helped. It's been too long, and that era has been completely buried in the dust of history, the crystal skeleton of Azura City said. The other skeletons were also discussing. They had all come to the death realm 20,000 years ago. The longest was only 30,000 to 40,000 years ago, and that was still during the era of the immortal court. No one knew what kind of glorious era was before the immortal court era. Only Lin Jiufeng and the bone dragon remained silent. Lin Jiufeng knew that the era before the immortal court was called the era of spells. The mountain range here was something from the era of spells, and it had fallen deep into the death realm. The bone dragon also knew this, because the blood-colored chains and the flowing spell runes that had always been sealed in its body came from that era. But now wasn't the time to discuss this. Lin Jiufeng continued to ask, then, in the 50,000 years that you've protected the Well of Heaven Ascension, in the 50,000 years that you've been here, only the king of the netherworld from 20,000 years walked out? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. These skeletons all wanted to know if anyone else had gone out other than the king of the netherworld. Including Elder Universe. He was very curious. There shouldn't be anyone else. 20,000 years ago, the king of the netherworld suppressed it and was able to leave. After she left, I fought with it for 1,000 years. In the end, I used the teleportation array formation beside the Well of Heaven Ascension and directly escaped. During this period, no other skeletons came, Elder Universe said. The crocodile ancestor looked at Elder Universe and snorted coldly. The events from 20,000 years ago seemed to be vivid in its mind. It, who was suppressed by the king of the netherworld, had been humiliated by Elder Universe quite a lot. Relying on the things that the king of the netherworld left behind and relying on the teleportation array formation, Elder Universe treated the crocodile ancestor as a test subject and used him to improve his cultivation base. As he consumed the cultivation resources left behind by the king of the netherworld, he treated the crocodile ancestor as a sparring partner and used it to motivate himself. Just like that, he became a crystal skeleton. And at the moment he became a crystal skeleton, the protective means left behind by the king of the netherworld disappeared. The enraged crocodile ancestor instantly erupted and was about to bite over. Elder Universe knew that if they really fought, he would definitely not be a match for the crocodile ancestor, so he slipped away very straightforwardly. Only the crocodile ancestor was left roaring angrily beside the Well of Heaven Ascension. Now, when these two enemies met, the past hatred instantly returned. Hence, the crocodile ancestor immediately attacked Elder Universe. The four crystal skeletons of the immortal court thought that the crocodile ancestor was venting its anger on Elder Universe because of the king of the netherworld. Unbeknownst to them, it was because of Elder Universe himself. Because of his foul mouth, he had completely offended the crocodile ancestor. Until now, the crocodile ancestor still couldn't wait to cut Elder Universe into pieces. You've only been with me for 1,000 years, what do you know? The crocodile ancestor said to Elder Universe disdainfully. Big crocodile, don't tell me that in the past 50,000 years, there have been other skeletons that have passed the Well of Heaven Ascension? Elder Universe asked curiously. Why should I tell you? The crocodile ancestor said bluntly to Elder Universe. You big crocodile, you are being too serious. It has been 20,000 years since our grudges. Although your tail has been cut off by me now, you only need to spend a period of time and you will still recover. And look at my miserable appearance now. We are in the same boat. Elder Universe advised earnestly. Who's in the same boat as you? If it weren't for immortal King Lin, biting you to death would just be a light punishment for you. The crocodile ancestor was still filled with hatred and anger towards Elder Universe. It was really because those 1,000 years were a huge humiliation to it. Alright, you are infuriated now, I won't provoke you. Elder Universe waved his hand helplessly. He had no solution regarding the crocodile ancestor. He's already so old, yet he's still so childish. He's really living like a dog at this age. Elder Universe muttered softly. Roar! When the crocodile ancestor heard this, it was directly enraged. It roared and shook the surroundings, scaring Elder Universe into trembling. He directly hid behind Lin Jiufeng. Big crocodile, let me tell you. I'm on the same side as immortal King Lin. Don't do anything foolish, Elder Universe shouted in panic. If it weren't for immortal King Lin, you would have long been bitten to death by me 800 times. The crocodile ancestor roared. This conversation let everyone know that there was actually such a past between Elder Universe and the crocodile ancestor. This was another unknown story. If they didn't tell it themselves, even Lin Jiufeng wouldn't know about this. Enough! Lin Jiufeng frowned and shouted coldly, stopping the two crystal skeletons from bickering. He also quite admired Elder Universe. How could his mouth be so foul? His words and actions made one speechless. When he first encountered Elder Universe, he was still a crystal skull, so he did many things that made Lin Jiufeng speechless. And this was only after interacting with Elder Universe for such a short period of time. Lin Jiufeng had already had enough of him. Thinking of how the crocodile ancestor had interacted with Elder Universe for 1,000 years, this torture couldn't help but make Lin Jiufeng admire him. One look and one could tell that the crocodile ancestor was an honest child. It guarded the well of heaven ascension obediently. When it encountered Elder Universe again after being bullied for 1,000 years by him, the crocodile ancestor's anger directly soared. If Lin Jiufeng was the crocodile ancestor, he would have long bitten Elder Universe to death. Lin Jiufeng's cold shout really stopped the situation. He ignored Elder Universe. He looked at the crocodile ancestor and asked, in the past 50,000 years, how many people have passed through the well of heaven ascension and entered the mortal realm? When the crocodile ancestor heard immortal King Lin's question, it also suppressed its anger. Then, under the anticipation of all the skeletons, it said, 3 people. 3? Lin Jiufeng looked at the crocodile ancestor in surprise. Yes. The crocodile ancestor nodded. Wait, that's not right. You said 3 people, not skeletons. Elder Universe immediately discovered something strange. Lin Jiufeng's mind also shook. The other skeletons were the same. Everyone looked at the crocodile ancestor together. That's right. I said 3 people, the crocodile ancestor admitted. Who are they? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. King of the Netherworld. Emperor Yuan. Emperor Ming. The crocodile ancestor replied. Lin Jiufeng's body trembled violently. He looked at the crocodile ancestor in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. What did he hear? King of the Netherworld. Emperor Yuan. Emperor Ming. Since when could these 3 people be placed together? Lin Jiufeng didn't expect this at all. Moreover, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming even had the ability to suppress the crocodile ancestor and leave the death realm through the well of heaven ascension? Chapter 371, Secrets of the Past. What did you say? Lin Jiufeng suspected that he had misheard and especially asked again. Since I guarded the well of heaven ascension, a total of 3 people have gone out. They are the king of the netherworld from 20,000 years ago, and the Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming from 100 years ago, the crocodile ancestor replied seriously. What kind of people are Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming? Why have I never heard of them before? Elder Universe asked curiously. His question was unanimously agreed by all the skeletons. I've never heard of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming either, the crystal skeleton of the giant city said. When did these two powerhouses appear in the Death Realm and silently pass through the Well of Heaven Ascension? Does anyone know? The crystal skeleton of the Beast King city asked loudly. The other two crystal skeletons shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know or recognize Emperor Ming and Emperor Yuan. They lived in seclusion all year round and avoided being involved in the affairs of the world. They were completely unaware of the changes in the Death Realm. After all, there were very few things that could catch the attention of the crystal skeletons. I know about Emperor Yuan, suddenly, a five-colored skeleton said. Shuash. Everyone looked at it unanimously. Tell me everything you know. What's the background of this Emperor Yuan? The crystal skeleton of the Azura city immediately said, because this five-colored skeleton belonged to its city. The others, including Lin Jiufeng, were all looking at that five-colored skeleton. For Lin Jiufeng, after entering the Death Realm, he knew that Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming had come here. Through the words of the black and white skeleton, he knew that they had entered the depths of the Death Realm. But as he went deeper into the Death Realm, he didn't find Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. Lin Jiufeng thought that perhaps it was because he was in a hurry to chase after the team in Giant City that he didn't have time to investigate the matters regarding Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. But from the looks of it, something that Lin Jiufeng didn't know happened to Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. Moreover, it was a huge matter, enough for them to pass through the Well of Heaven Ascension. The five-colored skeleton wasn't nervous despite being stared at by everyone. It explained what it knew clearly. Under everyone's gaze, it told a story. A story from 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago, a skeleton appeared in the depths of the Death Realm. At that time, it wasn't very powerful, and it didn't become a spiritual body. It was just a small skeleton. I don't know why it entered the depths of the Death Realm. At that time, I was in seclusion for a long time, but I never found the opportunity to break through. In a depressed mood, I went out to stroll around, and then I encountered it. I asked it what its name was, and it told me that its name was Emperor Yuan. But when I asked about its origins and why it was called this name, it said that it didn't know either. It seemed to be a skeleton that had yet to awaken its memories and was muddle-headed. But it has its own goal. After I met it for a few days, it asked me some things about the depths of the Death Realm and then left. Its goal was very clear. At that time, out of curiosity, I followed behind it, wanting to see what exactly a skeleton that wasn't too powerful came to the depths of the Death Realm for. Then, I saw a scene that I've never seen in my life. The expression of the five-colored skeleton carried a trace of shock in its words, as if the scene that it saw next was difficult for it to forget. Even when it described it now, the scenes of the past were still so clear in its mind, it didn't forget any details. So, what exactly did you see? The crystal skeleton of the giant city asked expectantly. The other skeletons were the same. They were all looking forward to the story. This sounded very strange. The depths of the Death Realm weren't a place that ordinary skeletons could enter. Without strength that surpassed the mystic immortal realm, entering the depths of the Death Realm was very dangerous. Although the 1,000+ five-colored skeletons were gathered here and looked very harmonious, this didn't represent that the depths of the Death Realm was a kind place. This place here was now quiet and harmonious because there was Lin Jiufeng suppressing the entire scene. No one dared to make a move. If Lin Jiufeng wasn't around, these five-colored skeletons would also have crooked thoughts. To be able to become a five-colored skeleton in the Death Realm, which one of them didn't grow up in combat and break through in combat? Hence, why were Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming able to enter the depths of the Death Realm and suddenly become so powerful? What was even more strange was that they were people who left the Death Realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension after the King of the Netherworld. Who was the King of the Netherworld? She was the King of Gods of the God race. At her peak, she led the God race to resist the Immortal Court and the 7 races of the Ancient Age. When Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming were in the mortal realm, they were just ordinary emperors, not even immortals. But after entering the depths of the Death Realm, they instantly transformed. This change was so great that Lin Jiufeng didn't dare to recognize them. Lin Jiufeng even suspected if the Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming he knew were the same ones as from the mouths of these skeletons. What if they were just people of the same name? After all, The gap between them was so huge, it was normal for Lin Jiufeng to have a weak suspicion. Of course, after waking up from his shock, Lin Jiufeng also knew that it was impossible for them to be just people of the same name. There was too much evidence to show that they were the Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming that he knew. Hence, even though the Well of Heaven Ascension was beside him, Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to enter the mortal realm. He stared at the five-colored skeleton with a heavy expression, wanting to know more. Under the questioning of the crystal skeletons, the five-colored skeleton naturally answered whatever was asked. It didn't dare to delay and continued to tell the story from 100 years ago. Back then, because I was too bored and had no hope of breaking through, so I chose to follow a skeleton that I had only known for a few days. I wanted to see where it was going. After all, it's indeed a little strange for it to enter the depths of the death realm. But then I saw it walking in the depths of the death realm. As if it had a purpose, it especially walked to a desolate nameless mountain. There was nothing else on that mountain. It was so desolate that there weren't even any trees. It was just a piece of stone. But deep in the mountains, there was a spring. The spring water seeped from the core of the earth, forming a fountain that surged up. The water was orchid-like, like a mirror that could see through people. I saw that skeleton walk into the spring with my own eyes, then sink and disappear. With a curious heart, I walked over and took a look, but I saw a magical scene. In the spring, there was a corpse with no facial features. It was fusing with that skeleton. Then, a living person walked out of the spring water. He had facial features, vitality, and a life force. After seeing me, he said something. The five-colored skeleton explained tirelessly. What did he say after seeing you? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. Why did this story sound like a possession? Emperor Yuan was possessed by a terrifying powerhouse? But it was also Emperor Yuan himself who walked into the depths of the death realm from the outer area and entered the spring water. This didn't conform to the requirement of possession. Lin Jiufeng had to figure it out. No matter what, those two were the younger brother and nephew that he cared about. Being questioned by Lin Jiufeng, the five-colored skeleton said nervously, at that time, he glanced at me and said, the great era that has never been seen before in history is about to arrive. I, Emperor Yuan, have returned. He even said that his name is Emperor Yuan? Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked. This looked like he was possessed, but on careful thought, it didn't look like that was the case. If someone else possessed Emperor Yuan, would that person still call himself Emperor Yuan? Lin Jiufeng was confused. He originally thought that even if Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming survived in the death realm, they would still become ordinary skeletons. But from the looks of it, the story wasn't that simple. The Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming from more than 100 years ago seemed to be ordinary emperors in the mortal world, but now, their identities were shrouded in a layer of fog that could neither be seen nor touched. Then, where did this Emperor Yuan go after that? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. After saying this, he soared into the sky and disappeared. It seems that after the fusion, the corpse had already come to life. The skeleton had also become stronger. I was already a five-colored skeleton, but I could still feel a huge pressure from him. When he glanced at me, my soul flame trembled. I didn't dare to resist at all, the five-colored skeleton said. It recalled that gaze. It was a calm gaze that also carried a huge pressure that it couldn't forget even up till now. After he soared into the sky, Emperor Yuan came to me, the crocodile ancestor said solemnly. Lin Jiufeng looked at the crocodile ancestor and asked, 100 years ago, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming came here and left through the Well of Heaven Ascension. What exactly happened between you and them? The other skeletons also looked at the crocodile ancestor curiously. Now, everyone's curiosity was piqued. They were very interested in the origins of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. The crocodile ancestor didn't answer Lin Jiufeng. Instead, it asked, Immortal King Lin, what exactly is the relationship between Emperor Yuan and you? You seem to be so concerned about this, even more so than the Well of Heaven Ascension. The Well of Heaven Ascension was at the side, but Lin Jiufeng didn't even look at it. He repeatedly asked about Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. This couldn't help but surprise the crocodile ancestor. Emperor Yuan is my younger brother. Emperor Ming is my nephew. Biological ones. Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. I see. Then, you indeed have to ask clearly about them. The crocodile ancestor looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. It turned out that this immortal King Lin had a deep relationship with Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. In that case, immortal King Lin suppressing the depths of the Death Realm with the cultivation base of the immortal King Realm also seemed reasonable. After all, he was Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming's brother and uncle. The other skeletons looked at Lin Jiufeng. They couldn't help but recall the scene of him killing the 3 crystal skeletons with one strike. They couldn't afford to offend him. They couldn't afford to offend anyone from his family. Emperor Yuan came first. He was very peaceful. He said that he wanted to borrow the Well of Heaven Ascension and go to a place, and requested passage from me, said the crocodile ancestor. Then did you? Elder Universe asked. Do I look like someone who's easy to talk to? The crocodile ancestor roared fiercely. Obviously not. You must have rejected him and then been beaten up by him. Moreover, you were beaten up terribly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given in. Elder Universe chuckled and deduced the story according to the personality of the crocodile ancestor. The soul flame of the crocodile ancestor jumped, and black smoke emerged from its nose. That smoke was the burning of anger. Pfft. The crocodile ancestor didn't want to speak because Elder Universe's guess was right. It was beaten up badly. Then, it learned a phrase called being kind to others. If it agreed when Emperor Yuan started to enter the Well of Heaven Ascension, it wouldn't have been beaten so badly, would it? Is Emperor Yuan really that powerful? He could beat you up? Lin Jiufeng asked for confirmation. To be honest, if he hadn't integrated with the life force Great Dao Array formation, he wouldn't have dared to approach the crocodile ancestor at all. Elder Universe was an unreliable person, but he was right about one thing. The crocodile ancestor had a bad temper and was very difficult to get along with. Of course, this was for those whose cultivation bases were inferior to the crocodile ancestors. For people whose strength surpassed that of the crocodile ancestor immediately transformed into just a crocodile or even a small crocodile. It was like a turtle that could stretch and shrink into its shell depending on the situation. This kind of character should be learned from a turtle. Emperor Yuan is very powerful. I didn't agree to him using the Well of Heaven Ascension and wanted to chase him away, said the crocodile ancestor. Wait, you shouldn't be wanting to chase him away. You want to kill him to prevent the location of the Well of Heaven Ascension from being leaked, right? Elder Universe interrupted the crocodile ancestor and said affirmatively. He understood the crocodile ancestor very well. After all, they had been together for 1,000 years. What was that sentence called? I understand you, just like I understand myself. The crocodile ancestor suddenly said fiercely, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as deaf and mute. Elder Universe wasn't afraid of it at all. After the crocodile ancestor roared at Elder Universe, it turned around and saw that Lin Jiufeng's face had darkened. It immediately said, at that time, I wanted to kill Emperor Yuan and protect the location of the Well of Heaven Ascension. Otherwise, I would have spent a lot of effort to change the location of the Well of Heaven Ascension. That's why I acted. Then, I was instantly defeated. The crocodile ancestor said this in a sad tone. At that time, it was enraged. It rushed over and was about to unfold to bite Emperor Yuan. Then, it was sent flying by a punch. It felt dizzy and its bones were broken into countless pieces. Then, it obediently watched as Emperor Yuan entered the Well of Ascension, not daring to stop him. What about Emperor Ming? Emperor Yuan defeated you easily, then what about Emperor Ming? Lin Jiufeng immediately asked. He wanted to know if Emperor Ming had also transformed like Emperor Yuan. When the crocodile ancestor heard Lin Jiufeng asking about Emperor Ming, it felt terrible as if it had eaten shit. It dawdled, not really wanting to tell this story. It must have suffered a huge loss at Emperor Ming's hands, that's why he's so shy to tell us about it. Moreover, it's not an ordinary loss. It must be a loss that the crocodile ancestor can't say. Elder Universe instantly analyzed. The crocodile ancestor was so angry that it really wanted to immediately cut Elder Universe into pieces. If it weren't for Lin Jiufeng, it really would have done so. Elder Universe was really too infuriating. Speak, tell me the truth, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. The other skeletons were also looking forward to it. This was definitely a big embarrassing matter for the crocodile ancestor. To be able to make the crocodile ancestor so aggrieved and embarrassed. It was definitely something that was too embarrassing to talk about. All the skeletons watched expectantly. Including the 4 crystal skeletons and the bone dragon, they were all looking forward to it. The previous crocodile ancestor was so domineering, powerful, and ferocious. But now, it had to tell them its own embarrassing matter. It was worth looking forward to. Emperor Ming is different from Emperor Yuan. When Emperor Yuan came, he was very amicable at first. Then, when I attacked, he attacked me. But the injuries I had sustained weren't too serious. I recovered after resting for half a year. But Emperor Ming was different. When he came, he directly tied me up without saying a word. Then, he dropped me in front of the Well of Heaven Ascension and tortured me for a few days. Then, he even searched my soul flame for information and almost devoured my soul flame. In the end, I only escaped from death because I begged for mercy, the crocodile ancestor roughly explained. Tell me specifically how you begged for mercy. I feel that this is the most classic part, it's the humiliation of your life. Elder Universe reminded the crocodile ancestor. Roar! The crocodile ancestor was so angry that it directly bit down, ignoring Lin Jiufeng who was beside it. Elder Universe was too infuriating. He specifically chose the painful spots of people to poke at. Enough! Lin Jiufeng waved his hand and forced back the crocodile ancestor, but he knocked Elder Universe's skull instead. Clang! Elder Universe touched his skull and let out a painful cry. But Lin Jiufeng couldn't be bothered with him. The king of the netherworld, Emperor Yuan, and Emperor Ming all entered the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension, right? Then, can I enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension now? Lin Jiufeng placed his gaze on the Well of Heaven Ascension. In any case, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming had already left the Death Realm. Even if he continued to stay in the Death Realm, he wouldn't be able to find them anymore. He might as well enter the mortal realm. Immortal King Lin, how are you sure that you can definitely enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension? The crocodile ancestor calmed down and asked. As soon as these words came out, all the skeletons erupted. They unanimously looked at the crocodile ancestor, their expressions nervous. This wasn't something to joke about. You're saying that the Well of Heaven Ascension doesn't lead to the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng looked at it in shock. The immortal slaying sword in his palm flickered with light, breathing in and out sword energy, and the charm of the Tao flowed. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword let out a clanging sound, fluctuating according to Lin Jiufeng's mood. In the very next moment, a 10,000-kilometer long sword energy rose, overturning 9 layers of the sky. Each layer was like a surging sea, with waves surging into the sky. Boundless sword energy descended along with the galaxy. Pooh! At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was as heavy as a mountain. Its terrifying aura erupted. Although it wasn't directed at anyone and was just a simple slap that smashed down, it still caused the world to collapse. The crocodile ancestor's body instantly stiffened. Sensing this pressure, even its soul flame felt bitter. Chapter 372, Information of the Spell Realm. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Jiufeng who was enraged. The other skeletons all stared fixedly at the crocodile ancestor. It didn't know how shocking its words were to everyone. The weakest skeleton that could come here was a 5-colored skeleton. Of course, the black and white skeletons weren't counted. They came with Lin Jiufeng. As long as it was a 5-colored skeleton, they all wanted to enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension. All of the 5-colored skeletons in the Death Realm yearned for the mortal realm. No matter how bad they thought the mortal realm was when they were alive and wanted to leave it, after they died, they still wanted to return to the mortal realm. The mortal realm was like purgatory, but the five-colored skeletons were happy to endure this purgatory. The Well of Heaven Ascension was the hope of these skeletons. But now, the might of the immortal slaying sword scared the crocodile ancestor so much that it immediately shouted, "Immortal King Lin, don't be anxious. Let me finish. I didn't make myself clear." Lin Jiufeng looked at it and said coldly, "You'd better make yourself clear. This isn't a joking matter. More than 1,000 five-colored skeletons want to enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension. Look around you now." The crocodile ancestor didn't need to look. It knew that everyone was staring at it. Those invisible gazes made it feel pressure and fear. Even if Lin Jiufeng didn't kill it, it wouldn't live for long if the skeletons of the four ancient cities swarmed towards it. "Crocodile ancestor, we don't want to become enemies with you. We just want to enter the mortal realm that we dreamed of through the Well of Heaven Ascension and return to our hometown to take a look at the current world. I hope you won't stop us regarding this point. It's best if everyone can get along in harmony," the crystal skeleton of the giant city said coldly. Its words represented the attitude of the four ancient cities. Now that the Well of Heaven Ascension was right in front of them, no one could stop their determination to return to the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng might be able to stop them, but he wouldn't do such a thing. There were too few powerhouses in the mortal realm. To resist the 7 races of the ancient age, these five-colored skeletons and crystal skeletons were still needed. Since they were so persistent in returning to the mortal realm in their hometown, they definitely had a deep relationship with the mortal realm and were innately opposed to the 7 races of the ancient age. The 7 races of the ancient age wanted to sweep through the mortal realm and create an obedient race to continue developing. Then, these skeletons entering the mortal realm were also targets to be wiped out. Hence, even if it was for themselves, they would also resist. Being stared at by everyone, the crocodile ancestor hurriedly said, "Everyone, I'm not lying to you. The Well of Heaven Ascension can connect to the mortal realm, but there's only a certain chance for this to happen. Entering the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension isn't a definite thing." As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. Lin Jiufeng asked, "What do you mean? The Well of Heaven Ascension randomly connects to other places?" The crocodile ancestor nodded and said, "Yes and no." "Tell us in detail." Elder Universe shouted. Making use of Lin Jiufeng's might, he used this opportunity to intimidate others. The crocodile ancestor had no choice but to answer obediently. "When I first protected the Well of Heaven Ascension, I knew that this path could lead to the mortal realm. But the problem is that the path to the mortal realm isn't very stable. There's a certain probability that it might connect to another world." "What other world would it be?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "I don't know," the crocodile ancestor replied straightforwardly. "You guard the Well of Heaven Ascension and you still don't know?" Elder Universe didn't believe it. "Should I know what world the Well of Heaven Ascension connects to just because I'm guarding it?" The crocodile ancestor asked Elder Universe. "If you don't know, how do you know that the Well of Heaven Ascension will bring people to different worlds?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "I didn't know about it in the past, but I instantly knew about it the first time someone went out through the Well of Heaven Ascension. Which means I knew it because of the King of the Netherworld," the crocodile ancestor said. "You're saying that the King of the Netherworld didn't enter the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension?" Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. Elder Universe became anxious and asked, "Then where did the King of the Netherworld go?" The King of the Netherworld was a woman that Elder Universe admired and cared about. How could he not be anxious? "I don't know, but when the King of the Netherworld passed through the Well of Heaven Ascension, she left behind a sentence, saying that the mortal realm is very far from this world." The crocodile ancestor said, "That's why I know that the King of the Netherworld didn't enter the mortal realm. Instead, she went to another place. There are many variables and changes in the major kiliocosm. There are also many worlds. If you guys want to pass through the Well of Heaven Ascension, bear the consequences yourself. I don't know where you guys will end up." "What about Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming?" Lin Jiufeng asked worriedly. "More than 100 years ago, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming passed through the Well of Heaven Ascension. But in the past 100 years, Lin Jiufeng didn't see Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming in the mortal realm. Could it be that they had gone to another place like the king of the netherworld? Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming entered the mortal realm. But the crocodile ancestor gave Lin Jiufeng a definite answer. They entered the mortal realm, Lin Jiufeng pondered. In other words, after Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming died, they returned to the mortal realm through the Well of Heaven Ascension. But why didn't they appear? There's a huge secret in here that I need to slowly discover. Lin Jiufeng pondered. That's why I said that the Well of Heaven Ascension might not necessarily lead to the mortal realm. It's also possible that it might lead to another world. Think about it yourselves and see if you want to pass through. With that said, the crocodile ancestor retreated to the side and completely released the passageway to the Well of Heaven Ascension. It had resigned to its fate. It knew that it couldn't resist Lin Jiufeng. Even if it managed to fend off Lin Jiufeng, in its current state, it couldn't resist so many five-colored skeletons, crystal skeletons, and a bone dragon from the death realm. The Well of Heaven Ascension was right in front of them. Although they couldn't go to the mortal realm with a 100% chance, no skeleton was willing to give up. Everyone looked at Lin Jiufeng unanimously. I have no problems with letting you all enter the Well of Heaven Ascension, Lin Jiufeng said slowly under everyone's gaze. But, there's something I have to warn you guys about, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. All the skeletons listened attentively. At this moment, the mortal realm is experiencing a great catastrophe. The 7 races of the ancient age have reappeared in the mortal realm, wanting to sweep through the mortal realm and rebuild it. The mortal realm is ruled by the human race now. I blocked a wave of attack from the 7 races of the ancient age previously, which can be considered to have temporarily blocked them from entering the mortal realm. If you guys go to the mortal realm, you guys aren't allowed to kill the innocent. The human race is kind to other races and is also under my protection. As long as you guys can do this, we will get along well. If you guys can't do it, then don't blame me for looking for you guys. Lin Jiufeng looked around. His eyes were cold. He spread the aura of the life force Great Dao Array formation in his body, instantly scaring all the skeletons present. When Lin Jiufeng mentioned the 7 races of the ancient age, many 5-colored skeletons were at a loss, not knowing what organization this was. Only the crystal skeletons of the 4 ancient cities had their soul flames surging and were extremely turbulent. Clearly, they knew about the 7 races of the ancient age. Alright, I'll just say this much. If you lot don't kill the innocent in the mortal realm and don't disturb the human race, then everything will be fine. As for the matters of the 7 races of the ancient age, if you don't understand now, you will understand once you enter the mortal realm. The human race has a lot of information about the 7 races of the ancient age, and some of their deeds are recorded. Lin Jiufeng didn't waste his breath. He turned around and looked at Elder Universe. The successor of the Heavenly Dao sect is still in the human race. She's passing down the Heavenly Dao sect in the mortal realm. When you return, you can go help her, Lin Jiufeng said to Elder Universe. Lin Jiufeng had always felt a trace of guilt towards Miss Hong. Hence, telling Elder Universe to help Miss Hong could be considered as finding a backer for her. After resting for a period of time, Elder Universe would become a real crystal skeleton after all. Unlike Lin Jiufeng, who was just a fake crystal skeleton now. He had invincible combat strength, but he didn't have the corresponding realm. He was still Immortal King Lin, not Crystal Realm Lin. Elder Universe didn't continue joking and only nodded slightly. The Heavenly Dao sect evoked many of his memories. In the end, Lin Jiufeng let out Black Skeleton and White Skeleton too. In the Sword of the Ancient Battlefield, the 2 of them personally witnessed Lin Jiufeng display his might after integrating with the Life Force Great Dao Array formation. He defeated the crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court and suppressed the Death Realm. They were very excited. It was indeed correct to follow Lin Jiufeng into the depths of the Death Realm. It was just that they were still stuck at the level of the Golden Soul Flames. They hadn't entered the 5-colored skeleton realm and didn't know their memories from when they were alive. Immortal King Lin. After being released, the 2 skeletons looked at Lin Jiufeng excitedly. Do you guys want to enter the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. Yes. The black skeleton and the white skeleton looked at each other and nodded decisively. Although they hadn't broken through to the five-colored skeleton realm, they were also not far from it. Now that they had the chance, they naturally had to follow Lin Jiufeng into the mortal realm. Alright, I will bring you guys into the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng nodded and looked at the other skeletons. I'll go through the Well of Heaven Ascension first. You guys come after me. Remember what I said. After saying this, Lin Jiufeng put the black and white skeleton into the sword of the ancient battlefield and directly jumped down. Boom! The dark and boundless well seemed to be a bottomless pit. After Lin Jiufeng jumped in, he sank all the way down. There was no place to land at all. It was impossible to go up or down. Moreover, he wanted to see his surroundings clearly, but he discovered that a flowing light surged over and instantly swallowed him. The previous Well of Heaven Ascension was black. Boundless black. It was impossible to distinguish where it was from. The current Well of Heaven Ascension was flowing with light and color. It was like a spatial passageway that swallowed Lin Jiufeng, preventing him from displaying his full strength. He was constantly being carried forward. This process wasn't pleasant. It felt like a few days had passed, but it also felt like only a second had passed. With a plop, Lin Jiufeng's body was thrown out. He was directly smashed onto the ground. Sky, land, green mountains, huge floating cities, and cultivators who occasionally cut through the sky. Is this the mortal realm? Lin Jiufeng stood up and looked into the distance as he murmured. Black skeleton and white skeleton also looked at this world through the sword of the ancient battlefield. Suddenly, Lin Jiufeng saw a huge dragon flying in the sky. But this huge dragon was tied up by chains and used as a carriage. Lifelessly, it dragged a palace and flew into the distance. These chains immediately reminded Lin Jiufeng of the chains on the bone dragon. A huge dragon pulling the palace. This scene was a little terrifying. This place doesn't seem to be the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng's expression became solemn. In the mortal world, dragons were extremely rare existences. Even if there was a huge dragon, it would also be a peak existence. Relying on the might of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a dragon pull a palace and treat itself as a beast. Do you want to sign in at the spell realm? Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes, stunning him. Spell realm? Lin Jiufeng was first stunned. Then, he immediately remembered that there was another era before the immortal court, the era of spells. The spell realm was probably something from the era of spells. Why have I come to the spell realm? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Could it be that I crossed time and arrived in the era tens of thousands of years ago? Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but suspect. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Crossing time wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that a Well of Heaven Ascension could do. Even for those at the Immortal King realm, wanting to pry into the secrets of time and reverse time was very difficult. Perhaps it was still possible to reverse the time in a small area. But to travel through time and return to the past on a large scale was a fantasy. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng didn't think about it anymore. In any case, he would sign in first. Sign in successful. Received Great Palm Spell Technique. This was a very powerful cultivation technique from the era of spells. It was for those at the Immortal King realm and above. It was quite powerful. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and comprehended the additional spell technique in his mind. Slowly, his hands trembled. Countless spell techniques erupted, forming a huge hand seal in the air. Boom! In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng dispersed this huge hand seal and let out a long breath. Not bad, it increased my strength. I shall explore this world next. Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and looked around. He chose a direction and walked forward. The place where he was now was very desolate and barren. Although there were many mountains around, there was occasionally a cold wind that swept across the land from the mountains, emitting mournful howls. The barren land was reddish-brown, cold, and hard. The land here is very desolate and barren, comparable to the Death Realm. Black Skeleton commented in the Sword of the Ancient Battlefield, sharing its opinion. Indeed. If it weren't for the fact that this is another world, I would think that I'm still in the Death Realm. White Skeleton nodded. But will there be such a floating city in the Death Realm? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, but where are we? Black Skeleton asked. This is the Spell Realm. Lin Jiufeng said. Spell Realm? The Black and White Skeletons were confused. They had never heard of such a place. What kind of place is the Spell Realm? Black Skeleton asked. I don't know, Lin Jiufeng replied straightforwardly. This was also his first time here, so he didn't know anything about this place. Lin Jiufeng executed the primordial concealment technique and advanced rapidly. With his current strength after integrating with the life force Great Dao Array formation, ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him after he executed the primordial concealment technique. This ordinary person referred to the beings with a realm equivalent to ordinary crystal skeletons. Those of the Immortal King realm couldn't discover Lin Jiufeng at all. Hence, he moved slightly faster. He directly leaped into the air and arrived at the floating city. The city floating in the air was extremely huge. It was like a mountain, spanning across the sky. Many people lived inside. Or rather, beings that looked like humans. Lin Jiufeng infiltrated the city and wasn't discovered. He discovered that although the appearance of the people here wasn't much different from humans, their breed was definitely different. They were a new race. What race are these? Black Skeleton asked. I don't know. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He sneaked into a house and saw a very ordinary life. But just as Lin Jiufeng was about to leave, he heard the conversation between the father and son. Son, you have to work hard. This spell realm won't be able to trap us for too long. Next is the War of the Mortal Realm's extermination. I've already signed up for you. When the time comes, you can participate and obtain more battle merits. You will be rewarded then. This is a good opportunity for our family to rise up, the father said. Father, I will definitely work hard. The decision of the kings to destroy the human race this time is correct. The human race is weak and will definitely become our battle achievements, the son said excitedly. Although the human race is weak, they aren't to be trifled with. Not long ago, the celestial race discovered a passageway and wanted to enter and eliminate the human race, but they lost more than 100 Immortal King realm powerhouses. Moreover, the passageway was blocked by someone. They have simply lost all face. This is a warning, the father said. Humph, that's because the celestial race is stupid. They are simply seeking death by fighting in the primal chaos array formation set up by the human realm powerhouses, the son said disdainfully. How did you know? His father asked in surprise. This has already spread. Everyone is spreading it and looking at the celestial race as a joke. Now, the people of the celestial race are dying of embarrassment. They are all blaming King Lord for his actions, and they also resent that great Emperor Jiufeng of the mortal realm. He made the celestial race lose all their face. If he hadn't died, I'm afraid that King Lord of the celestial race would have spared no expense and crossed over to pursue him, his son said directly. It's good that you know this. Don't go around mocking the celestial race. We can't afford to provoke them, his father advised. I know. Father, why don't the King Lords completely wipe out the races of the mortal world and then let us occupy that vast land? Asked the son curiously. Is the decision of the various kings something that you can question? His father shouted sternly. As for why they don't kill those races but instead support the birth of new races every time, it's naturally because they want to see the various possibilities created by different races. The 7 races of the ancient age were born without the ability to invent and create. This is the flaw of our people, so you treat the mortal realm as a training ground. The birth of different races will bring forth the development of their respective talents and cultivation techniques. To us, we only need to harvest the end result after they mature. I have to say that these ant races really have extraordinary creativity, the father said softly. Take this world for example. This was once the base camp of the spell realm. The terrifying forbidden spells of the era of spells could destroy worlds and directly created countless spell technique powerhouses. They even killed their way into the territory of the 7 races of the ancient age. At that time, more than 10 king lords were born in the 7 races of the ancient age. This is the most fundamental meaning for the existence of those ant races. Children like you don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. Just cultivate well, the father said. I know. The king lords who rose up in the era of spells are now the new decision makers of the 7 races of the ancient age. The older generations have retreated, and the new king lords have gained power. Alright, it seems that a descendant of a spell king is coming to our immortal palace city today to recruit various powerhouses to form an army and invade the mortal realm, the child said excitedly. It's good that you know. Continue to perform well and strive to make that descendant take a fancy to you. This way, you can be considered to have made a name for yourself. Cultivate well now. You mustn't make any mistakes in the selection tomorrow. The father's words stopped abruptly as he brought the child away to cultivate. Lin Jiufeng, who was hidden in the room, walked out. His face darkened. This is actually the world of the 7 races of the ancient age. Lin Jiufeng really didn't expect that he actually didn't go to the mortal realm but came to the place of the 7 races of the ancient age, the place of his greatest enemy. This well of heaven ascension can actually connect to here. Then, could it be that the king of gods, who didn't go to the mortal realm back then, also came here? Lin Jiufeng guessed. No, this isn't the time to be caring about the news of the king of gods. From the conversation between the father and son just now, it seems that the 7 races of the ancient age are about to make a move on the mortal realm. They want to gather an army and sweep through the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and cleared his chaotic thoughts. Now, he had to think about the big matter in front of him. The mortal realm was about to face the invasion of the 7 races of the ancient age. This pair of father and son was just a very common pair among the 7 races of the ancient age. But the fathers and children regarded sweeping the world as a sign of achievement. What did this mean? A great battle was coming. Moreover, the people of the 7 races of the ancient age were very confident. Lin Jiufeng was a little sorrowful. The human race had really wasted too much time. The culprit was the remaining descendants of the immortal court. They stole the world's source energies and created the spiritual energy tide, allowing the cycle of reincarnation to happen every few thousand years. The most powerful people of the human race were only at the immortal realm. They were unable to reach a higher realm and had to suffer the pressure of the spiritual energy tide and lose their cultivation base before dying of old age. This was very cruel. And in the recent 100+ years, Lin Jiufeng wiped out the descendants of the immortal court before the spiritual energy tide disappeared and the source energy returned. The world returned to the environment of 20,000 years ago. But for the human race, time was too short. They couldn't nurture many powerhouses at all. Right now, the 7 races of the ancient age really treated the human race as soft persimmons. All of them wanted to use the human race to accumulate battle credits. Moreover, the human race didn't know about all of this yet. This made Lin Jiufeng feel a sense of urgency. The current 7 races of the ancient age are really powerful. I reckon that the array formation set up by the King of Recovery back then won't be able to trap them anymore. What should I do? Lin Jiufeng kept thinking. He walked out of the house and observed the city. All the cultivators in the city were completely mobilized. Everyone knew that the descendant of a king lord would soon come to choose warriors to join the army and exterminate the human race. To them, this was a free battle achievement. Who wouldn't want it? Hence, in the immortal palace city, the general mood for battle was high. Lin Jiufeng watched and frowned. This wasn't a good thing for the human race. It wasn't just the human race. The 7 races of the ancient age wanted to wipe out all the races in the mortal realm, not leaving a single one alive. Then, they would rebuild the birth of a new race and develop a new cultivation technique. Hence, this was a world-destroying catastrophe. I have to think of a solution. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything. I can only watch as they destroy the mortal realm. Lin Jiufeng was very anxious. There were many powerhouses in this immortal palace city. Most of them were immortals, and they were just like ordinary people here. The more Lin Jiufeng watched, the more desperate he became. This was a crushing advantage. From the looks of it, my greatest hope is in that descendant of the King Lord. He's the breakthrough point now. Lin Jiufeng thought carefully and confirmed a goal. Although Lin Jiufeng didn't know how powerful this King Lord was, he was certain of one thing. The realm of the King Lords was far beyond the immortal King realm. Lin Jiufeng didn't know if it was of the same realm as the Crystal Skeleton realm. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Instead of hiding in the spell realm and watching helplessly as the mortal realm was slaughtered and wiped out, it was better to take a gamble. Chapter 373, Sky-Stealing Change. Lin Jiufeng set his sights on the descendant of that King Lord, planning to take a gamble. But the other party hadn't come yet. Lin Jiufeng needed to continue waiting. Black Skeleton and White Skeleton heard about the relationship between the 7 races of the Ancient Age and the human realm too. I really didn't expect that there was actually such a huge faction controlling the changes of the era behind the mortal realm, Black Skeleton sighed and said. The 7 races of the Ancient Age, why does it sound so familiar to me? White Skeleton mumbled. Do you also feel a sense of familiarity? Black Skeleton asked in surprise. That's right, do you have this feeling too? White Skeleton asked in surprise. I do, but I don't know where this sense of familiarity started from. It's as if I heard something that I hate very much. It makes me feel uneasy all over, and I feel a sense of disgust from the depths of my soul flame. Black Skeleton explained in detail. Me too, I just feel very uncomfortable. This so-called 7 races of the Ancient Age sounds very disgusting, White Skeleton agreed. The two of you seem to have a conflict with the 7 races of the Ancient Age. Lin Jiufeng heard the conversation of the 2 skeletons and said. I don't know. We don't have any memories about the past, Black Skeleton and White Skeleton said together. It seems that your memories of when you were alive also had a considerable conflict with the 7 races of the Ancient Age. You will know after you recover this portion of your memories, Lin Jiufeng said. After experiencing this series of events, I feel that I'm about to break through, Black Skeleton said. Me too. The 5-colored skeleton realm isn't far from me. In just a month, I will break through, White Skeleton said solemnly. Although Black Skeleton and White Skeleton had always been kept in the sword of the ancient battlefield, they didn't idle. They had always been working hard to improve themselves. From the golden soul flame to the 5-colored skeleton, their efforts were reaping the fruits. Then, when you guys break through to the 5-colored skeleton realm and awaken your memories, you will know everything. Lin Jiufeng also looked forward to the moment when the 2 skeletons broke through. He had a feeling that the black and white skeletons weren't that simple. Their actions were very different from the other skeletons in the death realm. He would know of their identities after they broke through. The most important thing now was to plan for that King Lord's descendant. The descendant hadn't arrived yet, so Lin Jiufeng continued to hide in the Immortal Palace City. There were many immortals in this city, and there were also a few at the Immortal King realm, but Lin Jiufeng had never seen a single powerhouse of the Crystal Skeleton level. Perhaps they were in the core area of the Immortal Palace City, or perhaps they had yet to appear. But for Lin Jiufeng, this was also a good thing. He didn't have the risk of being exposed. Immortal King Lin, what method do you want to use to scheme against that King Lord's descendant? Black Skeleton asked. Replace him. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. How to replace it? White Skeleton asked. Lin Jiufeng frowned. This was indeed a problem. Even if he were to replace the other party, there would also be a risk of being exposed. After all, he wouldn't be able to imitate the other party 100%. Immortal King Lin, we have a cultivation technique here that comes from the death realm. Do you want to cultivate it? White Skeleton asked. What cultivation technique? Lin Jiufeng asked. Sky-Stealing Change. Black Skeleton said solemnly. What's the use of this cultivation technique? Lin Jiufeng asked seriously. The simplest thing about this cultivation technique is to possess someone's body, but it's not simple possession. Instead, it's to enter the other party's body and control the other party's thoughts and cultivation base. All of his actions seem to be very reasonable. Even if the person closest to him comes to check, he won't discover any clues because you didn't kill him. You only controlled the target, that's all, White Skeleton explained. Yes, this, sky-stealing change, is to tamper with the other party's soul. As long as the target isn't careful, he will be controlled. Then, he will still be him. It's just that his thoughts and actions have to be approved by you, Immortal King Lin, Black Skeleton added. Where did you guys get such a strange cultivation technique from? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. When the two of us were born in the Death Realm, this cultivation technique also appeared in our minds, Black Skeleton said. The two of us control half of it separately. Together, we possess the complete, sky-stealing change. But we had a grudge against each other in the past and didn't like each other. Since we were born, this cultivation technique has never been combined, so we didn't cultivate it. We can take it out and give it to you now, White Skeleton said. That's right. The enmity between us has long been wiped out. For the races of the mortal realm and for the sake of resisting the 7 races of the ancient age, we are willing to hand the sky-stealing change to you to let you cultivate and then control the descendant of that King Lord. In this way, we can infiltrate the enemy and act according to the situation, Black Skeleton said. Alright, pass it to me. While the descendant of this King Lord hasn't arrived yet, I will work hard in cultivating this technique and master it as soon as possible. Then, I will infiltrate the interior of the 7 races of the ancient age and search for more evidence. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He wasn't a sloppy person. Since he had decided, he would begin his preparations immediately. The Black and White Skeleton began to teach Lin Jiufeng the sky-stealing change cultivation technique. Lin Jiufeng listened attentively. Then, he practiced this cultivation technique and quickly adapted and learned it. He was now at the Immortal King Realm, and he was at the second heaven of the Immortal King Realm. It was easy for him to cultivate a cultivation technique. In addition, the current Lin Jiufeng was still a spiritual body. Cultivating this so-called soul-related mystic technique was even easier. In a short moment, Lin Jiufeng began to execute sky-stealing change. Moreover, Lin Jiufeng even took out the soul flames of the 3 crystal skeletons of the Immortal Court and gave one to the 2 skeletons to share. If the 2 of you share the soul flame of 1 crystal skeleton, both of you should be able to break through to become 5 colored skeletons and awaken your memories, Lin Jiufeng said. Thank you, Immortal King Lin. The 2 skeletons were overjoyed. They didn't decline. Only by breaking through to the 5-colored skeleton realm would they have a chance to help Lin Jiufeng. The golden soul flame level was too weak now. Moreover, if they could break through to the 5-colored skeleton realm before the King Lord's descendant arrived, this would also increase Lin Jiufeng's trump card. Don't underestimate a 5-colored skeleton, which was also an immortal king. Although an immortal king couldn't change the situation of the battle, to a certain extent, an immortal king could still play a huge role. As for Lin Jiufeng himself, he swallowed the soul flames of the other 2 crystal skeletons and quickly fell into cultivation. The soul flames of the 2 crystal skeletons really contained too much energy. To a cultivator at the second heaven of the Immortal King Realm, it was a great supplement. Lin Jiufeng cultivated the sky-stealing change technique while increasing his combat strength and realm. Time passed minute by minute. When night fell and the moon hung high in the sky, Lin Jiufeng stopped cultivating. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue cultivating, but the descendant of that King Lord had already arrived. Rumble. In the distance, a thunderous sound came. Lin Jiufeng was in the Immortal Palace City. He looked up and saw 9 huge dragons pulling a huge palace and quickly arriving in front of the Immortal Palace City. The 9 dragons were very mighty and had extraordinary auras. The lowest was at the Mystic Immortal Realm, and the one in the center was actually at the Sovereign Immortal Realm. But it was still a mount that had to pull a palace for others. Around this palace were burly guards in armor. Each of them had extraordinary strength. The most powerful guards were actually 2 immortal kings. This extremely noble aura that was exuded made people couldn't help but kneel down in fear. Dragons pulling the palace. Immortal kings as guards. Even if Lin Jiufeng didn't see the person in the palace, he could guess that this was the descendant of the King Lord. Have the two of you broken through? Lin Jiufeng asked. But no one answered him. Lin Jiufeng lowered his head to take a look. In the sword of the ancient battlefield, the two skeletons were surrounded by energy that formed a ball around them. They were currently breaking through to the immortal king realm. Lin Jiufeng didn't disturb them. Instead, he stood up and retracted his aura. Sensing the surging power in his body, the corner of Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up. He thought in his heart, the soul flames of the two crystal skeletons instantly provided me with energy for 3 heavens, allowing me to break through to the 5th heaven from the 2nd heaven of the immortal king realm. My strength has undergone a world-shaking change. Together with the life force Great Daorai formation and the immortal slaying sword, my strength is already very powerful, but facing the 7 races of the ancient age, it's still not enough. I have to observe how powerful this King Lord's descendant is. As long as his combat strength doesn't exceed mine, I will begin the sky-stealing change plan. Lin Jiufeng observed calmly. Outside the immortal palace city, the descendant of the King Lord came and instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. They cheered. Lin Jiufeng saw this and knew that among the 7 races of the ancient age, the Lord King's prestige was very high. Has the strength of a King Lord surpassed the level of a crystal skeleton? Lin Jiufeng became suspicious. And in the center of the immortal palace city, 4 immortal kings flew out. They were all at the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm and above. They came to the door and shouted, "Welcome, Lord Envoy, to the immortal palace city." The palace that was being pulled by the 9 dragons stopped. A proud and cold voice sounded from inside. Are the people from the immortal palace city ready? Lord Envoy, the young people of the immortal palace city are all prepared. Their attitude is positive and they are eager to fight. Please review them, Lord Envoy. An immortal king replied. All right, then the selection of 3,000 warriors shall begin tomorrow. They shall come back with me and prepare to participate in the war of extermination. The King Lord's descendant said in satisfaction. Lord Envoy, please enter the immortal palace city to rest for a night. Food, wine, and beauties are all prepared, the most powerful 7th heaven immortal king said loudly. All right, but there's no need for food, wine, and beautiful women. These external things will only corrupt the will of cultivators. Indulging in enjoyment will make one lose their will, and playing with women will make one lose their life. Remove them all and arrange a secret chamber for me. I need to enter seclusion. The King Lord's descendant said coldly. As his words fell, a young man walked out of the huge floating palace. This young man was dressed gorgeously. His face was shrouded in divine light, turning into a round moon that shrouded the back of his head. It made him look extremely noble. Lin Jiufeng could tell that this descendant of the King Lord wasn't weak. He had just broken through to the immortal king realm and was at the 1st heaven of the immortal king realm. Looking at his age, he was definitely no older than 300 years old. He cultivated to the immortal king realm in 300 years. He has both talent and hard work. His willpower is also very strong. He rejected good food, good wine, and beautiful women. He's a person who only wants to become stronger, Lin Jiufeng thought. Under Lin Jiufeng's gaze, a group of powerhouses escorted the young man and descended into the immortal palace city like stars surrounding the moon. Then, they entered the largest palace in the city. Lin Jiufeng immediately followed. He had been using the primordial concealment technique all this time, but no one discovered him. Even when Lin Jiufeng passed by them, they also couldn't sense him. There's no one at the crystal skeleton level here, it saves me a lot of effort, Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heart. Hiding in the dark, Lin Jiufeng saw that 7th heaven immortal king say, Lord Envoy, there's a dimensional space in this palace. It's very hidden and safe. If you want to enter seclusion, this place is suitable. The King Lord's descendant nodded and said, not bad. You guys can go back and prepare for the selection tomorrow. The immortal palace city has always been a small city. The reason why there are 3,000 spots for this city this time is that you guys have always been filial and diligent. I fought for these spots for you guys. The battle of exterminating the mortal realm is a chance to obtain military achievements. You guys must choose outstanding young people in order to live up to these 3,000 spots. Whether the Immortal Palace City can rise up next time will depend on these 3,000 people, the King Lord's descendant said. Lord Envoy is right. Thank you for your help, Lord Envoy. I will immediately make preparations. We will definitely satisfy you. The seventh heaven immortal king immediately thanked him and left happily. You guys guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone disturb me. The King Lord's descendant said to the guards beside him. Yes, young master. The guards lowered their heads and replied. Only then did the King Lord's descendant enter the dimensional space in satisfaction. As the dimensional space was closing, Lin Jiufeng seized the opportunity. With his current cultivation base, his body transformed into nothingness and he silently entered the dimensional space. In this dimensional space was a majestic palace. Inside, it was simply an independent small world. There were mountains and rivers everywhere, and there were even many palaces and buildings sitting in the beautiful mountain scenery. This was simply a sanctuary-like land and a wonderland. The King Lord's descendant was very satisfied with this environment. He found a place and meditated cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. Lin Jiufeng was about to make a move, but suddenly, the King Lord's descendant spoke. Tomorrow, 3,000 people will be chosen to participate in the war of extermination. Then, it will be the Seven Races Convention. At that time, we will discuss the subsequent matters. Those people from the previous era who have yet to die have also been included in the plan to be exterminated this time. If I can kill one of them, I will definitely make Father look at me in a different light. At that time, I will have a chance of letting him help me break through from the Immortal King realm and enter the Immortal Emperor realm. This King Lord's descendant looked forward to the war. Lin Jiufeng, who was hiding in the dark, raised his brows. After the Immortal King realm was the Immortal Emperor realm. The Immortal Emperor realm was equivalent to the Crystal Skeleton realm. As expected, a King Lord is in existence stronger than an Immortal Emperor. My guess is correct. Lin Jiufeng's heart was very heavy. The combat power of the seven races of the ancient age was too terrifying. I have to infiltrate the interior of the seven races of the ancient age in order to find a solution. Lin Jiufeng placed his gaze on the King Lord's descendant in front of him. Sky-stealing change technique activated. Lin Jiufeng reached out his hand to the other party. Chapter 374, Arrogant and Despotic. The King Lord's descendant didn't sense Lin Jiufeng at all. The gap in strength between them was too big. Although Lin Jiufeng was also at the Immortal King realm now, he was already at the fifth heaven of the Immortal King realm. The King Lord's descendant had just entered the Immortal King realm, so the gap between them wasn't just a trivial one. In addition, with the primordial concealment technique, even after Lin Jiufeng approached him, he didn't discover Lin Jiufeng at all. He was still cultivating in seclusion, not letting go of a chance to improve himself. Lin Jiufeng placed his hand on the back of the King Lord's descendant and then executed the sky-stealing change technique. Boom! Silently, the sky-stealing change technique entered the body of the King Lord's descendant. He still didn't notice. It wasn't until this energy spread and entered his spiritual consciousness that he noticed it. He was instantly jolted awake. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back, and he wanted to jump up. He was shocked. He was actually silently invaded by another energy into his spiritual consciousness. To him, this was like being held by a blade against his neck. But it was already too late. In Lin Jiufeng's body, a powerful divine power fluctuation spread out in all directions. It was as if the sky was pressing down on the ground, or as if the stars in the sky were falling at the same time. This energy fluctuation directly pressed down on the King Lord's descendant. It was so heavy that he couldn't move at all. He could only look around in horror. Which powerhouse is here? I'm the son of King Lin. My father is one of the top decision makers of the seven races of the ancient age. If I have offended you, please be magnanimous and spare my life on account of my father. The King Lord's descendant was also very straightforward. His words were very humble. At the same time, he mentioned his father and told Lin Jiufeng that his father was a top King Lord. But how could Lin Jiufeng let go? You didn't offend me. Your father offended me, so using him to influence me instead helped me make up my mind to kill you. Lin Jiufeng sneered. The King Lord's descendant's body turned cold. He wanted to say something. But Lin Jiufeng reached out and blocked his mouth. He leaned close to his ear and said softly, "No need to speak, I won't kill you. I just want to borrow your body to do something. You don't have to worry about the rest." The King Lord's descendant couldn't move at all. He was terrified, but he couldn't speak. He could only tremble. His eyes kept wandering, and sweat poured down his face. With his strength at the immortal king realm, he could lord over others anywhere. But in front of Lin Jiufeng, he was as obedient as a little chick. At this moment, the sky-stealing change technique had already penetrated deep into the soul of this King Lord's descendant. It was like weaving a huge net that contained his soul inside, not giving the other party a chance to escape at all. From now on, I will enter your body, enter the depths of your soul, and control everything about you. Remember to be obedient. Lin Jiufeng said softly in his ear. In the very next moment, regardless of whether this King Lord's descendant agreed or not, Lin Jiufeng's entire being entered the depths of his soul just like that. Ah! The King Lord's descendant strongly resisted and let out an angry roar. His face was very hideous. But he had no choice. In front of absolute strength, his resistance was useless. After 3 seconds, he recovered his composure. He sat there motionless, and the aura in his body slowly rose. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He was still the same as before. But everything inside had changed. Immortal King Lin became him. But in essence, he was still him. But the person controlling all of this now was Lin Jiufeng, who lived in the depths of his soul. The sky-stealing change technique was too powerful. It could change the sun and moon without harming anything. This King Lord's descendant's name is Dilin too. It's quite magical. Lin Jiufeng found this name in Dilin Tu's mind. He also found many legends regarding the 7 races of the ancient age in his mind. Of course, there were more things that this Dilin Tu didn't know. He had been cultivating diligently until now. He hadn't seen many secrets and didn't know much either. He had only heard about them from others. As the son of King Dilin, he had always had high standards and strict requirements for himself. He never got close to women and cultivated diligently. That was why he broke through to the immortal king realm so quickly. It wasn't until he broke through to the immortal king realm that he was sent out. This was the first time he came to the immortal palace city to recruit troops. Hence, Lin Jiufeng searched through his memories but couldn't find too many secrets regarding the 7 races of the ancient age. But it didn't matter. Gained control of Dilin too. Do you wish to sign in? A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He also realized that a day had passed. He immediately said, "Sign in." Sign in successful. Received the power of Ascended Immortal. Lin Jiufeng was surprised. What was this power of Ascended Immortal? The power of Ascended Immortal is a power that can kill an immortal king. The host must comprehend it yourself. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It was the power to kill an immortal king. Although he was already very powerful now, who would reject more power? Putting away the power of Ascended Immortal, Lin Jiufeng finally remembered that this Dilin Tu had previously mentioned something. Previously, he said that they should hurry up and recruit all 3,000 people to participate in the 7 Races Convention. There are also some people from the previous eras who have yet to be wiped out. This time, they are also included in the list to be killed. This means that they are talking about people like the King of Gods, right? Lin Jiufeng muttered. He felt that using the sky-stealing change technique to control this Dilin Tu was the correct decision. Next, he could use this identity to participate in the Seven Races Convention and then infiltrate the interior of the Seven Races of the Ancient Age, and even into the higher-ups. He would know many of their decisions and some secrets. I keep feeling that the Seven Races of the Ancient Age have a lot of secrets. These secrets need me to dig them out properly, Lin Jiufeng thought and said. Suddenly, Lin Jiufeng heard the aura of a breakthrough coming from the sword of the ancient battlefield. The aura of a being breaking through to the immortal king realm. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed. Black skeleton and white skeleton had broken through. He drew the sword of the ancient battlefield and released the two skeletons. Immortal King Lin, have you controlled the King Lord's descendant? Black skeleton asked in surprise. After breaking through to the five-colored skeleton realm, its soul flame had become five-colored, but its bones and body were still black. It was the same for the white skeleton. Its soul flame became five-colored, but its body was the same. Yes, I've already controlled him. He's very weak. Of course, his identity is very useful. What do the two of you want to do next? Do you want to be reborn from flesh and blood, or do you want to leave this place? Lin Jiufeng asked. Black skeleton and white skeletons had both broken through to the immortal king realm. Using the crystal skeleton soul flame that Lin Jiufeng gave them, they broke through from the golden soul flame realm to the five-colored skeleton realm. Have you guys remembered your memories from when you were alive? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. I remember, but I also don't seem to remember, Black Skeleton replied in distress. What do you mean? Lin Jiufeng didn't understand. In the death realm, as long as a skeleton broke through to the five-colored skeleton realm, its memories would be awakened. There were no exceptions. As for those skeletons that didn't have a first lifetime and were bred in the death realm, their cultivation was very difficult. They basically couldn't break through to the five-colored skeleton realm. Hence, this memory awakening had never failed. As a result, the 1,000 plus five-colored skeletons in the death realm all wanted to enter the mortal realm, not wanting to stay in the death realm. Hence, Lin Jiufeng really didn't understand what the black skeleton was saying. It's just that my memory has returned, but it's covered in a white fog. I can't see clearly, so I don't know who I was when I was alive, Black Skeleton said dejectedly. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Was it that strange? He looked at White Skeleton. It's the same for me. My memory has returned. There's indeed such a memory in my soul flame, but the problem is that this memory is there, but I can't open or touch it. White Skeleton sighed. This is strange. Lin Jiufeng controlled Lin 2 to reach out and stroke Black Skeleton's soul flame, exploring it. Boom! But before he could explore it, a powerful repulsive reaction erupted from Black Skeleton's soul flame and sent Lin Jiufeng flying. Of course, Lin Jiufeng could continue to explore forcefully. But that would definitely hurt Black Skeleton's soul flame. It had just broken through to the five-colored skeleton realm. If its realm dropped back into the golden soul flame level because of this, that wouldn't be good. Lin Jiufeng chose to stop and explore White Skeleton's soul flame. The outcome was exactly the same. Alright, you two skeletons are indeed different from ordinary people. The memories of the time when you two were alive are actually also protected. You don't let outsiders see it, nor do you two let yourselves see your memories. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. This was the first time he saw such a strange thing. Even if the few crystal skeletons from the death realm came, they would probably be clueless about these two skeletons' condition too. It's fine if we can't see it now. It won't affect us, Black Skeleton said indifferently. Black Skeleton was a little disappointed, but it didn't affect anything. After all, it had lived like this for so many years. Immortal King Lin, what do you plan to do next? White Skeleton asked. Use this identity to infiltrate the interior of the seven races of the ancient age and then stir up trouble and display my might. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up as he sneered. Stir up trouble? Black Skeleton's soul flame instantly skyrocketed. Immortal King Lin, us brothers also like to stir up trouble. Bring us along. When you kill people, we can set the fire. When you set the fire, we will add the wood. White Skeleton patted its chest and said. I can bring you guys along, but only if you guys can change into human form, Lin Jiufeng said. The sky-stealing change technique. We can just replace 2 people who are following this King Lord's descendant. No one will know, Black Skeleton said excitedly. Wait here, I'll get 2 people to come for you guys to replace, Lin Jiufeng immediately said. He remembered very clearly that when Dilin 2 came, he had 2 immortal king guards with him. They also just entered the immortal king realm and were already quite old. It wouldn't be a problem for Lin Jiufeng to call them in and suppress them. Good, good. The 2 skeletons were looking forward to it. Let's change our identities and then go participate in the 7 Races convention to stir up trouble. Lin Jiufeng laughed. Using his identity as Dilin 2, he summoned the 2 immortal king guards. Boom! As soon as the 2 of them entered, they were immediately suppressed by Lin Jiufeng. Even Dilin 2 couldn't cause much of a stir in front of Lin Jiufeng. These 2 guards who had just entered the immortal king realm also couldn't resist at all and were instantly suppressed. Then, they looked as the 2 skeletons chatted for a while, exchanging their halves of the sky-stealing change technique to each other. Then, the 2 skeletons integrated into the bodies of these 2 guards. A few minutes later, the inner core of the 2 immortal king guards became the bodies of Black Skeleton and White Skeleton. This time, we caused trouble with no worries. Black Skeleton chuckled. I'm a little unused to suddenly possessing a human body made of flesh and blood, White Skeleton said with a smile. Alright, get used to your bodies now. We will go out later. After recruiting 3,000 people, we will go and participate in the 7 Races convention, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Roger. The 2 skeletons immediately agreed. Well, Immortal King Lin, how should we create trouble this time? Black Skeleton specially asked. Do you know what arrogant and despotic is? Lin Jiufeng's lips curled up as he asked. I know. Black Skeleton's eyes lit up. I'm now Dilin 2. My father is a king lord, and I'm his son. You guys are my subordinates, so be more arrogant and despotic. Whoever dares to provoke you guys will be killed without mercy. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for you guys, Lin Jiufeng said domineeringly. Now that he had a king lord as a father, what was wrong with being a little arrogant and despotic? I understand. This is my forte. I'm best at being arrogant and despotic. Black Skeleton laughed out loud. To be honest, what I want to do the most is to be a profligate son, but it's a pity that I don't have a good father. It can be considered that my dream is going to be fulfilled. White Skeleton rubbed its hands excitedly. Alright, since you guys are familiar with your new bodies, let's go out, Lin Jiufeng said. Yes, young master. Black Skeleton was very engrossed in the act and nodded in agreement. Young master, please go first. White Skeleton let Lin Jiufeng go first and followed behind. Lin Jiufeng controlled Dilin 2 and walked out coldly. At this moment, there were already 4 immortal kings waiting in the hall. The leader was that 7th Heaven Immortal King. He was the actual leader of the Immortal Palace City. He was also the one who had continuously sent gifts to King Dilin and Dilin 2 in exchange for these 3,000 spots. Hence, although his cultivation base far exceeded that of Dilin 2, he still waited respectfully here. Not for anything else. It was because of Dilin 2's other identity. His King Lord father. When he saw Dilin 2, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng, walk out, the 7th Heaven Immortal King immediately welcomed him. Lord Envoy, the young people in this city are already prepared. They are waiting for you to choose now. Lin Jiufeng glanced at him. His attitude was proud as he said indifferently, there's no need for me to handle such a small matter. You are the leader of this city, you should know who are the better people. Go and choose 3,000 people to follow me. Hurry up, the 7 Races convention is about to begin. I don't have time to waste here. The 7th Heaven Immortal King was very surprised. Didn't this Lord Envoy say that he would choose personally yesterday? But looking at the overbearing and arrogant Lin Jiufeng, he didn't dare to say anything. He immediately went to choose. When Lin Jiufeng saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up. As expected, being a profligate son was quite satisfying. Chapter 375, The Domineering Lin II. The seventh heaven immortal king didn't dare to anger Lin Jiufeng, especially when Lin Jiufeng used the excuse of the seven races convention. He apologized and quickly left to choose the 3,000 young talents. Lin Jiufeng stood in the hall, waiting for him. As for the white skeleton and the black skeleton, they had already figured out all the memories of the immortal king that they had possessed. They copied their previous postures and got someone to wake the dragons up to prepare to pull the palace. Although this Lin II looks like an ascetic monk, he still enjoyed things like traveling in a grand manner and such. A few true dragons pulling his palace, this instantly boosted his imposing appearance to those who see this. Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heart. He learned a lot of information from Lin II's memories. Although Lin II was usually cultivating, he also knew some common things. For example, the true dragons. The last era was the era where spell techniques appeared. There were countless powerful spell techniques. People chanted incantations or drew incantations to form spells. With the world as the stage, they executed extremely terrifying and powerful spell techniques. Among these spells, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful type called the dragon speech spell techniques. It was the ultimate technique of the true dragon race. The true dragons roamed the 9 heavens and were born to conform to the great Tao. They spat out incantations and used the language of the dragon race as the password to activate the world-destroying dragon speech spell techniques. But it was also because of this powerful dragon speech spell technique that when the 7 races of the ancient age decided to wipe out the era of spells, the dragon race's all-out resistance became a huge defiance and was hated by the 7 races of the ancient age. In Lin II's memory, Lin Jiufeng didn't see the process of destroying the spell realm. This was also a secret among the 7 races of the ancient age. In any case, the spell realm was still wiped out after resisting tenaciously. Moreover, the 7 races of the ancient age even occupied the spell realm. With the original world of the spell realm as their base camp, they began to recuperate. Then, it was time to punish the dragon race. Because of the dragon speech spell technique, the 7 races of the ancient age suffered greatly in the process of destroying the spell realm. Now that the 7 races of the ancient age had won with great difficulty, they definitely had to punish the dragon race. Hence, the subsequent dragons were cursed to lose the ability to use the dragon speech spell technique and could only work like animals. Which was to pull the carriages. The dragon race had lost all their faith in the 7 races of the ancient age and were gradually being tamed. After tens of thousands of years, the true dragons that were pulling the carriage for Lin II were the descendants of the tamed dragon race. During the time of the spell realm, the dragons were very powerful, but their reproduction ability was worrying. There were no more than 3,000 of them. But after being tamed and having the ability of the dragon speech spell technique taken away from them, the dragon race just continued to reproduce day and night. Therefore, there were many more dragons now. Among the 7 races of the ancient age today, the number of dragons far exceeded 30,000. It was more than 10 times that of the era of spells. But in terms of strength, it was a difference of 100 times, 1,000 times. The dragons that were born nowadays were naturally flawed. Not only did they lose the terrifying ability of the dragon speech spell technique, but they also lost the infinite potential of the dragon race. Although the same blood ran through them, although they looked the same, although they were still dragons, one was roaming the 9 heavens, carefree and in high spirits. The other was a driver, a pet that was imprisoned in a small area. After understanding these, Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but sigh. The 7 races of the ancient age had completely wiped out the arrogance of the dragon race and the might of the dragon race. The current dragons were no different from cows and horses. Looking at the true dragons pulling the palace, Lin Jiufeng didn't even have the interest to understand them. He walked out of the hall and boarded the palace. His face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. What Lin Jiufeng was thinking now was that the 7 races of the ancient age were going to start a war and exterminate the mortal realm. At that time, would there be humans being tortured and raised like this, becoming birds in a cage? Or would it be that no humans would survive? I won't allow it. Lin Jiufeng said firmly in his heart. Until now, everything he did was to fight for various forms of relief for the human race. The 7 races of the ancient age were very powerful? He, immortal King Lin, must deliberately go against them and cause chaos to them. Right at this moment, that 7th heaven immortal king arrived with 3,000 troops behind him. All of them were very young, but their auras were extraordinary. They were all at the perfected immortal realm or above. Lord Envoy, the army of 3,000 people has been selected. Please review them, the 7th heaven immortal king said. Lin Jiufeng only glanced over and said, no one is more than 300 years old, right? In his memory, what King Dilin and the other king lords discussed was to train the young. In this war of extermination, they would use the younger generation as troops. Which meant people under 300 years old. That was why there was this matter of giving Immortal Palace City 3,000 spots and Dilin too coming here. Leading Lin Jiufeng to encounter Dilin too. And causing the events that followed. Lord Envoy, don't worry. No one is more than 300 years old. The 7th heaven immortal king patted his chest and guaranteed. Then let's go. Don't waste time. The 7 races convention is about to begin. If my time is delayed because of them, your crime will be huge, Lin Jiufeng said rudely. The 7th heaven immortal king immediately said, please take care, Lord Envoy. Have a safe journey. I've instructed these little guys to be absolutely obedient. If anyone dares to disobey, Lord Envoy can directly kill them. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand disinterestedly. Alright, let's go. I will see their performance when the time comes. If they perform well, you will naturally receive a reward. Rumble. The few true dragons pulled the palace and swam in the sky, riding the wind in waves. Lin Jiufeng sat in the palace and cultivated silently. The black skeleton and the white skeleton were on the left and right, protecting Lin Jiufeng. After them were the other guards, but they weren't at the immortal king realm. They were just for show. Finally, it was the 3,000 young people who had just been selected. They flew with all their might in order to catch up to the speed of the true dragons. Their faces were already flushed red. But someone was encouraging them in secret. This is definitely Lord Envoy testing us. We definitely can't give up. This is just the beginning, everyone, persevere. Lord Envoy is testing us? But why is it becoming faster and faster? We can't keep up anymore. Someone raised a question. This is to stimulate our potential, our greatest potential. Lord Envoy definitely wants to see if our willpower is enough when we are pushed to our limit. This person continued to console. When the others heard this, they instantly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. With their willpower, they increased their speed by 30%. Lin Jiufeng, who was sitting in the palace, had a strange expression. I really forgot to tell the true dragons to slow down. It's not what you guys think. Lin Jiufeng would be out of his mind if he wanted to test their so-called extreme willpower. Seeing the 3,000 young people chasing after him strenuously, Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and instructed the true dragons to slow down a little. He mustn't torture them to death just from the beginning. That would be letting down the persona of Dilin too much. As expected, as I said, Lord Envoy is testing us, the leader said happily. The others also became excited. They felt that they had passed Lin Jiufeng's test. But the current Lin Jiufeng didn't take them seriously at all. He looked ahead. There, a huge team blocked his path. The team also had a palace with 5 people sitting inside. 5 immortal kings. When they saw Lin Jiufeng, they sneered and looked straight ahead, blocking Lin Jiufeng's path. If he wanted to move forward, he had to take a detour and avoid them. Lin Jiufeng recognized them from the memories of Dilin too. Just nice, you guys are behaving arrogant and despotic in front of me. You guys are simply bringing lanterns into the toilet, seeking death. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up. He said to Black Skeleton and White Skeleton, say, I'm the child of a king lord, do you guys think I should bear this grievance? Bear my *king grievance. Young master, I will go and smash the other party's head into pieces. Black Skeleton was instantly enraged. Its aura was surging as it directly attacked. White Skeleton didn't retract either. It instantly flew out and roared. Limitless Purgatory. Chapter 376, One Sword. The two skeletons directly attacked in anger, bringing the other party a sense of surprise and deep shock. Boom! White Skeleton's limitless purgatory directly transformed into a terrifying energy impact and smashed down. As for the immortal king who was possessed by Black Skeleton, his physical strength was his forte. Therefore, after he erupted at this moment, the blood energy in his skull was like a true dragon that broke through the sky. His eyes were as terrifying as cold lightning. Boom! A black spear appeared in his hand. With a ferocious strike, it directly split the sky and destroyed the stars. It had a bearing of devouring mountains and rivers. The decisiveness of the two immortal kings infuriated the 5 people opposite them. They directly shouted, "Dalin 2, control your dog. We are all from the younger generation of the 7 races of the ancient age and never provoked you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your father is a king lord. You are seeking humiliation by challenging us today." The 5 immortal kings were unable to restrain their anger. They instantly jumped out and counterattacked decisively. At the same time, they scolded Dalin 2, who was being controlled by Lin Jiufeng. One of the immortal kings faced Black Skeleton. His black hair scattered down, and his aura erupted. He was powerful and terrifying, and his clothes actually directly burst apart. In the very next moment, this immortal king roared angrily. Like an azure dragon, he shook the clouds until they scattered. His bare bronze upper body that was as strong as a horned dragon shot out a terrifying light beam that was as sharp as a wild beast. A purple spear appeared in his hand as he directly faced Black Skeleton's spear. Clang! A terrifying energy shockwave directly spread in all directions. Then, Black Skeleton used its full strength. Each strike seemed to be able to pierce through the world. Each strike was like a purple sun that exploded. The terrifying energy suppressed this immortal king until he felt extremely aggrieved. "I don't believe that I can't take down a watchdog like you." This immortal king gritted his teeth and roared. "Who do you think you are?" Black Skeleton's attitude was even more violent. It knew that the current situation was very dangerous. Since it chose to follow Lin Jiufeng, it had to be of help to him. Wasn't his task just to behave like a profligate servant? Black Skeleton was very good at it. "My young master is the son of a king lord. He comes from a noble background and has a powerful bloodline. How can he be compared to you bunch of rotten fish? You guys dare to block the way, then you must pay the price. My young master killing you guys is simply a waste of talent. Today, I will kill you and let you know that you can't even defeat a watchdog." Black Skeleton roared. It was very calm. It used its words to disturb the other party's mind and let itself gain the upper hand. Fire was raging in the eyes of this immortal king. He wanted to fight back angrily, but he knew that he couldn't pressure Lin Jiufeng with his identity because his father was only an immortal emperor, equivalent to a crystal skeleton. His father couldn't compare to a king lord at all. He could only say, "I won't argue with dogs." Boom! 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 The two immortal kings were truly enraged. The terrifying energy brought with it waves of terrifying hurricanes in the sky. They were like 2 galaxies colliding as they fought intensely, leaving behind afterimages. The 2 spears clashed, creating a sonorous sound. Black lightning and purple lightning interweaved. Each spear penetrated the sky as if the outcome could be determined in the very next moment. The spear light flourished and divine might overflowed. Black Skeleton was going one-on-one while White Skeleton was going 1 against 4. Its limitless purgatory was an area of effect attack. It instantly shrouded the immortal kings, who were all descendants of immortal emperors too. The 5 of them had never gotten along with Dalin 2 in the past. They were very jealous of him, but there was nothing they could do because their father wasn't a king lord. Even though they took the initiative to provoke him, Dalin 2 didn't take them seriously at all and couldn't be bothered with them. Hence, they stopped Lin Jiufeng this time because they wanted to continue provoking Dalin 2. But the person controlling Dalin 2 now was Lin Jiufeng. 5 people who were inferior to him in the background but constantly provoked him. Would Lin Jiufeng continue to leave them be like Lin too? Hence, after they blocked the way, he decisively got Black Skeleton and White Skeleton to make a move. He wanted to tell them this. The current Lin too wasn't someone to be trifled with. White Skeleton used limitless purgatory to stop 4 immortal kings, but it couldn't last for long. With the 4 immortal kings working together, the pressure on it, a creature who had just entered the 5-colored skeleton realm, was too great. Release them, I will attack personally. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Even if White Skeleton didn't release them now, the limitless purgatory wouldn't be able to hold on for long before it exploded. That would instead hurt White Skeleton. It was better to just release them now. White Skeleton obediently released the 4 of them. Then, a cold-faced young man with a cold gaze shouted, Lin too, are you crazy? Lin Jiufeng was still sitting in the palace. He was very languid as he said, you guys have provoked me time and time again. I ignored you guys previously, making you guys think that I'm very weak, making you guys think that the son of a king lord is so easy to bully. Now, you guys even dare to stand in my way. How dare you? You are the son of King Lord, but we are all sons of immortal emperors too. We are all at the immortal king realm. What right do you have to be so cold and arrogant? Do you think that being the son of a king lord makes you amazing? The cold-faced young man said indignantly. I'm sorry, but the descendants of a king lord can do whatever they want, they are indeed amazing. Lin Jiufeng said casually. He said the most annoying words with the most arrogant attitude. He played the role of a profligate son very well, even exceeding his usual performance. After all, the current him was making the other party so angry that he was panting like an ox. If we disregard the fact that your father is a king lord, I won't even need 3 moves to kill you. This immortal king was quite angry. He looked down on Lin too for being only able to depend on his birth. I feel that if I disregard my father's influence, I could have killed the 4 of you with 1 move. The reason why I relied on my background to crush you guys is that I wanted to give you guys an excuse after you lost to me. You guys can say that I won only because I used my background to suppress you guys, not relying on my true talent. This way, you guys can still save some face. Lin Jiufeng casually angered the other party. You can really brag, don't treat this as a real fact. If you have the guts, then let's fight. I'll let you see how capable a piece of trash like you who only knows how to rely on your king lord father is in reality. This immortal king was so angry that he wished he could kill Lin Jiufeng immediately. A huge bronze spear appeared in his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but it emitted a resplendent light. It became more and more oppressive as if a sleeping ferocious ancient soldier was awakening. Boom! His bronze spear soared through the sky and pointed out. Its terrifying aura directly crushed upon Lin Jiufeng. Second heaven of the immortal king realm. This would be quite a pressure on the original Lin too. But to Lin Jiufeng, it was a piece of cake. Since you are seeking death yourself and don't believe my words, refusing to give up until the end, then I shall destroy your technique with 1 strike. Lin Jiufeng still had a languid attitude. All he did was to pick up the sword of the ancient battlefield that was placed at the side. This sword was signed in by him in the death realm. After using it a few times, he obtained the even stronger immortal slaying sword. The sword of the ancient battlefield became useless. But now, while using Lin too's identity, wielding the sword of the ancient battlefield was still a good match for him. Clang! Lin Jiufeng tapped the sword of the ancient battlefield, causing it to emit a melodious sound. Then, he raised the sword. At this moment, the sword light flickered, and a vast killing intent rushed out like snowfalls. Die! In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng said something casually and threw the sword of the ancient battlefield out. In an instant, with a bang, the clouds in the surroundings moved. The sword energies were numbered in thousands, like illusions. Strands of killing light burst out, and the force was exuberant. The traces of the great Tao interweaved complicatedly. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of waves of sword energies that appeared. Each wave was like a surging sea, surging into the sky, and vast sword energies seemed to be falling along with the galaxy. Pooh. After this casual strike was executed, it was as heavy as a mountain, causing the world to collapse. The immortal king that came from the front couldn't withstand it at all. He directly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Not just him. After the first one directly exploded, the sword of the ancient battlefield didn't slow down at all. It killed the other few immortal kings one after another. In the end, under Black Skeleton's full strength, it also killed the immortal king who was fighting it to the death. The 5 immortal kings were all wiped out. When the 3,000 soldiers who had just been recruited saw this scene, they were shocked and delighted. They looked at the calm and powerful Lin Jiufeng sitting in the palace in worship. Chapter 377, Nail an Immortal King to Death. The 5 immortal kings were wiped out. The subordinates that they brought were already so scared that they didn't dare to move. Because Lin Jiufeng was really too terrifying. He killed an immortal king with one sword. This was something that was impossible to happen, but it really happened. Moreover, Black Skeleton was also very powerful. After it possessed its current body, it controlled the body of an immortal king and forcefully killed another immortal king. These weren't ordinary immortal kings that they killed. These were the sons of immortal emperors. Although they couldn't compare to Lin Jiufeng's background, they were still outstanding members of the 7 races of the ancient age. But even so, they still died. Lin Jiufeng was the son of a king lord, his background was the highest. Then, below him would be this group of immortal kings. There weren't that many immortal emperors. Just like in the Death Realm, how many immortal emperors were there? You actually killed 5 immortal emperor descendants? Your father is a king lord, but he can't protect you either. Since the birth of our races until now, there has never been a descendant of an immortal emperor killed in the 7 races of the ancient age. This is the first time. I didn't expect that instead of dying on the battlefield, they died in the hands of their own people. The guards of the 5 immortal kings said in despair. If their master died, they, the followers, also wouldn't escape death. Hence, they were all looking at Lin Jiufeng in shock and anger as they questioned him. Lin Jiufeng replied to them coldly, "No one has done it in the past, so I shall create this precedent. If their fathers are dissatisfied, they can come and look for me. I can kill the young, and I can also kill the old. As for you servants, since your masters have gone to hell, I will send you guys to accompany them. I believe they will thank me," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. With a casual flick of his hand, a wisp of sword energy flickered on his fingertip. It instantly cut through the sky and descended, shattering these servants. At this moment, the 3,000 newly recruited soldiers looked at the sword light flickering on Lin Jiufeng's fingertip. They were excited and completely revered Lin Jiufeng. This was what being domineering meant. This was what power meant. This was what being unreasonable meant. If they blocked his path, he would kill them all. At this moment, their blood boiled. They couldn't wait to roar and vent their excitement. Lin Jiufeng glanced at them and said, "You guys are already so excited from seeing me kill a few people. Then, when I kill immortal emperors in the future, won't you guys go crazy from excitement?" After saying this, Lin Jiufeng completed his act. He displayed the arrogance and despotism of a profligate son to the extreme. "Let's go and participate in the 7 races convention." Lin Jiufeng put down the curtain and sat in the palace, letting the dragons pull him forward. The black and white skeleton followed on both sides. They looked very calm, but they were actually very excited in their hearts. "Immortal King Lin, this is too satisfying. Killing 5 immortal kings of the 7 races of the ancient age is really satisfying," Black Skeleton laughed and said through a voice transmission. In any case, it was having a good time fighting just now. After entering the Immortal King realm, its strength skyrocketed, and after it used all its means, it could really defeat and kill a genius of the 7 races of the ancient age. This was something it didn't expect. To be able to cultivate to the Immortal King realm, no matter how abundant the resources were, such beings were all geniuses. Now that Black Skeleton could kill the other party, didn't this mean that Black Skeleton was also a genius? "Next time, it's your turn to stop the majority while I'll go and fight one-on-one," White Skeleton said. It was now very envious. Its mind wasn't as hot-blooded as Black Skeleton's just now. It chose to stop the 4 immortal kings on its own and gave Black Skeleton a chance to fight to its heart's content. This made it very envious. Black Skeleton didn't argue with White Skeleton. It only sniggered. In any case, it was very happy now. As for the matters of the next battle, it would only talk about it at that time, not now. Alright, this is just the beginning. The news that we killed these 5 descendants of the various immortal emperors will definitely spread very quickly. There will definitely be a lot of pressure coming from now on. There will be plenty of battles for you guys to fight, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. These 5 immortal kings were just a piece of cake. They weren't worth mentioning at all. There was no need to care about them at all. Their fathers, who were immortal emperors, were Lin Jiufeng's true target this time. Ignoring everything else, we brothers will follow behind immortal King Lin and charge into the enemy lines this time. Even if we die in the battle against the 7 races of the ancient age, we won't regret it, Black Skeleton said firmly. Indeed. Although my memory hasn't completely recovered, I know that I definitely came from the mortal realm when I was alive. If the 7 races of the ancient age want to sweep through the mortal realm, they have to ask us first, White Skeleton said. Alright, I will bring you guys along and crush the heavens here. We shall be presumptuous and unruly, and turn the world of the 7 races of the ancient age upside down. Kill as many as you guys can, Lin Jiufeng said heroically. In any case, he couldn't return to the mortal realm now. Moreover, the battle was about to begin. Making a scene in the enemy's nest, killing and robbing, was also to relieve the pressure of the mortal realm. Let's go and participate in the 7 races convention. Also, we shall go and see my father. Remember, don't reveal any loopholes, Lin Jiufeng instructed. Although sky-stealing change was very powerful and could hide everything, the King Lords were still terrifying existences that had surpassed the immortal Emperor realm. His father was a King Lord, one of the decision-makers of the 7 races of the ancient age. Even Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but be on guard when facing a person of such identity and strength. We understand. The 2 skeletons also knew that they were alone and helpless in this world. The situation was grim, so they couldn't be exposed. After Lin Jiufeng instructed them, he sank into his cultivation. He had to improve his strength. The 5th heaven of the immortal king realm wasn't that impressive among the 7 races of the ancient age, which was full of powerful enemies. Even though he had the life force Great Dao Array formation and could forcefully boost his combat strength, it was still insufficient. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. If I break through to the immortal emperor realm, I will be able to better control the life force Great Dao Array formation and completely display the terror of this array formation. Lin Jiufeng was very anxious. It was impossible for him to let the 7 races of the ancient age sweep through the mortal realm. In that world, there was everything that he cared about. Friends, relatives, loved ones, and those innocent common people. As the praised great Emperor Jiufeng, he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the world. The true dragons pulled the carriage and arrived at the venue of the 7 Races Convention, which was recorded in Dilin Tu's memory. It was also the most important place in the spell realm back then. The Great Spell Mountain. The Great Spell Mountain was boundless and vast, as if 999 huge dragons were entrenched on the ground. It was majestic. Many people had already come here. Dragons were flying everywhere in the sky, pulling all sorts of people here. Some were palanquins, some were palaces, some were huge mountains, and some directly rode here on dragons. These people were all very excited. They came to the Great Spell Mountain and were in high spirits as they chatted with each other. Through the palace, Lin Jiufeng saw that there were 7 camps in the Great Spell Mountain. They were divided into 7 places. Lin Jiufeng knew that this was the 7 races of the ancient age through the memory of Dilin Tu. Then, he also knew that Dilin Tu belonged to the celestial race. It was the race that had discovered the passageway back then and wanted to descend into the mortal realm, but was blocked by Lin Jiufeng with the primal chaos array formation. The former Lin Jiufeng was their most hated enemy. Because of the primal chaos array formation that Lin Jiufeng had set up in the imperial capital, the celestial race became the laughingstock of the 7 races of the ancient age. But now, Lin Jiufeng had actually become the son of a king lord. After all the twists and turns, it was still him. Lin Jiufeng wondered if the people of the celestial race knew of this outcome, would they go crazy with regret? When Lin Jiufeng thought of this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He and the celestial race were really fated. After Lin Jiufeng descended, he also landed in the territory of the celestial race. The people around him didn't know who he was, but they knew the palace that he was sitting in. This was the palace that a king lord had once used. After becoming an immortal emperor, that king lord didn't use it anymore. But he didn't abandon it because it represented his identity. Anyone could guess that Lin Jiufeng was the son of this king lord. When Lin Jiufeng walked out of the palace, he saw a group of people preparing to welcome him. Lin Jiufeng was very cold and arrogant. He was now the son of a king lord and had a noble status. How could he talk to people of low status? Hence, looking at the group of people flattering him, Lin Jiufeng was very aloof. He didn't say a word. Under the protection of the two skeletons, he looked into the distance. There, buildings that resembled celestial palaces floated in the center of the Great Spell Mountain. Only immortal kings could go there. All of you settle down here. In the future, move together with the main group. Lin Jiufeng said to the 3,000 soldiers that he had brought with him. Then, without caring about their expressions, he brought the two skeletons with him and was about to enter the huge celestial palace-like buildings. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. A large area of the void directly shattered. A terrifying aura spread vast and mighty. A man and a horse, accompanied by divine flames, leaped over like a war god, shaking the sky. Lin too, you killed the innocent and slaughtered your own kind. You deserve to die for your crimes. Now, I shall grant you death. A cold shout shrouded down from the sky with supreme majesty and anger. This aura and this roar shocked everyone. The man and horse's might surged and swept through the entire Great Spell Mountain. He broke through the void and directly flew out. His entire body was shrouded in divine light. He was resplendent like the morning sun and blazing like an immortal fire. He rumbled and directly flew towards Lin Jiufeng with peerless divine might. Boom! Terrifying energy accompanied by a spear instantly pierced over. Thousands of lights gathered on the tip of the spear. It was very terrifying. If it pierced Lin Jiufeng, the tip would instantly explode. Surging energy would drown Lin Jiufeng. This sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Everyone looked at the young man holding a black spear and riding his horse over. They were shocked. It was as if they were watching an immortal king go against the heavens. It was shocking. This is Yun Zhongjuan from the ancient race. Why is he so angry? Yun Zhongjuan is so powerful. It seems that he had already walked very far in the immortal king realm. But why did he provoke Lin too? He's Lord Lin's only son. I don't know. Now that the two of them are facing each other, there will be a good show to watch. The people of the other races nearby watched. They didn't understand what had happened, but it didn't stop them from watching the show. The 7 races of the ancient age weren't united either. Just like now, Yun Zhongjuan wanted to kill Lin too. His manner was aggressive and didn't seem to be fake at all. But no one came to stop him. Everyone was watching the show, wanting to see if Lord Lin's son could resist Yun Zhongjuan. There was no doubt about Yun Zhongjuan's might. He directly stepped through the air and rushed over from a distant place aggressively. The terrifying energy impact directly sent the surrounding people flying, including the two skeletons. They, two immortal kings, couldn't resist the energy impact at this moment. They were forced to retreat from the center. Energy burst and the aura of an immortal king surged. The gap between the black and white skeleton and this Yun Zhongjuan was quite big. Lin Jiufeng realized that he was isolated from the world at this moment. In the entire world, he was alone, facing this man and horse, as well as the spear that absorbed all light and was sweeping over. This strike reached the 7th heaven of the immortal king realm. This Yun Zhongjuan wasn't simple. But isolated by the world, locked by his aura, and struck by energy waves, Lin Jiufeng moved. Facing this Yun Zhongjuan, he didn't use the life force Great Dao Array formation. Instead, he used his own strength. Fifth heaven of the immortal king realm. It was just that Lin Jiufeng was using Dilin Tu's body to erupt his strength. In this instant, he raised Dilin Tu's strength from the first heaven of the immortal king realm to the fifth heaven of the immortal king realm. In the very next moment, a rumbling sound rang out. Golden blood energy surged into the sky from the top of Dilin Tu's head. It surged and exuded an aura of dominating the world. Boom! 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 This was a peerless and terrifying aura. The golden blood energy destroyed the aura locking on him, causing the energy in Yun Zhongjuan's aura to explode. Yun Zhongjuan trembled from the shock and looked at the Dilin Tu in front of him in shock. He felt that this Dilin Tu was so unfamiliar. Wasn't this Dilin Tu a mediocre person who could only rely on his king lord father? Why did it seem completely different now? As soon as a powerhouse made a move, others would know if this powerhouse was truly capable. At this moment, Dilin Tu was still standing in the same spot. His face was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if this Yun Zhongjuan in front of him wasn't an immortal king, but a small character that wasn't worth mentioning. Displaying his full strength, the current Dilin Tu stood tall and looked down on the world. One person, one horse, and a black spear. I don't believe that you are that different from the rumors. Yun Zhongjuan roared. Clang! The spear pierced over. The sky shattered. Everything withered. It was a peerless spear strike. Everyone was shocked. They were filled with astonishment. This spear was really quick and extremely powerful. This spear strike was completed in a flash. Yun Zhongjuan roared. He suddenly shook his hand and threw the spear, drawing a terrifying trajectory. With this peerless spear, he wanted to nail the current Dilin Tu in front of him into the air. But in the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng only casually stretched out his hand and then clenched it. Clang! The black spear was directly grabbed. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, that peerless spear was nothing much. Since you want to kill me, then die. Lin Jiufeng said coldly. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng injected boiling energy into the black spear, causing it to tremble violently. The energy contained in Yun Zhongjuan's full power strike was locked in the black spear by Lin Jiufeng. Then, Lin Jiufeng suddenly threw the black spear. Boom! At this moment, a light that was 100 times stronger than before burst out. Amidst the myriad divine lights, the black spear decisively pierced through Yun Zhongjuan. Yun Zhongjuan let out a tragic cry. He couldn't stop this strike at all. He was pierced through by the spear and was drenched in blood. He was lifted up by the black spear that Lin Jiufeng threw and directly nailed to the wall of the huge celestial palace. Blood was everywhere. A seventh heaven immortal king was nailed to death just like that. Chapter 378, Interference of a King Lord. All of this happened so suddenly that the onlookers were dumbfounded. Dilin Tu nailed Yun Zhongjuan to death with one shot. It had to be known that Yun Zhongjuan was a seventh heaven immortal king. He was also a very famous genius. Among the 7 races of the ancient age, he could be considered to be one of the top geniuses. As for Dilin Tu, the only impression everyone had of him was that he was the son of King Dilin. That was all. Even his name was Dilin Tu, which meant that he had no other capabilities except for his relatively good background. Before today, no one would have thought that there would be a conflict between Yun Zhongjuan and Dilin Tu. Moreover, the outcome was that Yun Zhongjuan was nailed to death. Everyone was shocked. Lin Jiufeng wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he said to the surprised people around him, "Everyone saw it. He was the one who attacked first to kill me. I was just defending myself. He was purely seeking death." "You're talking nonsense. You clearly killed the 5 genius immortal kings of our ancient race first. That's why Yun Zhongjuan came to you to reason with you." An immortal king in the ancient race rebuked Lin Jiufeng angrily. Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned cold as he said, "He wants to reason with me? By stabbing me to death with a spear? This immortal king looked at Lin Jiufeng angrily and said, "That's because Yun Zhengjuan was too angry. Among the 5 immortal kings that you killed, one of them was his biological younger brother. That's why he lost his composure. Why don't you guys ask how those 5 immortal kings provoked me? They wanted to kill me right from the beginning, their attitudes were aggressive, and didn't hold back at all. If I wasn't strong enough, I would probably be the one being nailed to death now. Would you still be so angry?" Lin Jiufeng was disdainful. The younger brother was killed, the older brother took revenge, and now, the older brother was also killed. The people of the ancient races were almost angered to death by Lin Jiufeng. This time, they lost 6 young immortal kings. These immortal kings with unlimited potential died in the hands of Lin Jiufeng just like that. All those from the ancient race were filled with indignation. They couldn't wait to fight to the death with Lin Jiufeng. But they didn't make a move, because they weren't sure how powerful Lin Jiufeng was. In the eyes of everyone, the previous Lin II was just the son of a king lord. Even though he had entered the immortal king realm, he was still very weak. But now, they couldn't see through this Lin II anymore. Lin II, don't act presumptuously just because you are the son of a king lord. Among the 7 races of the ancient age, the celestial race cannot compare to our ancient race. Another immortal king of the ancient race was so angry that his body trembled as he shouted angrily. Lin Jiufeng said coldly, "The person standing in front of you now is Lin II, not Lord Lin. If you have the ability, come and find trouble with me instead of barking here. In any case, I've already killed 6 of your young talents. I don't mind killing a few more." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The people of the ancient race were enraged. What high-sounding words! Are you challenging the ancient race? An angry voice sounded, accompanied by a figure covered in radiant light that descended with a bang. The vast and mighty aura of an immortal king filled the air. It was incomparably terrifying. This person was very powerful. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and wore battle armor. In his hand was a huge halberd. His entire being was filled with a sea of fighting spirit. His vital energy filled the sky from above, surging and spreading outward. 8th heaven of the immortal realm. His arrival shocked everyone. This is the leader of this generation of the ancient race. Even he has appeared. It's Pajun. The weapon he's holding is the Great Desolate Halberd. It's one of the powerful magic artifacts of the era of spells and was obtained by him. It's said that he's about to break through to the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. This time, there's a good show to watch. Since Pajun is here, aren't the people of the celestial race going to come too? Who knows? Logically speaking, the people of the celestial race should have come long ago. These discussions didn't attract the attention of Pajun. He stared at Lin Jiufeng and said coldly, "I thought that you were just a piece of trash who relied on your father. I didn't expect that everyone had misjudged you. You killed 6 immortal kings of my ancient race consecutively. You are really bold. Today, for the sake of your father, I won't kill you, but you must pay the price for the crimes that you have committed. I will cripple you, capture you, and bring you over to let the king lords come and judge you. If you want to die, then come over. Otherwise, stop boasting here. What bullshasterish tea about killing 6 immortal kings of your race? Why don't you say that they were cheap and provoked me, that I was forced to counterattack? They didn't have the ability to do so, yet they still went around provoking others. After being killed by me, you're instead finding excuses here, wanting to cover up for them. But that will only make things more conspicuous and is incomparably despicable. Do you even have the nerve to try such low tricks?" Lin Jiufeng wasn't polite at all and directly counterattacked. He was already very familiar with things like quarreling long ago. He hadn't used them in the past, but that was because he didn't have a chance to. Now that he took this skill out, he was still very smooth with it. To the others of the 7 races of the ancient age, this was simply like a clap of thunder. Lin II had killed 6 immortal kings in a row and even dared to oppose Pajun so fiercely. This was simply an eye-opener for them. Pei Jun's face was livid. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Lin Jiufeng and shouted, "You still want to continue quibbling? You have a sharp tongue. Is the son of a king lord allowed to kill the innocent? Which dog eye of yours saw me indiscriminately killing the innocent? It's others who have come to provoke me. You people of the ancient race are really despicable. You guys provoked me and I retaliated, but you guys framed me for killing the innocent. It's really funny. That Yun Zhongjuan directly came to kill me just now. I did it out of self-preservation. Are you blind?" Lin Jiufeng shouted. He was eager to make this matter into a big one. In any case, he was the son of a king lord, he would definitely be fine. Lin Jiufeng was betting that King Dilin wouldn't discover that he was secretly controlling his son. Then, regardless of the reason, King Dilin would definitely protect him. Lin Jiufeng now unconditionally believed in the sky-stealing changing technique that the black and white skeleton had taught him. He had already gone deep into the interior of the 7 races of the ancient age. His escape routes had been cut off. There was nothing they could do even if he didn't believe in it. Lin Jiufeng continued to argue with Pajun. He now held on to a concept. He wouldn't make the first move, but if the other party attacked, he would instantly kill the other party. Sure enough, although Pajun's cultivation base was high, how could he have experienced the process of bickering with others? What's more, he was losing in the bicker. He was really angered by Lin Jiufeng. No matter how extravagant your words are, they won't change the fact that you killed the immortal kings of the ancient race. You committed murder and are still trying to justify yourself in every way possible. Only by killing your true body and capturing your primordial spirit can we wash away the humiliation of the ancient race. Kill! Pajun roared. He couldn't defeat Lin Jiufeng in terms of bickering, so he stopped bickering and directly attacked, wanting to destroy Lin Jiufeng's body. In any case, he believed in himself. He was at the 8th heaven of the immortal king realm, how could he not defeat this Dilin too? Pajun wasn't afraid that Dilin Tu's father would be angry. It wasn't like the ancient races didn't have a king lord. As long as he could capture this Dilin Tu, the rest would be up to the king lords to debate. Boom! The huge ancient halberd slashed down vertically, bringing with it a terrifying aura. It was vast and mighty, and its holy might surged. This was the terrifying aura of the ancient halberd. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as if a small world was shrouding down. In the very next moment, the sun, moon, and the galaxy contained in the ancient halberd pressed down like a real universe. This was an ancient halberd that belonged to the era of spells. It carried a terrifying mystic technique in it, and the materials used were also extremely precious. These materials could make modern people drool if they heard about them. The entire ancient halberd was refined from Star River divine sand, entangled with the source of the Tao, and dark gold was used to decorate it with incantations. It was also covered with a mark unique to the era of spells. It was very powerful. At the very least, it could be considered a top treasure among the immortal king realm cultivators. It could even be of use to immortal emperors. It was very difficult to gather materials like the Star River divine sand. Although the world was vast and boundless, only by destroying a world could one gather such divine sand. That was why it was so precious. The might of the ancient halberd tore through the sky, causing the world to start fluttering. From the ancient halberd, strands of aura seeped out. Each wisp was millions of kilograms in weight, suppressing the world until it seemed to be about to collapse. The aura was unparalleled. The difference between the 8th heaven of the immortal king realm and the 7th heaven of the immortal king realm wasn't trivial. He was also worthy of being the outstanding young immortal king of the ancient race. But Lin Jiufeng only smiled coldly. Competing with him in terms of talent? Along his path of cultivation, although it had only been less than 200 years, Lin Jiufeng had already reached the 5th heaven of the immortal king realm. His strength was very terrifying, far exceeding others of the same level, and he possessed 3,000 Great Tao. Even without the Life Force Great Tao Array formation, he could still defeat this Pajun in front of him. But if that happened, he would be exposed. Lin Jiufeng wasn't himself now. He was Dilin Tu. De Lin too had already reached the fifth heaven of the immortal king realm. If he didn't use any external help and defeated Pajun, there wouldn't be any possible explanation he could use to explain this. I have no choice. I can only expose my life force Great Dao Array formation. Let's just say that De Lin too was lucky enough to obtain the life force Great Dao Array formation. That's why I advanced by leaps and bounds and began to fight back those who provoked me. Lin Jiufeng instantly thought of a way to smooth things over. He activated the life force Great Dao Array formation in his body bit by bit. Then, he raised one arm and grabbed at the ancient halberd with his bare hand. He wasn't afraid of the vast and surging crushing power of the galaxy at all. At this moment, in the eyes of the surrounding people, De Lin too covered the sky with one hand. Boom! 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 In the very next moment, all the auras were scattered. The ancient halberd also trembled violently. It quickly rebounded and rushed back towards Pajun. The vast galaxy that was like a boundless world also rushed back. This was the might of the life Great Dao Array formation that was executed by Lin Jiufeng. At this moment, the life force Great Dao Array formation only released a small aura, but it was already very outstanding. All sorts of phenomena instantly erupted. All sorts of auspicious energies surged and descended.